You are watching the Vodka stream.
Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
What's happening, everybody? Hey, I'm here. Don't worry. No, I'm a little late, as per usual. Just trying to set everything up with like the new camera and everything. So it's a little bit different, obviously, when it comes to a little darker setting when it comes to the Vodka Stream Lounge. But how's it going, everybody who's out there? Let's see here. Let me adjust this. All right, cool. We got that. All right. We made it. We made it. Yes. There we go, guys. What's happening? What's going on? Apologize for not having one last week, but like I said, everything was just a little too crazy with everything. But I think we're good. What's going on, Mr. Diesel? How you doing, sir? And we got Jose. What's up? Let's get nuts, huh? What's going on, Mr. Bailey? How you doing? Nice to see you. All right. Am I drunk yet? No. I have not started yet. Well, I will say, I did have some wine when I had Din Din, actually, no, not when I had Din Din, before Din Din. When I went to, when I got off work, I was like, all right, it is a 3-day weekend, so why not? Yeah, I know. But look, guys, you can actually see the open sign now. How about that? Remember that? With my other webcam, it was just like a light that you couldn't see, but you can actually see the open sign now. Oh, so awesome. I love it. I love it. So much cleaner. Hi, Mom. How's it going? Mama Film Junkie's here. Miss Jessica, how you doing? All right. All right. We got Jason here. What's going on, man? Appreciate you stopping by. Chuck, man, my Fridays are not the same with that. I know. I apologize. I know it was weird. Like I said, I struggled with like canceling the stream last week, but we're good. We're good. No, I will not turn the lights on. Come on. We're in the lounge. Okay. We're in the lounge. I think it's all right. Right. It's looking pretty good. So yeah, I know. Just learning the camera and everything and adjusting things here and there. Yeah. Happy long weekend for sure. The dark, mood lighting. Yes. Eager to see. Yeah, there you go. Yes, we'll definitely be doing that next weekend. Thank you, Eric. Let's see. Yeah, anyone ever told you look like the lead singer of Simple Plan? Well, I mean, I know who Simple Plan is, but I can't put a face on him. But I'm sure he's really good looking. That's all I will say about that. What's going on, Sco? How you doing? And we got Ryan. How you guys doing? All right, guys. I'm going to try something new this week when it comes to vodka choices. I've been seeing the commercial for this, and I've been seeing it also in the store. So I got some Kettle One cucumber mint. That's right. I went flavored this time because I like cucumbers and I like mint. Okay. I don't really like the sweet stuff, like all the birthday cake and the whatnot. I don't like any of that, but cucumber mint for like a hot day, and it's been freaking hot. Let's face facts. It's been pretty damn hot. So I figured this just sounded really refreshing. So I'm going to go ahead and try to open this up. There we go. Pour a little bit of that. See what this is like. I was tempted to try because I picked it up yesterday. I was tempted to try it yesterday, but I thought, no, I'll wait for it right now. We'll see what this is going. Cucumber mint. Let's see here. All right. Well, cheers, guys. Happy Friday. Happy long Independence Day weekend. See? There you go. That is not too shabby at all. That is actually pretty refreshing. That is. There you go. See, it's not sweet at all. You get that cucumber taste and like a little aftertaste of mint. I like it. Ooh, yeah. Definitely digging that. So there you go. Add that to the list. That'll make the rotation. That's for sure. But anyways, guys, yeah, appreciate you clicking in tonight, of course. Tonight will be fun, as always. And yeah, make sure you hit that like, thumbs up. Make sure you hit the notification bell too. Hit the join button if you want to join. Become a member, of course, of Film Junkee. And we got the Patreon as well. You guys can submit questions and all that stuff through the Patreon, and then of course participate in the Patreon stream. And then of course we got merchandise down below, like the shirt I'm wearing right here. Of course, made of course this shirt. I mean, it's nothing super unique. It's just Flashpoint in the Back to the Future font. A little added logo right there. So if you want to pick one up, I mean, obviously, I think sometime tonight we'll probably be talking about a little bit of the Flash and stuff like that. Since it seems like, especially on the title of tonight's stream being Multiverse of Leaks, it was just because you have, the leaks that happen with the Flash, and then toy leaks that happen with the Spider-Man and Doctor Strange and all that stuff. So, yeah, I'm sure that topic conversation will come on, in the panel and stuff like that. So, but anyways, guys, how's everybody doing? Everybody good? Settling in? All right. Okay. I think it's about time to bring my guest in. All right. Let me set up the tweet first. Yeah. All right. Has joined the stream. All right, there we go. All right, you guys know my guest. She does a lot of cosplay, which we'll be talking about, and just does some awesome cosplay. You've seen her pictures all around and everything. And welcome to the Vodka stream, Audi Rodrigues. How you doing?
Hey, how are you? I'm doing good. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Hold on.
Good.
I think there's something weird with my camera. Oh, no, there's not. I'm good. Sorry.
You're good? You're good. You're good. All right. Well, thank you for joining tonight. Appreciate it. I know it was a little last minute.
I try to, be flexible and spontaneous. You don't want to be boring in life,
Exactly. One of the first things I wanted to ask you was, how sore are you? Because I watched your video, and my God, I don't know if you guys seen this, and you guys should definitely check out her latest video, which she posted, where she trained like Gal Gadot or Gadot. I always say her name wrong.
I think it's Gal Gadot.
Okay.
I think I could be wrong. So if I'm wrong, sorry, it's Gal Gadot.
Yeah, but I watched your video. I know you've been posting like on your Instagram and stuff, like your workouts. But man, when you started that, I mean, how was that first week? I mean, you had you had to feel that. I always notice that anytime you start a new workout, you never really feel it the second day. It's always the third day.
Yeah, it's the day. Like I tell everyone, it's the day after.
Yep.
The day after.
Yeah.
That's when you feel it.
Yeah. So yeah, how was that? How was all that going for you?
Well, for me, I like to push myself a little bit, a little bit. And so my first week, I was just really like so excited that I jumped in like way over my over my limit a little bit, because I'm like, oh, if Gal can do it, I can do it.
Yeah.
But dude, I was so sore. I'm like, oh my goodness, dude, like this woman. This is why she's Wonder Woman. I'm telling you, this workout was, anybody can do it. Like anybody can do it. It's totally possible. You just, choose your weights right.
Yeah.
But if you're really pushing yourself, dude.
No, when you go through the whole montage, and like I said, I've seen your stories on Instagram too, and it's just like, it's funny too, because lately I've actually tried to increase my workouts. I was trying to and this week I try to do, I've done it before, but I decided to do it again. I decided to do the Spartan workout. I don't know if you, yeah.
Okay.
It's I tweak it a little bit. I don't do it, when it comes to deadlifts, I know they say 135 pounds. I don't have that, because I don't go to the gym. I work out at home. So I kind of just use the heaviest dumbbells I can. But,
perfect.
But I was actually proud of myself, because I actually did all the reps, and I usually don't. Any other time I've done it, I've never gone through all the reps. Usually I go, nope, can't do it. Stop. And I'm just I'm on the floor just going, why did I decide to do that?
Aw, you always got to finish the reps.
I know, but there's sometimes I every other time I couldn't, but this time I actually did. So I was proud of myself. I'm like, hey, doing something right. Thank you.
Or is it snaps? Do I give you snaps?
I don't know. Do the clap. No, the clap's better. Claps are better. Claps are better. There you go. Thank you. No, but yeah, that's awesome. And have you been keeping up on the workout plan, or what's going on with all that?
Well, I experiment with all different types of programs. For instance, Magnus Lideback, he has several different programs. I've finished all of them. I'm just that type of person.
Yeah.
But from there, I've been really focused on, I'm a personal trainer and nutritionist, professionally, retired from that business, but I make my own routines from there. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. I'm just doing my own routine. But I'm going to be mixing in train like a superhero exercises where I train like a superhero one full day.
Nice.
So it's intense with some training. Like I researched someone, which I can't drop the secret, but
come on.
I love so much. All I'm going to say is that they're undefeated.
Undefeated.
It was over a 30-year, I think 30-year, might be longer. I could be wrong. He was 30 years undefeated.
And that's all you're going to give us? Anything else?
And his workout that he did was probably, like, besides his training, like, you know, stunt training and, like, all of that choreography, besides that was, like, 4 hours a day.
Wow. Okay, I have a name that's in my brain right now that just popped in there. I'm kind of wondering. I don't know if I should say it. Huh? No, not Cavill. Because you're saying, like, I mean, you said training for that long. I was like a Scott Adkins kind of type performer, or, you know, or something maybe. Oop.
Maybe.
I don't know. For some reason, because I know he just recently joined the cast of John Wick 4, and that guy's a madman. Oh my God. I mean, I was like, that guy, yeah. And then even talking to, like, you know, Richard Citrone, I mean, I talked to him like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and just, yeah, that guy, I mean, obviously you saw Army of the Dead. I mean, and he's like he's like in his 50s. And I'm just like, man, these guys, I mean, age is not a number to these guys. That's what's
they age like fine wine.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I remember he like posted an image. He lifts up his shirt and he's just like, it's like a 12-pack. I'm going, my God.
Like Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh my God, I know. He's also same with Stallone and everybody. I mean, that's one of the things, like, you know, especially nowadays when it comes to what's happening in the world. It's like, I mean, don't take your fitness for granted. I mean, I'm always trying to be like, try to promote fitness. Just keep it going. I mean, you'll be surprised. I mean, like I said, I've never completed the Spartan workout. All of a sudden I did, you know, and, you know, I tried it in my 20s and I couldn't do it. And then all of a sudden I'm here in my late 30s going, hey, look at that. So I earned this vodka. Yeah, I appreciate it.
Dude, and like, honestly, I tell everyone, if you just walk 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week, it will help you drastically. Just like something that small.
That's small. Yeah, there's just little things. I mean, even if like, you know, I remember one time I had to park outside my apartment complex because they were repaving, and I had to bring in a bunch of groceries. So I was like, you know what? This will be like a workout. And I just grabbed all the bags and I power walked. Shoulders are dying. And I lived second story. So I had to go up the stairs. I'm like, there you go. That's part of the workout for today.
Do you want another quick tip, guys, for fitness?
Yes. Do it. Let's hear it.
Okay, so you know when you go grocery shopping, you have a cart and you push it? Like the push cart, shopping cart. Do you call it a shopping cart? Like,
shopping cart.
Everyone calls it different. But
I call it shopping cart. Yeah.
You know, the one with the wheels. Yeah. So instead of using the one with the wheels, grab the one where you have to hold it and put in all your groceries.
Yes. You know what's funny, though? You know what sucks, though? Like, where I live, for some reason, they got rid of the baskets. I'm so upset about it. Yeah. I don't know what the heck. Yeah. Yeah, I was always a basket person. I would.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got rid of the free. Yeah, because I hate having the cart. It gets in the way. You know, and you're almost going to run into people. I was always about just like grabbing the basket and just loading up and getting the hell out of there, because I hate grocery store shopping. I really do. But yeah,
it's the germs.
Yeah, that's probably what did it. And maybe, I don't know.
Wash your hands, kids.
Wash your hands. Do all that. That could be what did it. Yeah, they got rid of them. Like now, and it sucks. Now I have to push the cart. But then at the same time, now I'm like getting more stuff because I want to make sure, you know, I got enough meals throughout the week and everything, and, you know, I try to get as healthy stuff as possible. So maybe it's a good thing. I know, trying. You know. There you go. But so then I could drink this when it comes to Friday nights. You got the water going. See, she's being healthy. By the way, you have a Mortal Kombat arcade game right behind you. Look at you. Sure. Mortal Kombat 2? Or that's both, 1 and 2?
All three.
All three. Wow, look at that.
It's Mortal Kombat 2, and Ultimate. Yeah, 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, that's awesome. Love that. I know. I was like noticing that my eyes like went directly. I was like, oh, she's got an arcade. Look at that. That's so great. See, when it comes to Mortal Kombat, I always, especially when the movie came out, I haven't played the newer games, but I played those 3 games like crazy. I don't know how you were with Mortal Kombat.
Same.
Wow.
I was the old school. Like, I love all the old school. I heard about the new school ones, and I'm like, I want to check them out because I heard they're pretty like hardcore, like the graphics. And
Oh yeah.
I'm just used to like the original characters. So
just the one, not the 3D, just like I know I'm used to all that, and just like trying to learn all the fatalities and stuff like that. And you even for Mortal Kombat, you dressed up as Sonya Blade, right?
I sure did.
Yeah, how was that?
Well, it was so much fun, and I typically don't like Sonya Blade. I know that sounds so bad, but it's so true. I don't, and I'll be honest about that. But when I watched the movie, her character in the movie is very much like myself.
Oh.
So I'm like, oh my God.
So you connected with her.
I totally connected with her. And I'm like, I love you now. Now I want to be you. And so then Erica Cosplay and I got together and we did a photo shoot. It was a blast.
Yeah, sure it was. So what got you into the whole cosplay game?
Oh my goodness. It's a story.
That's what I like. That's what we like right there.
So, long story or short story? Because I can give you both.
Let's go with a long story. Why not?
Okay, so long story is there was a Halloween costume contest in Fort Lauderdale where I could win like $10,000.
Okay.
So I'm obsessed with Iron Man and Black Widow. Like I'm diehard.
Yeah.
So I was like, maybe I can make my own Black Widow costume. And so I hired my mom.
Nice.
And she made all my accessories. And I went and got like this black suit, and it wasn't cosplay, it was a costume at this point. And it was for Halloween. So I'm just like, okay, cool. So I went full on Black Widow, like the original Black Widow.
Yeah.
And I made my husband's arc reactor, and he dressed up like Iron Man. Nice. And so that was like the start of like the costume as a character being like an original and making it yourself. And then that was in October, of course, Halloween. And then that January, we went to SuperCon and to meet Michael Jai White and Jason David Frank.
Nice.
At that point in time, I had platinum blonde hair, and I wore basically all black leather outfit. I'm not really sure why I went all leather, but I did. Yeah. But everyone was dressed up, like full on dressed up in costumes and looking like really cool. Like it was like a Halloween party. And I'm like, and this girl was like, "Are you Black Canary?" And I was like, "No." I was like, "But you're dressed up. Why are you dressed up?" She's like, "Because it's a Comic-Con." And I'm like, "You dress up here?" And she's like, "Yeah." And I'm like Halloween? She's like, "Yeah." And I was like, "No way." And so she was like, "Well, just, so you don't feel left out, just say that, you're Black Canary." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm down." So if anyone asks me, I was like, "Yeah, no, I'm Black Canary."
Yeah. I planned this whole thing. Yeah.
Totally planned.
Yeah.
And then revved Harley, which is Harley Quinn. My friend Nina on Instagram, her and I, we've known each other for a very long time. She was showing me pictures of her as Harley Quinn. And she's like, "Yo, I'm going to MegaCon," which is in Florida, Orlando, Florida. And then she brought back pictures, and like her Harley Quinn was like bomb. And I'm like, "Dude, I love this." And then I was like, "Dude, I always wanted to be She-Hulk." I was like, all I have to do is paint my skin green, and boom, I'm She-Hulk.
There you go.
And then the rest is history.
There you go. It's a good story. And then it just like as it went along, it just one of the things when I'm seeing like your guys' images and stuff, like the costumes just get so more creative. And Liz Wonder, obviously she's been on here, and just seeing like, and I remember when she talked about when she first got her Wonder Woman costume and how it wasn't like if you certain way, like certain things could start falling apart after a while and everything, even though it looks cool. That's got to be like the struggle with it too. It's like, even though you want it to look as legit as possible. Let's face it, if you want to get a full-on legit costume, that's going to be pretty expensive. So you kind of got to find some shortcuts, make it look good, but then you might have some problems, some wardrobe malfunctions possibly.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've had photo shoot bloopers.
Oh.
Luckily, so like for my honestly for my cosplay, I have been lucky because I do a lot of body painting.
Okay.
So I'm actually upgrading my cheetah.
Nice.
So I should be getting those suits back next week. But it's literally a bodysuit, and I just paint my face to the bodysuit to make sure it matches. So when I'm cheetah, I'm totally set. Like when I'm She-Hulk, I'm totally set. Like I don't have to worry about anything. But I never had armor like Hippolyta.
Yeah.
Like Wonder Woman, like Liz Wonder. So Hippolyta was my very first like armor build. Well, I didn't make it. It was by Nightly Creations. And I got my measurements pre-COVID.
Uh-oh.
Pre-COVID?
Yeah, pre? Yeah.
Pre?
Yeah.
And so I had to wait to fit the cosplay.
Yeah, you had to shed the COVID, what do they call it, the COVID 10 or 15 or whatever the hell they called it. Yeah.
Bro, mine was the COVID 20.
Oh
like,
shit.
Like it was COVID 20. I'm gonna call it. But I started working with Magnus because I need to get my. Sorry if I'm swearing. Is swearing not allowed?
No. Go for it. No. I cuss like yeah.
Like, I'm so
That's
sorry.
my mom who watches. Yeah, she's like, you cuss too much. I'm like, sorry.
Well,
It's
I had to
okay.
get my shit together. You know.
There you go. Yes. Yeah.
And,
No, it's good.
I started with Magnus. You know what I mean? And I got really into the whole like all of his programming and working out as Wonder Woman. Dude, I lost 20 pounds with him.
Damn. How long did it take to shed that weight?
Oh my gosh, like straightforward, a year.
It took a year.
Well, I have digestive issues, so I'm like weird. So for other people, you can lose 20 pounds a lot faster, but if you have like weird things, I won't get into it. Like that's a whole other
That's a whole other stream.
Yeah. So it just took me that long, but you have to stay focused. You have to stay dedicated. Like as you can tell, like
it's water. Yeah.
I'm boring. I try to stay as boring as possible. Because health is important. But so anyways, like I had to really get in shape for this armor. And then I was shooting with Erica Cosplay for Hippolyta on the beach.
Yeah.
Dude,
saw the pictures, man.
It fell apart that day.
I'm sure.
Fell apart. I'm like literally
yeah.
squeezing the thing together while like posing. So like now that I'm telling you, if you look at my photos, you will literally see my arms like kind of like holding the suit.
That's awesome.
Well, now you know. Like
now we know.
Be like,
she's look at she's squeezing like this. Look at that. Yeah, but I mean, it still looked great though. I mean, I can imagine like the moisture probably of like being there and maybe the wind. It's just
the Velcro.
The Velcro. The damn Velcro.
And the glue. The glue. Like, I'm like, dude.
It's like, what the hell, man?
So yeah.
Yeah, but hey,
slowly upgrade it.
Yeah, just got to slowly upgrade it. But yeah, it was awesome when I hit you up to submit a question for Connie Nielsen, and she was so impressed. She was so impressed by your costume, and she was calling you how beautiful you were and everything. That was so awesome. Yeah.
Dude, I'm like watching your video and crying.
That's what I was going for. Yes.
I was like, oh my God. She said that about me.
Yeah.
Because like she's literally a freaking queen. Like,
oh my God.
And I may or may not be training like Connie Nielsen.
Oh, there you go. There's another one, another video right there. Yeah.
It is in the works. Just so you know, it is in the works. That is going to happen because I am obsessed with that woman because I love her. Oh yeah.
She's great. She's fantastic. She was so good. Yeah, I mean, when I found out I was gonna interview her, I was like, okay. At the time I was like, well, I only know really Liz who's like cosplaying. So I hit her up and then she was like, well, my friend Audi, she dresses up as her character. And I'm like, perfect. So it was just absolutely perfect. I loved how you were fully dressed up. I mean, she was just so impressed by the costume and everything. It was awesome. Connie's a sweetheart, man.
Oh my gosh, she really is a kind soul. Like I love her. Like she's talented and like with like my little obsession with fitness, like she has that portion down too.
Oh yeah, and it was funny too because we even talked a little bit about that because I asked because I'm always curious, especially with actors or actresses, or like, when you have to get into a role, like for instance, for Wonder Woman, it's like, what do you what's the daily workouts, what's the meal plans, what's all that stuff, and she had some really good pointers and stuff, and she even said like, hey, I mean, you can have your pizza sometimes too. I mean, you could fit that in there and everything. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, there's ways to do it. I mean, there really is. I mean, there's cheat days, but she was like, nah, not really cheat days. It's just she had like a different kind of way of looking at it, and it was kind of like, all right, that's cool. I dig that. I totally dig that.
Yeah, like it's not because you're not really cheating yourself. You are a lot. You're just enjoying life, but knowing your boundaries. Like for me, I know my limits where I won't keep certain things in the house. But if I want, like for instance, if I want to have like a glass of wine, I'll go when I'm out to eat for that day. I will have it there because it's I'm trying to stay really fit right now. Like I'm actually getting ready for a cosplay I'm going to be doing, so I need to be the part. So I'm actually really going hard, really hardcore right now. So I have to be very precautious with my nutrition. So I'm just like, well, you have to allow yourself to live.
Yeah.
You have to live.
You do. You have to live, guys. You have to live. So what's So what's like what's a breakfast, lunch, and dinner for you? Like on a normal day.
Easy. Breakfast is two whole eggs, 2 egg whites, half cup of oats. Boom, that's breakfast. Lunch is a half cup of rice, some veggies. I'll do a salmon packet or whatever protein. And dinner is basically the same. And then I'll have a shake in between.
Okay. What kind of shake? It's just a protein shake or
like a protein shake.
Okay. Is there any like intermittent fasting you do or anything like that too? Or no, just stay away from that. She's like, nope, stay away from that. So you don't do any of that, huh?
I'm a nutritionist, a certified nutritionist, so I know about that stuff.
Oh, so that's frowned upon.
I don't want people to hate me.
No, you don't have to. No, it's good information. I mean, like I've always, because I kind of do it too, but at the same time, I'm just like, when I get up and I'm working, I'm just drinking some black coffee. Just black coffee, and then like around 10:30, 11 o'clock, that's when I get my first meal.
Okay, I'm gonna give nutshell version. Intermittent fasting can mess with your hormones, so you have to be very precautious with that. Keto also can mess with your liver, so you have to be cautious with that. So anything that you have to be cautious with is technically not good for you.
Okay.
So it's honestly, nutrition is so easy. Just choose whole foods over processed foods. Eat when you're actually hungry. And know when you're satisfied, and drink water.
There you go. Simple as that, folks. And then every now and then, I mean, it's funny too, because like when it comes to like say like cheat days, like on Saturday, that's when I'm kind of like, all right, I've been eating like as clean as possible all week, and and working out. I'm like, today's my day to relax. And I feel like having a breakfast sandwich somewhere and blah, 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 and then but at the same time, I mean, it's always funny because it does shock your system, and your system goes, what are you doing? Yeah, but we would be like, what? It's been chicken and some steak and some veggies for like a bit. And now all of a sudden we got this crap and all this greasy stuff. What are you doing? Yeah, it does shock the system. Would you say like that? I mean, they always say like every now and again, I guess you're supposed to do that. Is that always like, is that a coming from your background, is that like a thing that is good to shock your system like that?
I mean, nutrition is a very, it's literally like those scientific experiments with your own body, seeing what foods work for you and what doesn't.
Yeah.
But like shocking your body is not necessarily like you need to do. You should have balanced nutrition 24/7. So I would say if shocking your food is just, eating out of the norm, that's fine. But to purposely shock your body is not necessary. Not unless you're going through, which if you are, and don't do these type of diets without actually having the knowledge of doing them. Yeah. But you can go through a plan where you restrict and then shock your body. Like you can do that. And I have in the past. but keep in mind, doing something like that can cause a backlash later.
Okay.
So I'm always like, just eat balanced, eat healthy. That's all you need to do. Stop worrying about all this jazz and that jazz.
I know, it's just when it comes to all that, I mean, there's always like, what's the fad diet that's happening right now, and what's this, and it's funny too because I mean, like for the most part, I try to keep, I do like have like a keto-esque kind of diet, but I mean at the same time, I'll like. Even recently, I started going, well, now I'm going to incorporate, maybe a little bit of, I got to incorporate some carbs. Even when I talked to Richard Citrone, he even made he made a suggestion too by saying like, yeah, sometimes he's all, I keep it very, meat and veggies. But then he said like, yeah, but if it's going to be one of those days where it's like, I'm going to need a lot of energy, you got to incorporate some carbs in there like the day before or something like that. And he goes, that's something and he even said that's something like the keto people won't have to realize. It's like, you're gonna need those carbs every now and again. You can't just completely deplete them, so, but it's and it's so funny too, because I remember, even going to the grocery store, you see keto everywhere now on breads, it's keto cereal, keto breads. I'm like, really? Is it really? Or is they just got the approval to put freaking keto on there? I think that's what happened, right?
It's a tale as old as time.
It's all bullshit.
Honestly, it's all marketing. And carbs are brain food. Carbs aren't bad.
Yeah.
Potatoes are carbs. Carrots are carbs. So everyone who's all like, oh, I'm eating carrots and they're on keto, and I'm like, that's not keto food.
Exactly. It's like, maybe you want to look up the nutritional facts on that. But, it's all about balancing, obviously there's the good carbs and the complex and stuff like that. There's all that stuff.
Oh, a little shameless plug.
Okay.
I'm actually going to be doing a nutrition YouTube in August.
So next month,
yes.
A certain date?
Not a certain date. Probably mid-month, like around the 15th. I'm thinking just going to lay out a date. I'll probably just mark it in my calendar now that I said that. Yeah. But I think it's important because like even the questions that you're saying in those mentions, and the fact that I actually was like around 245 pounds at one point.
Wow.
So I lost a lot of weight, but the difference is I kept it off my entire life. I never ever went to that level. So it's just a matter of that right there, from losing or getting to your goal and maintaining it. That's the kicker. That's the hard part. So I want to really help, everyone embrace the reality of nutrition that no one really talks about.
Okay.
And I'd rather just express it, so everyone can hear about it. And I'll, do like the, so-and-so research so that, I'm not just
sources are good. Yes.
Sources.
Yeah.
Just because like, I understand, I get it. Everyone wants to get in shape. I was into fitness, so I have a background in making really bad mistakes, which is also a reason why I can't lose weight as quick as other people. So like, I want to get involved with that because I get where you're coming from. Other people want to do it, and then like, you don't have sources.
You need the sources. No, it's good. No, and and another thing too is like, not everybody's health is going to be the same. I mean, one diet's not going to work for everybody. I mean, there's people that can, get on a vegan diet and be successful and perfect, and then there's people that can have serious complications with it. And same with keto. I mean, and there's all kinds of stuff. You just got to try to just like you said, listen to your body. See what's happening. When you get something balanced and everything is balancing out correctly, then hey, there you go. Stick with that. But if something goes, hey, I feel like crap, and I'm just I'm pale skin and whatever the hell, and don't then maybe check on, do something else or something like that. So
exactly. Like it's that way, because my YouTube is not going to be a diet. I'm not giving a diet.
Yeah.
Just not doing it. I'm sorry.
That's
guys.
good. That's good. Yeah. Just you're helping people though. That's all that matters. So back to Connie Nielsen. And so first off, I will admit that, and it's funny too, in retrospect, after interviewing her and talking about Wonder Woman 84, because that's what was, coming out, then I was kind of like, damn, she was barely in the movie. That, I was a little disappointed. I'm not going to lie. I don't know how you felt about it. I mean, obviously when it comes to, see, so you're up there too. Yeah, it was kind of disappointing because I mean, I got that it was going to take place obviously in 1984, but I thought there was going to be some flashing back, but there was really just that opening scene, and it was like, wow, that was it. I was disappointed because, like you said, I mean, I have a crush on her. I mean, who doesn't?
Me too.
I mean, I've loved her in everything that she's in. Yeah, I think we all have a crush on Connie Nielsen. If you don't, there's something wrong with you. But yeah, how did you feel about that? Like how she was.
Well, Wonder Woman herself has a background that needs to really be shown.
Yes.
And there's such a storyline that is missing because of it. And it was theft for that.
Yeah.
It was theft because like the movie was extremely long in itself, and they were really trying to do a lot of character buildups with, like, you know, Steve Trevor's had their story. Steve Trevor's had his storyline. Wonder Woman had her storyline. Barbara had her storyline. The Life Can Be Better. I can't believe I can't forget his name in the movie. I just
Max Lord. Yeah.
Max Lord had his own storyline, and I think if they just stop with just like focus,
but it can be better.
I still have that
cohesive.
Yeah.
You know, and I feel like it's Wonder Woman. Like, come on, guys. They totally, like, I know they gave hype to the Amazons, and, you know, Connie Nielsen was in it, but she was literally like a statue. You know, like, that's all she got. And I'm like, dude, it's freaking Hippolyta. Really? Like, I was salty.
Yeah, I think we all were because, I mean, that opening scene was cool. Like I dug that opening scene. It was pretty epic, and you know, and I was like, all right, we're going back to that every now and again, right? And then when it came to the end, I went, and then I just thought back to like interviewing her and asking her about it and getting it back in shape for the role and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, but she was probably sitting there going, yeah, he doesn't know that I'm like not in it that much. And I went, yeah, but you know, she's a pro. She has to, you know, sell the movie and has to make like, hey, she has to like do her due diligence, you know, when it comes to promoting the movie. So, but yeah, it was just that was pretty disappointing. I wanted more of her for sure.
I think they should have given her more. But they didn't. Thank God for Zack Snyder.
Oh my God, I know that's what I was going to lead into next, because then we finally, you know, we get Zack Snyder's Justice League and redemption, because wow, that woman was just badass in that whole Amazon scene. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Kind of made up for it a little bit, huh?
It totally made up for it. Let's just be real here. It totally made up for it. Like, Zack is a genius, a creative genius, and he gave Hippolyta what she deserved.
Yep.
And
fucking
like,
hard fact.
You know what I mean? She is the character that helped develop Wonder Woman. Like, I get it. I love Wonder Woman. You know, I grew up with Wonder Woman. It's, you know, she's my favorite superhero. But when you're learning about like when I learned more about Hippolyta, I'm just like, oh my gosh, she's such a queen and I love her so much. Why aren't they doing more with Hippolyta? Yep. I got salty until Justice League came out.
Yeah, I mean that whole scene, just that whole scene, and just I mean, man, when she just that battle cry, like, you know, show him your fear. I mean, I get goosebumps every time she yells that. I mean, even when they cut to her and she has like a little smile on her face, there's just something about that where she's like, "What? Fear? You think we're okay?" And then she just goes, you know, and then she just yells that battle cry, and it's just. God, I mean, it just, I mean, I cannot, I want to see that in the movie theater. Just that entire scene, I am dying to see on a big IMAX screen because it's so. Are we
going to be able to?
I think, well, I know he tweeted out the other day that there's, you know, if you, you know, if you donate to the charity, he's working with Prizio, I think it's called. And if you donate, there's going to be some special screenings in LA, Austin, and New York. So I think that's it. I mean, it kind of sucks that I know he wanted to have like exclusive IMAX screenings all over the place, but you know how Warner Brothers can be, especially with him. You know, it just, he didn't get that way. I know it sucks. It really does. Like, I don't know if we're ever going to be able to see. I mean, I know he wants to have his Snyder Con, I think in October or something like that, where we would watch the entire trilogy, over a weekend, not all in a row. We're not going to be in the movie.
I would.
I know, so would I. I mean, I'm like,
Just
what?
give me intermission.
Yeah, I know. As long as there's like, a couple of pee breaks, that's okay. No, but yeah, I know he wants to do that in October, so I know that's all in the works. So we'll see what happens with that. So maybe
if that happens, I'll be there.
There you go. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I think he's just waiting on, I don't know exactly what he's waiting on. I mean, the last time I talked to him about it, I think he said like he was going to know in a few weeks. So if we get like a hard date, he wants to do it in October, but he doesn't have a hard date for it yet. And then, of course, he's got to nail down an IMAX screen. So just imagine watching Man of Steel, BVS, Zack Snyder's Justice League, all on IMAX. Come on.
Dude, I watched them all. I mean, I think all of us watched them before Justice League, honestly.
Of course. And after. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And after. Like 3 times, 4 times, 10 times. Let's not judge.
Yeah. I'm not judging at all. I probably watched more. Yeah.
But BVS, I can't. I love that movie so much.
Yes. Well, I think when it comes to the trilogy, it's my favorite out of the 3. After watching Justice League, I mean, obviously, when I got that, oh man, I mean, you could even go my Patreon, my Patreons know, because even like when I did my first reaction, I mean, I was in tears. I was in fucking tears, man, because it was just because we finally got it after a hard fought battle. It's here. Finally watched it, and just to have it now released, like we've been talking about, release the Snyder Cut for 3.5 years. Now it's released. I mean, it was just so surreal. That whole weekend was, I mean, it to me, it's like kind of a blur, because I don't know how many times I think I watched it like 4 times that weekend. And then, even just leading up to it, and man, it's been a crazy little ride. It was a crazy little ride. That's for sure.
Hey, the fans, and I tell everyone, I'm like, it's the right thing to do, because you have the naysayers, and I'm always like, look, I believe in always doing the next right thing, and the next right thing is release the Snyder Cut. And I'm like, and if you don't believe in that, you don't believe in the next right thing. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion.
I like it.
And they're like, oh, you did that. I was
like, nope, I'm gonna put that on a shirt. Watch, I'm gonna put that put that quote on a shirt. No, but yeah, so I mean, obviously, the whole movie was absolutely fantastic. So when it comes to Wonder Woman 3, so what are we thinking here? What are your thoughts? Like, obviously, it was announced. We're kind of, I mean, it's all very interesting, because now it's like, okay, where are we gonna go here, Patty? We're gonna do present day? We're gonna have more of more of the Amazonians? What's going on? I mean, what are you thinking? What are you thinking?
I think she's going to try to correlate it with like the comic, there's going to be a relation there, or with Linda Carter. But if you listen to a lot of Patty Jenkins interviews, and how she does her Wonder Woman movies, it's based off of, current events. You know what I mean? So it's based off of those situations. So if you watch Wonder Woman 84 and everything that was going on during that phase, you see the correlation between current events and the movie. So I think it's going to be something we don't expect. Gal is an amazing Wonder Woman. I think she'll do a bomb-ass job for the film, and I think she'll do great. I think Hippolyta will definitely be there, most definitely.
Has to
if
be.
she's not, I'm going to be so upset. I do hope they do bring Cheetah
back,
but in my opinion, how they left Cheetah, there's room for her not to be there.
Yeah, it's interesting how I mean, it's like, well, does she have some of her power? Does she still? I mean, it was kind of interesting. Yeah,
because reading, like, knowing Cheetah in her background and how it ended, I'm just like, well, that kind of just ended Cheetah in a way. Just saying. But I don't know. So I'm hoping that there's more Cheetah, because I do love Cheetah. I do.
Yeah.
So I hope to see Cheetah, but I'm not going to keep my hopes up for specific, like, if it's Zack Snyder, and I think Patty Jenkins is amazing, but I feel like Zack Snyder's more authentic to the comics than other people. So that's why I don't really like get my hopes up for something like that. I just like, you know what? It's going to be genuinely a good movie for Wonder Woman.
I think, you know what, I think when it comes to Wonder Woman 3, Patty needs to be like, okay, what did people like about 84? What did people like about the first one? What did people like about her in Justice League? She needs to take in the reaction to her with with 4 movies. There's 4 movies that we've had Gal's Wonder Woman. What have people reacted to it? I mean, I hate to say it, that 84 probably the most negative out of the 4 movies. And I mean, there was good scenes in there. I thought Gal did great, you know, with what, you know, in the armor, the golden armor. That was cool and stuff like that. But then all of a sudden you see that warrior back in Justice League, and it's like, oh, you need to bring a little bit of that. I mean, I get it. It's 84. She's not going to be killing a bunch of security guards at the White House. You know, she's going to do her lasso and stuff like that. I get that. But at the same time, it's like, but I mean, we just saw her chop off Steppenwolf's head. We need to have, it was so epic. It was so epic. It's
dude,
like
they could have went into a brutal battle between Cheetah and her. Like they could have, instead of make it Circus Soleil, which is what they did.
Yeah.
They based that fight off of Circus Soleil, an act that they saw in Las Vegas or something like that. They should not have done that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm like, dude, Cheetah, she is a crazy feline. She's a freaking cheetah. She's an apex predator, guys. Yes. Let her be an apex predator. And then you have Gal, who's a warrior. Like, seriously? Come on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
They could have. Yeah, it was kind of a missed opportunity. I mean, it was a little bit like,
it's fine. Liz and I will do the fight.
There you go. Hey. There you go. Exclusive right here first, folks. Liz and her will do the fights. I like it. You hear
that, Liz?
Yeah, I know. Is Liz, you out there? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe she's listening. Maybe she's got it in the background. She's like, what? They what? You know, what's going on? No, but no, I agree with you. And I think, like I said, she's just got to take in the fact that, you know, the more softer Wonder Woman, the more that, you know, and they were trying to be closer to the TV show rather than the warrior that Zach kind of like put the foundation in. I think people kind of like going, now we want to see more of the warrior. So there's got to be a balance. I mean, I get it that you don't want to be like, she don't want to make her like a cold-blooded killer. Sure. But but it's okay when it's like a god that's trying to take over the world or something.
But let's be real here.
Okay.
Did you really think of Gal during Justice League to be like a cold-blooded murderer?
No.
I mean, like anyone who says that, I'm just looking. I'm like,
well, a lot of people I know, and then of course, I mean, the opening scene or her opening scene, which my God, one thing Zach just does so well is have her entrance in BVS and in Justice League. I mean, first off, in BVS, I mean, I don't know how anybody's going to ever top that. I mean, there's been good superhero entrances before and after, but I even just talking about it right now, I'm getting goosebumps because with the music and the way she saves Batman's ass, it's so perfectly executed. And then in Justice League, just the way that when she's on the statue and the camera pans down with Junkee XL's music is just so goddamn perfect. Yes. Yeah.
It's like one of those things you pause and you rewind.
Oh yeah.
And you're like,
the last time I watched it, which was probably 2 weekends ago or a weekend ago, I've rewound that shot just 4 times because it's so fucking good. Just the way that goes, and then it just pans down, and then the music just kicks in when you see her, and she's just standing there, and it's like, my God.
She's amazing. She is a queen in her own right. And then when you have someone like Zach working with someone like that.
Yeah, it's a good collaboration. So, I mean, I think when it comes to 101.3, and it's so weird too, because I thought, well, I don't think Patty's going to do it because she's got the Star Wars gig now. You know, I'm still kind of wondering about all that too. I'm kind of wondering, I'm like, I would not be surprised if she goes, no, I'm not going to be the director. I'm going to step back, just be a producer because I'm too busy doing other shit. I don't know. There's just
Zach, would you say?
I know. Hey Zach, can you show up and do something, work your magic? I know. Well, there was a rumor too, where like people were like, I think it was Grace Randolph that said that Warner Brothers was like they want Zach to come back to direct a sequel, and a lot of people were like, that'd be cool, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't think that's actually true, and from what I gather, it's not true. But I mean, yeah.
A lot of speculation.
A lot of speculation, and then of course when he dropped that that image from like 1858, the Crimean War. I mean, Jesus Christ! Oh man,
he knows what he's doing.
Well, I mean, he's not going to sugarcoat it. He's not going to water it down. That's the thing. I mean, that Wonder Woman right there, that's not PG-13. That's an R-rated Wonder Woman right there. I mean, he even though it was a placeholder, because obviously when he was shooting BVS, they weren't Wonder Woman was in pre-production, so they didn't have that image yet. That was added later on, so we had that placeholder. But he had a whole backstory for that whole thing. I mean, she was fighting in bloody wars. She's holding on to heads. She's got a collection of heads. He was like, yeah, she's a fucking she's trying to find. She's trying to find Ares, and she's fighting in all these wars to do it, and she ain't taking any prisoners. She's just cutting out. Yeah.
God of War.
Yeah. Oh my God. I mean, oh man, it's so fantastic.
I'm excited. I pray for Wonder Woman 3 to be amazing. I do hope to see Artemis. That is my only wish. She's like,
Artemis. Yeah. Is there any certain villains that you'd like to see?
Not particularly. I mean,
Cheetah again. Or what about like a Cersei or
I love Cheetah. Let's just be real. I am obsessed with Cheetah. I feel like Cheetah needs more airtime because she was all Barbara but no Cheetah.
Yeah.
Dude, I am a Cheetah fan, and it was only a minute of Cheetah, and I'm like,
there's a lot of build up, a little bit of cheesiness, when she's at the gym. I did not like that scene when she was at the gym working out. I was like, this is very cheesy 80s kind of. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're going here, but
She-Hulk moments.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know, but what about like a Cersei or something like that? Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, I just don't want to get my hopes up for anything. I'm just very I'm not a pessimist, but I'm just I'm nervous.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of I loved Wonder Woman 84. I watched it a lot, however, there's always this and then.
Yeah.
But it wasn't, there was so much buildup for Cheetah, and then it was just she's here and then she's gone. And I'm like,
huh.
I'm like, dude, who cares about Barbara? No offense. But no one cares. Get over your drama. No one has time for you. Get Cheetah.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's stop the build up. Yeah. No, I know. I mean, there's one of the things is about Wonder Woman 84 is there's stuff I enjoy about it. But when I rewatch her, sometimes I'm like, did I have to bring back Steve Trevor like that? And, there's just certain things. I mean, I was like, they could have just brought him back as opposed to just have him being someone else's body. It's kind of, when I remember when there was backlash, not really backlash, but people were making jokes about well, technically she assaulted this dude, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, well, that's
I
dumb.
was gal assault me.
Yeah, I know. I was like, first off, I don't think the guy would complain if he saw oh yeah, he was having sex with with her. Are you kidding me? I don't remember that shit. Yeah, I think he'd be perfectly okay with that. But it was always like that. But I always thought it was kind of an interesting choice to bring him back like that. But
I feel just in all movies, there's certain little edits you can do and just take them out and then just put something else in there and it would be better. That's one of them.
Doesn't always work though. We saw that with the Justice League theatrical Justice League. We saw that. Let's not talk about that. That's in the past. That's a bad memory.
I just got really nauseous for a second.
I know, exactly, right? You feel that? It was just God.
On the stomach.
Jeez. Man, I tell you what. Is there any character that you haven't done yet that you want to do when it comes to cosplay?
Um,
Or you want to keep it a surprise?
actually, okay. So next week I'm going to be doing a big reveal
Ooh.
of a dream cosplay, and I've been putting clues on my story as to who I'm going to be cosplaying, and it's someone near and dear to my heart. Okay, so the one I will say that I am going to be doing is Artemis.
Nice.
She is in the works for the next couple of months, like
Okay.
getting her like situated. So that one will be, but I am going to be dropping my dream cosplay next
Ooh.
week.
Nice. Well, looking forward to that. And I mean, I noticed like you know, when it comes to cosplayers, I mean, TikTok is a good spot for you guys, huh?
Yes.
Yes. I
Yes,
mean,
it
Liz
is.
blew up. You blew up. I mean, like I was like looking at your guys' followings. I'm like, oh, wow. Like you guys kind of blew up on there. And like I've seen other, I mean, that's just like a whole new platform for cosplayers. I mean, I see videos from cosplayers all the time and like the elaborately, you know, with the songs and stuff like that. I'm trying to get into TikTok, but I feel like an old man. How do you work this thing? I don't know. Wait, how do I shoot it? I'm like, I don't know exactly.
And there you go. You have a TikTok video just with that alone.
Just with that impression of an old man right there. I mean,
Literally, that is
yes.
TikTok.
See, I gotta like just think like that because they're so quick. I remember when Vine was a thing, and I try to get
Vine
into
is
that.
TikTok.
Yeah, essentially it's the same thing. It's just got.
No, they are. They're literally the same thing. No, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Vine, no, TikTok bought Vine. So
Okay,
Vine was the platform for TikTok.
there you go.
So if you had Vine, you had TikTok.
Yeah, but yeah, Vine. I remember Vine was out, and then they went. It went away, and then TikTok came out like a couple of years later. I don't know the timeline of it, but it's just. But essentially, the same thing. But TikTok is a lot fancier. It's got a lot more going for it because Vine seemed like it was just you do this, you do that. There wasn't too many like, you know, fancy. There wasn't too much fancy stuff. I think they were trying to get to that point, but then, yeah, TikTok.
I never ever used Vine.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny too because, you know, Instagram, Snapchat, they all have a similar thing. Even Twitter has like their, I don't know what it's called, fleets or whatever the hell they try to have like their, but it just never. It's always weird because everyone's trying to do like the same thing and have their own version, but yet it's like, nah, just go to TikTok. I mean, I get lost. I go down the rabbit hole. I almost try to not look at TikTok because it'll be like 2.5 hours later, I'm going, what the fuck? What time is it? I just fell down the hole of like TikToks because not only is it like cool shit, but there's also informational stuff where I'm going, wow, I did not know that. Huh. I can make a cake out of Reese's peanut butter cups like really easily. It's like what?
It's like YouTube.
Yeah, it's crazy, but shorter and just quick and right in your face.
And did you hear about YouTube Shorts?
Yes, there's YouTube Shorts that are. I know everybody's trying to do it. It's like, man, I don't know. I'm all about streaming and long forming, but we got somebody who's going to be joining. Mr. Scott McClellan is joining.
Hey,
what's going on, sir?
Trying to get this I got a new stand this week, so I'm still trying to get the camera aligned just right. It's nice when I'm not using a stack of 5 Dune novels to prop my laptop up. I'm like,
what's propping up my monitor right now because I'm using my old computer because you know I got the new computer. It's staying over there in the makeshift corner studio that I have. But I figured I was like, okay, this makes it easier because now I could just use my Mac monitor for that. I cleaned it out. Oh, you don't even know. Like now it's working fast.
It's working.
Yeah, because I cleaned it out. I got rid of all the big heavy apps. Now it's working great, of course. And I'm like, that makes sense, obviously. But I'm like, okay, strictly for when I'm streaming over here, that's perfectly fine. But like, yeah, I have it propped up. I literally have like this box that says Holiday Party Plus Light. I never opened it. Got it for a gift, and I just use it as a stand on top of a bench.
This was my computer stand before Amazon Prime Day deal, where I got an adjustable stand for $25, and it's even nice because it actually leans the keyboard like towards me. So when I go to type, I'm not typing like this, and it's actually like right here, so I don't have to deal with all of that. It's so much. I feel so much more professional than staring at this while I'm, doing YouTube.
I'm not judging. I used to do Zumba classes and the whole setup, because I was trying to use my Surface. Like you had like DVDs. I feel like that's a good choice. DVDs, right?
Oh yeah. Good
Yeah,
choice.
yeah.
Pile the DVDs. It's a stand.
Yeah, anything that's sturdy enough. I mean, I remember like when I very first like started doing this stuff. I mean, I had just like a standard DV camera that was stacked on a bunch of books on my computer desk just to get that right, length. Yeah. So yeah, any little thing helps to just make you feel a little bit more professional. I mean, I got the new camera, so that slightly makes me a little more professional. You can see my open sign, Scott. Look at.
I know. I don't. Where are you, Dave? Are you at a completely new location? I don't understand.
Yeah. Like before, like Audi, I had like just a standard webcam. 1080p was nice, but my open sign would.
It blew it out.
It would just totally It would just look like just a light that's just shooting out of here. And yeah, so for like the longest time, it's been like that. Got the new camera. Now you can see that. Look at that. Got an open sign right here.
I see that. Looks
right.
nice. Looks good.
I know, right? Trying to, get that ambiance going on. So, Scott, how you doing? How's your week? How's summer vacation?
Busy. I read 2 books this month for book club, and so that was crazy. And then went shopping tonight at Target because I got sick and tired of waiting on my pre-orders to come in.
Oh, show them. Do you have them? Oh, he's got them.
Of course, I got props.
I only have my Flash figure.
Well, I pre-ordered every single one of them from Target that were that weren't the retail exclusives back in March, and yet you're getting your Flash. I see a lot of people getting their Steppenwolves. I think Enosh got his Uxas, and I'm sitting here going, okay, like where's mine? So I just walk into a Target today and found Black Suit Superman.
I'm going to Target tomorrow, man. And
Cyborg.
There you go, right
and
there.
I'm sitting here going, why did I pre-order these in March, and why are they still not shipping to like the end of the month when I can walk into the I'm sorry, in my mind, if I have it pre-ordered, like you fill those out first before you ship them to the store. I mean, I just logistics. I thought that's how it would work, but apparently not. So I canceled these 2. And I love how they're saying, why are you canceling them? I needed them sooner. was my answer.
Nice. Do you collect anything, Audi?
I do not.
Okay. That's fine. Well, no. Hey, you still got
Trust
awesome...
me. You're healthier. You're healthier for it.
It really is, because
like cosplays.
Yeah, well, I mean that works, and not to mention you have an awesome, Mortal Kombat trilogy arcade.
I've been eyeballing.
Yeah, see, I mean, I'm really jealous that I would gladly take this whole shelf and trade it for that. I think
I wouldn't trade it though.
Maybe not my
stress relief.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, it's us.
Just kidding.
How long have you had that? By the way?
I've had this baby for 3 years so far.
Nice.
Like I found it and I was like, we gotta have it.
Is it? Did you just stumble upon it, or what? Where did?
Yeah, it was really funny.
Okay.
I got it at BrandSmart. So we walked in. I forget. Oh yeah, we needed a dishwasher. We were adulting. And we were adulting. And this was at the front, and I'm like, "You're mine."
Yeah.
My husband's obsessed with Mortal Kombat too, so it was like effortless.
When it comes to him, and like, I know you said that you've worked with him with like cosplay. Is he all down to just like, hey, if you need him to dress up for anything, he's just down for it? Nice.
He's my Tony Stark.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I'm obsessed with Tony, and I'm like, you resemble him, so sorry.
No, that's good. I mean, when I'm sure, I'm not married, but Scott, I mean, your wife tolerates all. I mean,
she tolerates. I think that's as strong of a word as I can use right now. Is she?
That's why I used it. But I mean, that's what's good, though.
They call them the con spouse. So everything that pictures, hold my purse, hold my makeup. He's my assistant, and he doesn't matter.
Yeah, I go with what Amanda called. She became the Snyder Cut widow. Because of all the time I would spend doing whatever I needed for the podcast or for whatever. And then and I want to talk about it, and it would just kind of be her earbuds in. She'd be watching wherever she's watching on her phone. She'd just go, honey. Okay. Good. That's cute. Okay. Whatever. Right now she's binging through all of How to Get Away with Murder. That's her.
Man. Yeah. One of the things. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what she did.
Oh, absolutely. And then, but this week's been good. She took all the kids to Vacation Bible School this week. And so I would have like 2 to 3 hours in the morning. And Dave, you wouldn't recognize my man cave right now. Like you can see the floor.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah. After 6 or 7 years, I finally gave up on the idea that I'm actually going to read the physical issues of all these comic books that I've gotten behind on. So I've just been bagging, boarding, taping, boxing, and stacking in the closet. And I can actually see my carpet. It's a shock.
Yeah, one of the first times.
I'm impressed.
Yeah, see? No, like the first time, like I think it was probably the first time you were on the Vodka stream, Scott, was he literally like turned camera over. I mean, there was many other times where he did too. And yeah, literally you have bookshelf full of books and then just stacks, comic books, all kinds of stuff. So good on you, Scott. Good on you. Yeah. Well,
because we've come to an agreement that the office that's right over here, she's getting to claim that as a crafting room.
There you go.
So I have to clean my crap off the floor, and she's going to take over my desk that's in there, and that's going to become like a little crafting station for her, so she can disappear down here into the basement whenever she needs to get away from our 3 boys. Because I understand that compulsion very, very easily.
Oh man.
Yeah. In case you don't know, I have an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and an 11-month-old. So.
Yeah, the 11-month-old has actually been. He's made a cameo a couple of times.
Oh, he's become quite the personality on the Vodka stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Killed my last laptop live on the Vodka stream, as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Scott needed to do some fatherly duties, and he was holding little Callum, and then all of a sudden, like, Scott had a beer on his laptop or propped up right there, and boop, kid just went no.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh, we got it live. It was funny seeing that.
Oh, that's perfect. You got it live.
Yeah. Oh no, and there's screen captures of my face. It's it's like the death of a laptop, and Callum's just sitting there going,
"Thug life."
Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
I know. We should have put those. Yeah, we should have put those sunglasses on him. That would have been hilarious. We got somebody else who's joining right now, Mr. Ray.
Ray. How's it going?
Hey Ray, my steel books are still right here, by the way.
So are mine. So are mine. They're the whole. Did you tell him what we did?
No, you tell him what we did.
Well, first off, I forgot about your guys' drops.
Scott!
And then, of course, Ray. Thank you for joining.
Ray.
There we go.
I love that. I love that so much. Seriously, that's so good. Thank you. No, so the other day, like we were talking about, we had a conversation about steelbooks because like Scott and I are like the resident steelbook like collectors for broadcast media, and we had our visual aids. We had plenty of visual aids, and like I was making a point about what I was going to do as far as like upgrading my like what I'm going to do for when Zack Snyder's Justice League comes out, like whether or not I was going to get the solo steelbook or if I was going to get the box set. I'm going to get the box set. I've already pre-ordered it. But in the middle of this, I was using the visual aid and I had my copy of this.
Oh.
And yeah, I know.
Okay,
so,
hold on.
But it's good. It's good art.
It's good. Yeah, solidarity, Ray. There
it is. Right. It is.
There's a great screen capture of the two of us with our faces like.
And I used that as the thumbnail and was basically like, if you want to know why the hell we did this, go check it out on our Patreon because but it is
Squawcast Media.
Yeah, but it is good art. Yeah, of course, Jim Lee, the great Jim Lee. It's fantastic art. But no, it's getting sold. It's getting sold on eBay in September once I get the box set. It's totally what's going to happen.
Get rid of that justice. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, but at the same time, like you said, it is Jim Lee's art that is right there. And it's like, it's kind of hard to be like, you can't ignore the fact that Jim Lee drew that right there. Yeah, so I get it. I think Wonder Man. I think she even said like she when she got hers, she was like, I'm gonna put it in that as well because she liked it better. And I'm like, it makes sense. It's just we don't have the black suit Superman on there.
Right. See,
Yeah.
exactly.
And Ray's OCD is going to drive him.
Yes, that's what was driving me nuts when she showed me. I'm like, yeah, it's not black suit Superman though. Oh,
That and the title is just 2 words off from what it is. That's
we need somebody's name on there.
Yeah, that other than that, it's gorgeous. Like it seriously is. So you know what? Even if it was, well, I guess no, it still wouldn't work. But I was thinking if it was just the black and white, you can get around the Superman suit color. But no, it is what it is.
But, it was about an hour-long conversation of Ray and I talking about our steel books, me telling him basically what he's going to buy for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and me explaining what manufacturer suggested retail price actually means. Because, dear God, Dave, they finally did it to me. Oh. I finally snapped this week on Twitter and decided to be sassy because I'd had enough of people not understanding how online shopping works.
And the funny part was that was before I told him that I saw people saying, well, this is clearly Warner Brothers screwing with Zack Snyder's Justice League again. Because that argument was it wasn't a lot of people, but it was totally.
And then the funny is that the night after we recorded that episode for Patreon, the price dropped.
Totally.
It's like $20. Yep. I'm just sitting going, and I thought, and that was when I got sassy. I took a screenshot. And I just went, "Oh look, the price dropped."
I know. I saw.
Like I said.
Yeah, like you said it would, and I think you put like an eye roll.
Yes, I did.
Like, yeah.
I got really sassy that day because I was just like, "Not today, Satan, not today."
Sassy's okay.
I don't. These guys know I don't do sassy.
He doesn't. He's actually very reserved when it comes to Twitter. Like Ray and I, we'll go at it. Ray a little bit more than me. But Scott has always stayed out of little battles. But when it's I guess online shopping just kind of
the stupid was just the stupid. Like, I'm sorry, it's my summer vacation. I deal with 13-year-olds on a regular basis. I finally just was like, no, we've crossed the line in the sand, and Scott's just not having it today.
I love how out of everything, that was the tipping point for you. Like all the other ridiculousness, all the other stupid that we've been dealing with, and that's what did it. Manufacturer suggested retail price.
Dude.
I know. Ray and I are looking like fucking John McClane and Die Hard. And like, welcome to the party, pal.
Right.
I
mean, from any point, 30 minutes into the movie, that's what we look like. The wife beater's gone. We've lost our shoes. We got glass in our feet. That's literally how it goes every day for us on Twitter. You are like Arnold at the end of True Lies. One shirt ripped. maybe a cut over his forearm.
Flying my Harrier.
Yeah,
right. Flying your Harrier, and you're just coming in for like you're fired, and that's it.
The only reason why your sleeve is ripped just to show that muscles, the muscly arm. That's it. Yeah.
Oh, which by the way, why has that movie not been released on Blu-ray?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. What?
And why has that movie not been released?
Oh, True Lies. Yeah, what the hell?
There's probably PC reasons for it. If you have to, more than likely.
But it's that and Abyss. There's this weird.
Okay, Abyss. I don't get. I don't understand the Abyss thing. I don't understand that at all. That's got to be illegal something as far as the rights or whatever, like a Fox thing. I don't know what the deal with Abyss is. That should have been in 4K for years by now.
Director's cut too. I mean,
yeah,
I know, right? But
a lot of it's logistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Air quotes. Yes.
Air quotes.
No,
yes.
That's very true.
But no, Dave, it was a fun little hour of watching Ray and me. Like if you think it's fun watching me pull out props during the Vodka stream, just imagine the two of us doing it for like an hour as we're like, oh, what do you think about this steel book? Oh, what about this steel book?
Because absolutely, yep.
I mean, because they're all still here. I mean,
I love it.
I have like I actually, so I have one of the, I don't know, like if you guys have Sam's Club wherever you guys are at.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so they have like this eight cube stand where it's got like these, I don't know, these shelve units that like can go into it, right? And so two of them, by the way, I have not that one. Almost everyone that he's shown at this point, I have. I have that one. I have that one. But I actually have like, I don't have that one. I actually have like my shelving units. Like I have one with all my 4Ks. Oh, that one's awesome. I love that one. And I don't have that one. I've never seen that one. I need to see that one.
I know. We realize that Ray's list is he needs to help.
Yeah.
It needs help.
That's a great one.
Sleep, yes.
But no,
I didn't see that one. Ooh, I didn't see that one.
I haven't.
Ender's Game.
I want to read the book and see that one.
Yo, you need to read the book. Yes.
Ocean's 8, saw that.
That was good. Ocean's 8 was. I wish they would do 9 and 10.
I had my. I liked Sandra Bullock and Kate Blanchett. Oh yeah. Ford versus Ferrari. Yeah. Interstellar. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I'm glad. Hey,
that one.
Quick, that was real quick. Interstellar. Okay. I actually have it. That's a great movie.
I just bought this one because the case was pretty.
Okay.
So let me ask you this.
Okay.
Because we've had this discussion. I've had a discussion in real life with friends and on Twitter before about like the difference between I haven't seen that one. Scott is just continuous. Like I have to comment. It's like I can't not comment on what he's saying.
I'm loving this.
See, but okay. Now he just pointed out something, and this was something that came up in our discussion.
Yes, it did. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Okay.
Right. So Scott believes in having doubles.
Okay.
I don't. I can't have.
Well,
doubles.
no, this isn't doubles. This is only 1 and 2, and this is 3.
Okay, but I have the trilogy 4K steelbook because there is one that came out like a year or so ago.
Yes, but this one's pretty.
So is the 4K.
It is pretty good.
You're gonna make me go get it, aren't you? Yes, I'm gonna go get it. Hang on.
He's gonna go get it.
Yeah, we're just gonna continue. Well, it was easy when Ray was talking, and I was just like,
I know you were just like holding stuff up, and I love how you like stop, like, oh, I haven't seen that one. I haven't done that. No, I've seen that one. What's it called again? What was that?
Red Sparrow.
Red Sparrow. There you go. I was like, yeah, 2001, of course. There you go. Oh, Lego Batman. Come on. I'm so disappointed that we're not going to get a sequel to that. Of course,
I know, right?
It was still good. I mean, as a Batman fan, it was just everything that was like just making fun of it. Crouching Tiger, yes. I'm telling you, these guys.
That's pretty. I mean,
tell me this is not pretty.
Meanwhile, I'm like, nah,
was that Hobbs and Shaw?
It was Hobbs and Shaw. I know. I agree with you. That's actually technically my wife's because she's the Fast and Furious fan. I actually just watched them. I marathon the movies for the first time last week.
Furious fan. I'm obsessed.
What did you think of F9? What did you think of F9?
I bawled my eyes out.
Did you?
I still haven't seen it yet. I still need to see it.
Okay, so here's my 2 cents. Only one part needs to be edited out.
Okay.
That's my 2 cents. And I'm not gonna say what part because I'll spoil the movie.
Yeah, we don't spoil it.
So everybody here likes that franchise on some level.
Well, yeah, I the 9 and 8. I'm like, I was like after they sent off. Shaun of the Dead. After they sent off Paul Walker, I was kind of just like, the Blues Brothers. You know. Fun fact about the Blues Brothers I just read recently was like apparently John Belushi kept losing his sunglasses, and they had to replace them like crazy. Anyways,
I buy that. I totally buy that.
Apparently, like he can't, like with like every scene, he was like, I can't find my glasses. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
War of the World.
I would be that person. I would be that person.
Yeah. Constantly losing his sunglasses. Dread. Yeah.
I have that one. That one's awesome. I have that one.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you have so many movies. Where are you getting these movies from? Do you have like a bag with an endless bottle?
That movie, Last Action Hero, that movie is really underrated.
Oh yeah, people need to. There needs to be like full on like live streams about it. Let's start one.
I can't. I don't know what's happening here with Scott. Like there's
Scott,
so many
like I said,
Scott
has an endless void. you got to realize Scott has an endless void of just reaching for steel books and figurines. Yeah, I know.
I can't match him on like his other stuff, but I can match him on steel books because I have like a whole
combat.
Yeah, he's already pulled out half the ones that I've got. So.
Yeah,
you know what? The steel books wise, like I like that. I stopped collecting DVDs. Like digital DVDs.
I'm a digital guy now, but you know what? But I do want to but now I'm like, man, I do want to go back and start collecting. Like Scott is just he won't stop. Arrival.
Yes, love
it. He's making me because
some motherfuckers are always ice skating uphill.
But, I mean, what's great about the steelbooks is you get new art, you get a new cover, everything is new. Well, look at that.
And a lot of the ones he's pulling out now, like some of the last ones he did, like Arrival and Leon, those are like new ones for that are 4K. So they updated the art and like major, like not that the old art for the regular ones was bad, but these ones are really nice. Oh yes.
Oh,
that's a good one right there. No, what I was going to ask Dave earlier when he brought up Interstellar.
Yes,
I've had this discussion. Fantastic film.
Don't judge me.
He's
got Twilight.
I have the whole thing. I have the whole saga.
Although this is the whole saga in one case.
Yeah, I have the same one.
Why can't they do that for the Zack Snyder trilogy?
All right,
I don't know.
Oh, look at that cover! It's got the blood on the drum.
We were
the blood. Oh my god!
Here's the great thing, Dave, about that cover. If you haven't seen the movie, you're like, "What the fuck is that movie about?"
Have you seen it, Audi?
Which one? I saw 300, and I went.
Oh,
hold on.
No, Whiplash. The Whiplash.
I haven't seen Whiplash.
Okay, see that looks
this
like
movie
a horror
is
movie.
Fantastic.
It does.
Movie.
It totally looks like a horror movie. But if you've seen the movie, you totally
know
get
exactly
what it is.
Why.
Right.
Yeah.
Is it a horror movie?
No. It's about a drummer.
Well, it's about a drummer.
It's hilarious. I got invited to the press event for The Conjuring, and I was like, I am so sorry, but I am scared of scary movies. So I can't.
Okay, so you're not a scary movie fan.
I will say this: J.K. Simmons is fucking terrifying.
Well, he won an Oscar for this movie.
Yes.
I swear, if I watch this movie and I get nightmares the next
No, you're
day,
good. You're good.
I'm going to go on your stream again, and I'm going to get sassy.
No, you'll be okay.
No,
In
you'll
fact,
be fine.
you'll probably appreciate the fact that because you're going to be nervous, like, oh, is this going to be scary? And it's not going to be scary. It's going to be you're going to walk away going, oh my god, that was excellent.
I had lockjaw by the end of that movie from girding my.
It's not scary. Okay, we're not selling this.
No, it's not scary. It's just that the dramatic tension of what's going on, and it's about a jazz drummer. I mean, that's the amazing thing. And J.K. Simmons being this complete asshole who you really kind of agree with by the end of the movie, and you don't understand why you're agreeing with him.
He is not the hero of the movie, but
he's an anti-hero type, I guess you could say.
Yes, because he's not necessarily a villain, although he does some villainous things in the movie. But he's not necessarily a villain. But no,
we're not selling this movie very well too. But
I'm gonna watch it.
You've got to watch it.
It's not a scary movie. It's it's hardcore, like dramatic. And it's about a drummer who's trying to prove himself and a teacher who is trying to get the best out of him. And he uses unconventional ways. Okay. And it's J.K. Very unconventional ways. J.K. Simmons is a beast. Like I said, he won the Oscar for it. And
it's the same writer and director of La La Land and First Man.
Damien Chazelle. Yeah.
I watched Resident Evil, and that was kind of scary, and I had nightmares. So
the first one?
I watched the first two, so I don't know what was wrong with me and why I continued to watch the second one, but I did. It's not like that, right?
No, it's nothing like that.
Not at all. Not at all. No.
You're good. You're good. It's great jazz, great music.
Yes.
It's just about a student who's just obsessed with being the best, and then a teacher who's like I said, unconventional ways to get the best out of his students.
Totally.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I love
But that cover just made it look like it's a fucking horror movie. But
yeah.
when you actually see the movie, like Ray said,
Like that cover will make complete
Is that
sense.
a
Absolutely
drum?
get it. Yeah.
Is that
Yes,
a drum?
it was a drum.
Okay.
yeah, there was blood on the drum and blood on the drumsticks. But
Yes.
it's symbolism to, hey, he's pushing himself so hard that
And we talked about that, about how we love steelbook covers where the cover only makes sense to someone who has seen the movie. Like,
Right.
because who's buying a steelbook is someone who is a fan of the movie. So why not sometimes do art that only a fan
exactly
would
Exactly.
get?
I like
Totally,
that.
for
I
sure.
like that. Yes.
yes, please,
yes.
watch that movie, report back, because
Okay.
that when did that come out? What year did that come out?
2000 and you're
Was
gonna
it
make me look.
Was it 14
Yeah.
or was it 15 or
14.
14?
14?
Yeah, that's
14. Yeah.
That was my favorite movie of the year. That was like, bar none, that was my favorite movie. When I watched that movie, I was like, wow, because I drum myself kind of, but so I've always been kind of like in that drumming kind of, and just Jesus Christ,
Do
man.
you have a favorite drummer?
Dave Grohl. yeah, rock drummer, not like an
Okay.
actual
No,
Yeah.
because I'll Art Blakey, Billy Cobham, that's I don't want to bore people. A lot of people don't like jazz. I love jazz.
That's the thing. Is I'm not like, I don't know like jazz drummers. I'm like, oh yeah, well, you said favorite drummer, like, oh, Dave Grohl, Lars Ulrich, naming off rock drummers.
And they're good drummer. They're great drummers. I'm not knocking them at all. It's just different genre. That's all.
And Ray is, I know him so well because Amazon finally put out a playlist for all the music that gets played on the Bosch TV show. And if you watch that show, the character of Bosch, played by Titus Welliver, loves jazz. So the playlist has got like 75% jazz. And so I immediately just like texted that playlist to Ray. I was like, oh, Ray hasn't watched the show yet, but I think I intrigued him by sending him the playlist.
It's on the list now. There was too much jazz. There was too much jazz on the list. It's like, how do I not watch this?
And Lance Reddick plays the chief of police.
Yeah, that was the other thing. And I didn't respond to that, but that was the other thing. Was like, well, okay, because it's funny. Like, I know everybody knows him as Sharon in the John Wick movies, but I still first know him as Broyles from Fringe. But I know there are other people that know him as Daniels from The Wire. So he's got like 2 or 3 different things that people know.
I still need to watch The Wire. I
haven't watched The Wire either.
Though that's one on my list because I loved David Simon with Homicide: Life on the Street.
Mm-hmm.
I loved that show with Andre Braugher and Ned Beatty, and I mean the cat. Oh, what? Okay, help me out here, Ray. The guy who played Mr. Big in Live and Let Die.
Oh, Chris Noth. No.
Wait,
no, Yaphet
Yes.
I'm sorry. When you say Mr. Big now, what's the first thing anybody thinks of? Sex in the City.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say that's what my head went to, and I'm just like, is it because I'm a female?
No, but no, he's right. Live and Let Die. That was Yaphet who was also in the first Alien movie, which that's been a topic of conversation.
That was one of those topics of discussion this week that I just. When I don't comment, I just look at it. I roll my. See, this is why we made a joke about me being sassy, because other people want to respond or pontificate. I just roll my eyes, put my phone down, and scoff.
That was a roll, and that was definitely a roll. I saw it trending, and I'm like, why? And then I'm like, why? Why? Like, what is this?
Aliens is political?
How do you watch the first movie and not see that?
Well, it's like any cyberpunk from like the late 70s, early 80s. I mean, all cyberpunk is political. That's kind of the point of that.
Science fiction, all good science
fiction, yes, is political.
All
in one way or another.
One way or another, including Foundation, which is totally about to be awesome on Apple TV Plus.
I cannot wait for that show.
Yeah, I saw I didn't watch the trailer, but I saw it on my timeline. I should have watched the trailer.
Yeah. I haven't waited. Like, they announced they were adapting Asimov's Foundation trilogy like before Apple TV Plus launched. And this is one of those shows that I have been sitting on. Like, when I got Apple TV Plus, Foundation was one of those shows that was like, and when? And now that I found out it's September, I'm like,
we've been waiting for a date for like a while since we found out. Since we saw the first teaser trailer, we're like, okay, when is this? Because I mean, you're adapting Asimov on a streaming service with a budget. Yeah, sign us up. Absolutely. For that's a no-brainer. No question about it.
And that goes back to the point of looking at like when you watch that trailer and you look at those visual effects, I'm sorry, don't tell me that as long as a streamer is willing to put the money into a production, that somehow streaming is less than a theatrical. Because I'm sorry, I can look at those visual effects and say they look better than some movies I've seen in a theater.
We have more. We have more than enough evidence. We have more than enough shows over the last couple of years alone to be like, yeah, no, this is better than a movie. That's a lot of movie visual effects that we see. I've been saying that about the Star Trek shows since Discovery came out.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean, like they have to do that. I mean, that's where everything's going towards that. So they have to put these budgets into that, so then they can have this quality. I mean, if you want people to subscribe to you, like I said, we've always talked about, we're in a streaming wars right now. So obviously, to win that, you're going to have to, put some money into these shows, and that's what we're seeing, which is great. Fine by me, to be honest. I mean, yeah, there was always that standard of like, oh yeah, it's just TV. Like we still get that when we see like, clips from The Flash or something like that, and it was funny too, because I actually have a video that's coming out tomorrow that talks about, just even like, talking about The Flash, which obviously that was quite the conversation this week. One of the things that DJ, one of the supervisor, the VFX supervisor of, for Zack Snyder's Justice League, as well as for Flash, is one of the things that when he said in this interview with Wired, he said, we weren't going to make the Flash do this. He wasn't going to run like this. It was going to be ridiculous. Oh, we lost Audi. She was like, I'm done with these guys. No, just kidding. Probably lost the connection. But no. But like he mentions, is like, yeah, he's not going to do this. So when he's like going so fast, he literally like in the speed for it, or in the, in his, where he's at right now, it's going to slow down. So then he's just kind of like doing this, kind of like the $6 Million Man when he's like running fast. He's not like, he's just going.
No. Right. Yeah. There we go.
She's back. Yes.
Awesome.
You're back. Did you bump something?
I did. I hit I had a notification. I'm like getting rid of it, and it did something, and I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Yep.
And
I've done that.
Yeah, we've all had our little.
It's
glitch.
all
It's part of live streaming, and then like I said, I know you're 3 hours ahead, so if you need to step out anytime, let me know. I mean, if you want to step out, now, or it's up to you.
Are you in Eastern Standard Time?
I am. I'm in Florida. I'm in LA?
I'm in Michigan.
I'm in Alabama.
You're in Alabama. So you guys are in Central.
We're in Central.
He's in Central.
I'm in California, so I'm like.
Your time is like what? 10?
It's 9:37 right now.
Yours is 9, but theirs is 10. Yours is 10, right?
I'm 11:38.
It's 12:37 right now.
We're on the same time. I don't know where we are. I don't know when the time zones change.
I think like Indiana, Ohio border is like where like Central starts, and that's where Scott's at, like in like an hour behind us.
And then ours is from Alabama to Georgia. That's the draw the line. So like you can get the Panhandle that's in Central, but then the Peninsula is Eastern.
Right.
I totally failed geography in school. I'm not even gonna lie.
Time zones are weird.
Zones, that's not even.
Yeah, anytime that I when I try to schedule a guest, I always I'm like, please, and I always try to look on the Twitter. Like sometimes people have their location on Twitter. I'm like, oh yes, California, we're good. Right. I think it'll be all right. But when it's like East Coast, I'm like, I start at 8. It's 11 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
Okay. Even with you, I was like, yeah. When I hit you, I was like, oh yeah. You were like, oh yeah, it's 11 o'clock my time. I'm like, if that's okay, we're good. But you're a trooper. But yeah, if you need to take off, just let it be known.
Okay. Well, actually, I'll head out.
Okay.
But I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for having me on. It was nice seeing you, Scott. Nice seeing you, Ray. And thank you so much, Dave. I had such a blast tonight.
No problem. The door is always open for you, guys.
Before you go, I love the cabinet. That's awesome.
Yeah.
We had this discussion. But it's an amazing cabinet.
I just wanted to say that myself.
Yes, the Mortal Kombat.
You had what?
The Mortal Kombat.
I love the Mortal Kombat. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Full on, yeah. I know. We were nerding out about that. No, but make sure you guys follow her and check her YouTube out at the at the Audi Rodrigues. Check her out. And then of course on TikTok, everywhere. She's blowing up on TikTok. You're doing great stuff. Can't wait for your big reveal of like your special cosplay that you were dying to. Yes. Really looking forward to that. So thank you for joining. This has been fun.
My pleasure. Have a great night, guys.
All right.
Good
See you
night.
later. All right.
Okay. Before I've been trying to ask him this question for like the last 3 minutes. I'm gonna ask him now. So when Scott pulled up Interstellar,
okay,
I've had this talk with people about like the difference between your favorite movie by a director and their best movie.
Okay,
and Interstellar is a perfect example because I would say that Interstellar is Christopher Nolan's best movie, but my favorite movie by Christopher Nolan is Inception.
Okay.
So so where do you sit?
What did you? Okay. Well, where I sit on that, I'm actually with you because I would probably say the same thing. Well, I mean, I'd probably even say like, it's weird because with me, it's like, Interstellar. Yeah, I'm probably with you on that. Even though I think Inception's kind of up there too, and Dark Knight, obviously. But my favorite movie is Memento of his. That's the thing. There's something about Memento that just when I first saw it, I just was blown away by the storytelling. It wasn't the scope of it because it was a very, it's a small movie, and it was just the way that the story was told backwards. It was backwards as well as forwards. Just the way that movie played out. I was just something about that, the way that he told that story, him and his brother, obviously. And that's why I love that movie. But at the same time, I would agree that, Interstellar is, or even maybe an Inception. But then, of course, you got Dark Knight. I'm like kind of juggling all that. I'm like, those are exceptionally better movies. But my favorite of his is always still Memento. Just because there's just a connection to it I have. Like it inspired me to write like a script that I try to turn into a novel. I don't know if it's ever going to become a thing, but it might. What about you, Scott?
So for me, they're one the same as Interstellar. Like,
okay.
When I got to see Interstellar in IMAX, and that movie just like the time dilation, the hard sci-fi, like that movie,
very hard sci-fi.
Oh, but that movie was like was like me going to a ice cream and like give me the banana split sundae with one of everything. Like it was one of those movies that like just pushed all my buttons for. I wanted to cry like a baby, but then I also was like, WTF, this is cool. Because I understood Einstein's theory of relativity when it came to gravity and gravity wells and how that affects time. And because back to like Stargate SG-1 when they would do time dilation episodes, and so I read the science, the theoretical science behind that. And so watching a movie that other people are confused by, and I'm sitting here going, I know all this crap. I'm here for this. And so for me,
see, and then I mean, even looking in the chat, Clay, he says, well, he thinks Prestige is like his best movie.
I was just about to say,
it's a great movie.
Thank you, Clay, because I'm like, all the Prestige fans are like, the Prestige, which is really good. It's another really good one.
Bowie as Tesla.
Oh my god!
Oh, yes.
Oh, so good.
Yes.
And then he had Serkis. Andy Serkis was like his. Was that Andy Serkis was his assistant, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, and the whole I and just come on, Bale versus Jackman.
I know.
Like just that whole
with Johansson and Kane and
right. Throw in Michael Caine for good measure. Okay.
Well, yeah. you expect that in a Nolan film now, but it's just like. And what's great about that movie, it's like, you always expect like a little twist, not a little twist, but a twist in Christopher Nolan. But there was a twist, and then another twist, and then another twist. It seemed like it was just like, wait, what the fuck is what is happening in this movie? And then all of a sudden, it's just when you get to that ending, you go, oh my God. I mean, I'm like, I gotta like straighten out my back. I'm twisted up here because there was like a twist and a twist. I mean, he was like, eat your heart out, M. Night Shyamalan. I'm gonna
but I loved how he structures the movie like a magic act.
Yes.
So he's walking through the stages of the trick,
and he shows you it right at the beginning when Michael Caine is showing the trick to I think a little girl or a little boy.
Yes, yeah.
He talks about the 3 stages of a trick, and that's exactly how the movie is played out. And that's why it's called God. It's so
now sorry, what's this? The Prestige is 2006. Are we observing a spoiler moratorium on it?
We can you say whatever you want. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, that's on them.
So. I want to say halfway through the movie, seeing it in the theater, I didn't fully catch it, but I was looking at his assistant Fallon, and I'm like, that's Christian Bale and makeup.
Yeah, I think that was right? It was a little obvious because after a while, I was like, that's makeup.
But when I saw it, when I initially saw it, I was like, oh, well, he's for whatever reason. I didn't even think of the twist. I just thought, oh, he's just doing double duty for some strange reason in the movie, and then come to find out, oh no, that was on purpose. Okay, that was part of. All right.
Well, that's one of those movies. What I love about the fact that it twists so many times that sometimes I'm too observant for my own good that I watch a movie and I figure something out. So then when it happens, I'm just kind of like, I saw that come. I literally saw that coming a mile away. So I subjectively look at a movie and then just kind of go, okay. It loses some luster for me because I want to be surprised. And that's a movie that even if I figured out one thing, Nolan was like, cute. You figured out one thing. Oh, that's it. That's cute. Well, that's cute. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And it's movies like that. It's like I should have spotted the Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul, coming a mile away, but I didn't. So when I was too busy enjoying Batman Begins. So when it turns around and he's Ra's al Ghul, I just sat back and went, fuck me. Oh, this is amazing. Oh, this is cool. I like this.
I never. The reason I didn't see it coming was I was too busy, because you got to remember that was our first Batman movie in 8 years, and our last one since Batman and Robin. Yeah. So we were starving. It's weird. I know it's weird to think of Batman fans as starving. Because no, not really, overall, but still, we at
talk
that point,
to the Superman fans and we understand,
right? Exactly. So, but at that time, it was for me, it was just please don't be another toy commercial. Please don't be another toy commercial.
Yeah.
And I was just too busy, in awe of of how they told his origin story.
Oh yeah, I still think it's the best origin story when it comes to CBMs.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I totally agree with that. And I've told people this before, but they've cited that Favreau and the guys who did Iron Man, they've cited Batman Begins as the inspiration for how they did that movie in terms of an origin story, because it is honestly, it is really in many ways the quintessential origin story for CBMs that we've seen. And I know people get into we've had this argument, well, not an argument, but between that or when you talk about that trilogy, it's okay, that or the Dark Knight. Well, I Tim's with me on this too. We're in the Begins camp. We think Begins is,
and I'm on Dark Knight only. Because for me, I love the mob film aspect of how it's like a Michael Mann Heat film with Batman. You got Ledger's Joker, there's and it's not sometimes I can enjoy an origin film, but origin films oftentimes aren't my favorite ones because it's the building movie. And then as long as the sequels are executed well, I like it when
and especially
we just kick it. We're there.
The movie when you know the origin already too. You already know the origin. It's okay. But I mean, luckily, Nolan really went deep and was like, okay, we're not going to just show, hey, parents killed, blah, blah, blah. We're actually going to show like Bruce going into the shit. Like, I mean, he's going to become a criminal. He's going to learn what it's like to be a criminal and stuff like that. I mean, I always like that little montage when he's doing all that. And then, the police like bust him and they're like, hey, you were trying to steal these. And it's literally Wayne Enterprises.
Yes. That's like
his shit.
He's not stealing it.
Yeah.
Right.
I love that. I love that reveal where, yeah.
Well, and even before that, like, I think that was the first time that we had actually like spent any extended amount of time with the Waynes before they die.
Yes.
Like, just, like, why do we follow Bruce? So we can learn to pick ourselves up. It's like, that's the most his father has said on camera. Like, I think of any incarnation. I don't even think the animated series version, and we've seen Thomas in the animated series a few times. I still don't think he has as many lines as Linus Roach did in Batman Begins.
Depends on like if he's hallucinating or not.
True. That is very true.
There's times where there's a specific episode which we've gone over on Batman the Fan-Made Stream with Scott and I, where he literally hallucinates and sees his father, and we hear his voice, stuff like that. And then there's another later episode too where something happens with the Mad Hatter, which is a good episode, which we'll eventually get to.
Yes, Perchance to Dream.
Oh
yes.
yeah.
God, that's a anyways. Man, but and then of course, Mask of the I mean, I would say that Mask of the Phantasm delved deep into the origin of Batman. Probably, the movies. Obviously, Burton did. It's kind of funny because when you watch Batman '89, it's like, they kind of did newspaper clippings and Vicky Vale trying to like figure out why he's putting flowers in this alley right here, and digging up stuff. And then we see a flashback, and of course they changed a little bit. Like, hey, let's make it where Jack Napier is, let's move Joe Chill and put in Napier. Cool little twist. But at the same time, it's like, I think Mask of the Phantasm did a pretty good job of like, hey, let's kind of see the origins. Like you see him find the cave and then go out his first time as Batman, where literally he's just wearing a ski mask and stuff like that. So, and that, again, I'm telling you, Christopher Nolan totally watched the animated series. I mean, we've made the, like Scott, we've talked about how, like, especially with like the Scarecrow episode, like there's some parallels that he used. And then even with Mask of the Phantasm, I mean, there was like literally there's a scene in there where he's just wearing a ski mask. And what happens in Batman Begins? He's got a ski mask, but he's of course got the tactical, like the suit on, but he's wearing just a regular mask. And it's like, I'm thinking Nolan was a fan of.
But both of those borrow so heavily from Frank Miller's Year One as well. Yeah, I still love that scene at the end on the bridge where when Bruce jumps for James Jr. I still love when he gets to the end and Gordon's just staring him straight in the face and goes, "Can't see a damn thing without my glasses."
And it's because like my favorite scene in Mask of the Phantasm is when he first puts on the cape and cowl, and he turns around and that right, exactly. Alfred, like just the look of horror because of how monstrous he looks. And it's like, okay, so Nolan's interpretation of that is the couple of minutes at the warehouse where it's totally a horror movie.
Yes.
Where it's completely a horror movie, and it's like he's teasing, like you and what's great is you've seen him put this thing together. You've seen like him testing the belt and like the cape and the elements and all this stuff, and like, and the cowl, like, got to order 10,000 of these. Well, at least we'll have spares, like all of that stuff, right? You see him putting it together, and then the first night that he shows up, he literally is a monster. Like that it is literally the and that was the thing. That's probably one of the biggest things that I love that Nolan put into Begins is he's not just supposed to scare criminals. He's supposed to scare everybody. Yeah. He is a monster when he's out there. And literally, like, that is how he treated it. Like, from that first, they're all at the warehouse, and that one goon just disappears, like, with a scream into the canister.
Into that crate. Yeah.
Right. And it just turns into, that's when it turns into, like, detective mode in Batman Arkham Asylum, where where
you're hanging upside down. I mean, he's like, "Where are you?" And just here, and then he just and then it was oh my god.
and just the build up to like the final reveal of what the costume of what the suit looks like is just like he completely nailed the horror aspect.
Well, and that even translated. I saw someone talking about this a couple of weeks ago, but did any of you play the Batman Begins game that was like on PlayStation 2 or Xbox?
Long time ago. I don't remember it very well. I didn't
Well,
play very much.
There was definitely a precursor to what you would get with Arkham Asylum, but you had a fear meter. And the idea was to was for you to take out guys as quickly and as silently as possible to generate as much fear, because then guys would just throw their guns down and run away. Because actually, the point to get through the Batman Begins game was to never actually fight a guy. It was like imagine it was to scare them. That's awesome. and do like what you would eventually do in the Arkham games, which is that whole like duck down, grab them. But imagine those stealth levels. But that's the entire game. Like you want to just, take everybody out without, any confrontation. And the more fear you generated, the easier it was to take the guys out.
That's pretty awesome. And thank you, Jason, for the super chat. We also got fourth here said, do you think Nolan's Dark Knight was inspired by the Adam West Batman, which also involved a dehydration device for nefarious plans? Was there
I'll maybe that's his one nod. Maybe like that's his little that's an interesting pull. I've never thought of that though.
I actually have never thought about that.
I never thought about that either. Actually.
Yeah, that's I'll headcanon it. I'll go with that. That's not a because I do like 66 for what
dude.
It is,
I mean
so.
that 66 film. I watched that so much when I was a kid. I mean, it's so ridiculous. I mean, the bat bomb scene when he's
some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Yeah, it just can't. And he's like, it's like he's about to throw it over, and there's like some fishermen. It's like, well,
no, my favorite's the ducks.
Yeah,
the ducks is my favorite.
The funniest part of that scene, for me, is literally the bomb itself. The fact that it's not a stick of dynamite with a clock on it. It's not like plastic explosive. It's a bowling ball with a wick.
Yeah, it's a
big ass bowling ball with a wick.
But it doesn't even really have a wick. It almost just has like a sparkler that's just like shooting out of the top of it. Like it's like, is this thing gonna blow up or not?
Right, exactly. Like
man.
You know what? And okay, like you said, the ducks, and then what did you say?
There was nuns.
There was like fishermen.
Well, no, for the band. The band. Because he kept running into him, and there was that one where like he was going down the narrow path, and they were coming the other way, and he had to turn around.
Yes. Yes. Oh god, that movie is ridiculous on so many levels.
But it's got some. You know what I really appreciate about that movie though is the fact that because when you watch the TV show and they lift the statue head, hit the switch, go into the book, and they slide down the poles. You actually saw them hit the lever that magically put their costumes on. We didn't see how that was, but in the TV show, you just saw them go down the poles, and then they're in the Batcave costume up. This time they actually showed where they had to hit the lever on the way down. Can you imagine? I mean, imagine if like someone like either Bruce or Dick like effed up. I thought you were gonna hit the lever. You didn't. Well, shit.
There are a couple of times in the show, second season on, where they do show that shot.
Do they?
Yeah, because you know what? Okay, so there's an episode.
They recycled shot because once they filmed it for the movie, now they have a stock of it to recycle it.
So
I thought it was just a movie thing. Wow.
So there's totally an episode, and I rewatched the whole show was on sale for $20 last year, and I bought it and watched all of it for the first time as an adult. So there was an episode where the Penguin was trying to go. He owned a restaurant, was trying to go straight, and at the end of the
66 plot,
towards the end of the second part of the episode, he had Alfred in a giant baked pie and was holding him hostage with Aunt Harriet in Wayne Manor. So, and it was all about trying to get extort money from Bruce Wayne or whatever, right? So what they do is they go down the poles with the costume change, but then they go back up the poles, and he literally instructs Robin to turn the switch off so that when they get back up to the library, they're still wearing the costumes, because the idea is that they want to show up as Batman and Robin to deal with the Penguin. So they even put it in an episode.
I don't even remember this episode.
Turn the switch off so that we'll still be in our costumes when we get to the library, so that we can show up and kick his ass. So.
Wow.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna have to revisit, like, maybe I like watched just a lot of season 1, but I'm not remembering that one.
It's so funny because like the idea was that they had like Bruce and like Dick had like, talked to the Penguin before, and they're like, okay, we're gonna go get the money or whatever. And then they go do the costume change, and the idea is that they're trying to play up the image that Batman and Robin have just shown up. So they open the door and they scream down the hallway, and he's like, "Look, Dick, good gravy, Dick. Coming through that window. Why, Bruce, isn't that Batman and Robin, Bruce?" "It certainly is, Dick. Go on ahead, Batman and Robin. We'll stay here so as not to be in your way." And then they run into the living room to take care of it, so to try and keep up the lie, the subterfuge. It's so ridiculous.
Okay, now that part is starting to like, that's bringing up a memory. I probably have seen it, but I'm like, I need to revisit it because that does sound familiar. When they try to keep the shtick up, yeah, that's... Because they've done that, I think they've more than once too.
They have they put Alfred in the
bats
a couple of times
with his glasses on, like
right.
I'm sorry, the movie is still my favorite one where he's driving the Batmobile, but he's wearing a domino mask.
Yeah,
with the glasses over it.
With the glasses over, yeah, exactly. When Bruce is, of course, trying to woo Miss Kitka.
Yeah, Miss Kitka.
Oh, yeah.
And then of course the bat signal like flashes up, and he like knows exactly what they're. Oh, what does he say? He says something.
Of course.
Of course. Yeah, he says something. It was like, because he realizes, oh, they're doing that as some kind of distraction because they know that Bruce is doing that. And then, of course, isn't Robin and Alfred listening in too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
they were having an argument because like they didn't know like when to turn it off because it was getting too indecent. Like,
and then they turn it on, and then they were like making out or something like that.
Right. And so they turn it off, and then the next time they turn it on, they're gone because they've been kidnapped by the super criminals.
Of course. Well, I think somebody, Mr. Steven, what do you got to say about all this hot Batman 66 talk? Nice glasses. New glasses? What's going on?
I've had them for a while. Might not have worn them on the stream before.
Yeah. Why are you pixely?
Am I pixely?
You're a little SD.
Hold on, let me remove and get you back in here. On. Nah, still pixely.
Nope. How do I sound?
You sound great.
I'm fine. Yeah.
Oh, weird. Yeah. I'm looking. So my screen on the dashboard, I look great. But in StreamYard, it looks like it's like
out of context. I look great.
Yeah,
that's weird. I see. That's the thing is like, I think now I'm gonna try to like, I don't know. I might drop StreamYard and get something else because I know it gets a little wonky when it comes to higher quality stuff. Well, you're looking better now, Steven.
That's good.
Yeah, he's clearing up.
You know what? I was uploading my half of the audio for our last
so that's what it was.
Podcast for Dice. So maybe that messed
that
up
could be
my,
it.
Yeah.
There you go. See, was it for which by the minute was it for?
I'm trying to make sure I subscribe to all your by the minute.
I know. I was like, wait, that's right. There's an army.
There is an army now. Yeah,
I listened to the I love the what was it? Zombie virus or alien invasion?
Yeah,
question mark.
Yeah, that was a good thumbnail, by the way.
Yeah, we just did. The next one is going to be zombie war. I think Dice said at the end zombie war and like military like history. Like, what do we know about the backstory and stuff? So
cool.
I was just seeing in the comments there, it looked like Dice was trying to kind of slip his way out of editing that tonight.
Well,
Tomorrow War instead. So I don't know. But
I still need to watch Tomorrow War.
I've seen some praise. I have. I was
surprised. It looked generic, but people were saying that it was actually pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna I'm gonna put it on tomorrow morning. I think. And watch it.
I considered watching it tonight, but we went and saw Fast 9 instead.
Oh, and
that's not how anything works.
Why were you even thinking of? Stephen, they've you know
that
Isaac
is
Newton
not the
Webb.
mindset to go into that franchise with.
Yeah.
Well,
No.
it's funny because it's like I'm really curious for like Scott's perspective because you've just watched all of them in a
Yes.
week, right?
Yes.
Because Fast and Furious 7 was like pushing it, but I feel like they were more respectful or
no, they were skydiving
reverent.
cars and
Well, no,
driving through towers in Abu Dhabi.
But they were a little bit reverent about it. They couldn't be like as winking at the camera about it because of the whole Paul Walker thing. They couldn't be like too cheesy with it. They could be like over the top, but I don't think they wanted to be like acknowledged, like openly doing it. It was just kind of like pushing it, like pushing the boundary. But then 8 was just like insane, but but like still grounded in a weird way.
See, I found 8 a little bit more grounded than 7 because I actually like 8 more than I do 7.
Ooh,
Oof.
Not a fan of 8.
Man, I'm just. Ugh. I like 7 because like the send off like had me fucking crying. So
Well, and once again, but once again, that's because you guys had lived with this over a period. I like Stephen acknowledged.
That's true.
When I cram everything into 5 days, I don't have these kind of attachment. I'm literally just basing it on my entertainment value.
What's weird to me, and it's funny because this is one of those franchises where every time it people start talking about the realism, they're like, what are you doing going to Fast and Furious expecting it to be logical or to make sense or whatever? But like David Ayer wrote the first one, and there's this level of like, yes, they push it, but it's not like the level of the kind of pushing it they do is like not. It's another ballpark doesn't even describe it. It's like this is basically open.
Well, one of the things that
basically openly parodying what the franchise originated as, which is just a weird. Well, like it's weird for it to be parodying itself like that.
Oh my god!
Throw a knife at Steven.
Throw a knife at Steven.
But he said a rubber knife on that screen, so like maybe.
Technically say a rubber knife.
Oh man, no, but something about the first. Ooh, that's pretty cool. That looks delicious.
What is that?
Fancy.
Is it a carrot?
She's being a little bartender tonight.
I got it. Yeah.
No, but one of the things about the first Fast and Furious movie is like, what they did, which I thought, as a filmmaking choice is, obviously it's supposed to be a 10-second race. It's a quarter of a mile, right?
I live my life quarter mile at a time.
Exactly, but they made those drag races last for like a long time, so it gave some intensity to it. I mean, you're watching and going like, what the fuck? This is supposed to be like 10 seconds, but they made it where it was like 2 minutes.
Well, and there was also a sense of like they actually shot the action.
Yeah.
Whereas I described the action in this one to Amanda as like, I said it was almost like it was expositional. We're like, sure, you saw stuff, but more often than not, it was like, oh, he did a flip.
We're flipping.
Yeah.
I mean, there was literally like times where like people were falling off stuff and something would break the fall just conveniently. And I'm going, oh my God.
Well, okay. So it's funny because you brought up the Paul Walker thing and that's probably why I need to watch 8 and 9 because I never actually watched 8 and I still need to see 9 because even though I want to watch them, I almost did kind of subconsciously check out after Paul Walker a little bit.
Same, and also I didn't watch 8. But 9 was I laughed so hard.
But
I loved it, or if it was ridiculous. I mean, it was definitely ridiculous.
I loved it.
But like,
God damn, it was so ridiculous.
It's hard because it's like it's like a parody franchise, but it's the same franchise, and so it's hard for me to be like.
But there's also like, when this topic comes up with action movies, I always go to like Die Hard and Lethal Weapon because think about those franchises for a second. First of all, what's realistic about the first Die Hard movie? Does
I
it?
see where you're going, and I'm just gonna go to this. Does he jump off the building and get caught by a car? And he's safe.
3 times.
He's
Oh,
safe.
Okay, but in no, I hear you, but in no universe is a fire hose going to be strong enough to hold you as you were rappelling off of an exploding roof.
No, but the level
and then
the amount, but that's just like typical action movie fare, though, not like
a hand woven organic jungle rope.
Okay, but here's the thing. So here's really where I'm going with it, though.
Does a donut in a tanker semi.
Okay.
To swing the ass end of it off a cliff to hit a drone.
Okay,
It's
look,
not
dude.
the same
Okay.
thing as John McClane. But it's not the same thing as John McClane swinging at a fire hose.
Okay, but hang on a second. Hang on, though. I have a point on this. And by the way, I've seen Hobbs and Shaw. I saw when The Rock is doing it, the Captain America, to like hold a helicopter with Idris Elba to a
you
truck.
don't even know. Vin Diesel fucking he's like, oh, you did that? I'm gonna do something in F9. You what?
Died, and I could totally see him doing that. But
he does more than one thing that's superhuman. But go on.
But let's say you have that in the first Die Hard movie, and then you have all the ridiculousness he does in the second movie with planes in the winter. Right? And no, hang on.
The planes don't turn into dragons, and he doesn't like a dragon transformer airplane.
Okay, I got you.
I literally, they bring back the rocket guys in this movie, and I turn to Steven and I go, "Did this turn into the fucking Rocketeer?
No.
Is this
okay?" But wait, but the point is, okay. So think of that. I'm saying there's a progression, because think of that, and then think of Live Free or Die Hard when he's dodging a flipping Raptor, an F-22 Raptor.
No,
like they're bending
Steven,
gravity. No,
yeah, he's talking about the progression.
I know, but
I'm with you, Ray.
Thank you, Amanda. These franchises get progressively more ridiculous.
No,
so like there's a level.
No, what I said was they became sentient and about themselves, and they decided to bend it so far until it didn't break for most people. It didn't break for me.
How do you not break? I mean, this is not even a spoiler.
Right, because Ray has not seen the movie. Let's remember, Ray has not seen the movie.
But Ray, they go.
He doesn't understand the level of.
No, I listen. That's the thing. I know what I'm going. I know what I'm in for. I do. I know what I'm in for. I absolutely, and I understand the incredulous reactions to it. All I'm saying is that this is no different than what action movie franchises have been doing for 30 years.
And it's very basic concept. It's no different.
Okay.
Stop, Steven.
Okay, but at the same time, when it comes, if you're gonna compare it to Die Hard, I for one go, okay. Die Hard was a trilogy. Yeah, Die Hard, Die Harder, Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Right.
So great. It all fits. It all feels the same. It's all that. When it came to Live Free or Die Hard, I'm like, that was a Bruce Willis movie that I can enjoy. That was not Die Hard. I'm sorry. That's not John McClane. They censored his fucking
watch the unrated. Watch the unrated.
Well,
it's there in the no. Listen, because they wanted to make it a superhero movie, which is what they've done with the Fast and Furious.
He literally
franchise.
launches a car at a fucking helicopter.
Right.
That's what they're trying to do with the Furious franchise. I can tell you that.
Okay, but where does it go from
introducing
here?
that idea.
You got 2 movies.
Yeah,
2 movies.
That's where it goes.
No, we got part 1 and part. Where are they going to go? Time travel? What
Space.
They already do. I mean, you got that sense that they already do.
No, it's in the trailers.
Oh yeah, they go to space.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just thinking.
Well, you saw that in the trailers. You see, Tyrese and Ludacris on top of that shuttle.
Right.
You can guess where they end up.
Got that? Yeah. Okay. I remember.
That was in the trailer. That's why I always said it's not a spoiler, guys. They already teased.
No, that's that is true.
Tyrese came out and said it in an interview. He's like, I mean, we're going to space in this one. Like, but, that's Tyrese.
Oh my god! And you just have to accept it. I mean, there's like barely an explanation of like how they got there, why it's happening. It's just like boop 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 boop. It's gonna happen. It's gonna work.
So then with the Jurassic World crossover, that's the dinosaurs. There you go.
No, I'm wondering.
I want Transformers. I'm there for the Transformers crossover.
You want Tyrese to talk to himself?
Yes.
Multiverse.
No. I trump all of you with Pacific Rim. You're welcome.
Oh,
It has the best. It has
All right.
monsters
And
and
Dom's got a
Transformers.
Dom has a Jaeger with a V, like a V100.
Can we bring Idris Elba back?
Ooh.
Yes.
No, as which character? He's
I know,
Hobbs
I
and
don't-
Shaw.
Doesn't matter.
I'll
Doesn't
DM
matter.
my address to whoever's watching this.
No. Remember, Idris Elba, as Black Superman, went into the ocean, and then he can come back up out of the rift in the Pacific Rim,
Wait, so you're saying
and then both his characters can coexist. I'm just
There it
saying.
is.
I love how we don't know what his character's name was. We just remember that part of the trailer where he called himself Black Superman. That's all we remember
Black
of
Superman.
his character.
Hey, I still love the fact that in like 6, Ludacris's phone says that Hobbs is Samoan Thor. So
well, and
I love it.
The funny thing is, like in 6, and I think an example of the progression here is like in 6, when they were on that runway, after people were like, runway's not that long, dude. Like that was like the controversy for Fast and Furious 6. So like that runway was like 5 miles. That makes no sense. And
Well, that's where it started. That's where it started to get, because I hear what you're saying. Because if you go back, we actually did talk about.
we
this the
talked
other
about
day.
this. Yes.
Yeah, like because Scott was saying that like 4 is like his favorite, and I was
I'm
saying
with
5,
him on that. I thought 4 was.
4 is
and-
underrated.
I think I need to give 4 another shot because 5 is my favorite.
You know,
Because I love when The Rock came in,
you
but
know which one people seem to only appreciate, ironically, that is
Tokyo.
amazing? 2.
Oh,
see, 2 is like one of my least favorites.
2 is
Oh,
on the
man.
bottom. 2 is. I do not appreciate 2.
well, I appreciate
okay.
I appreciate 2 for Eva Mendes. That's about
Okay,
Yeah, there you go.
all right.
It was
I'll do
okay.
that.
Okay.
Okay.
We hung
But-
an ejecto seat because I think that between those, that's like 200% more lines than I remember it from any of the other movies, other than like Family. But I don't know which one that's from. That's just
Family.
all movies.
Family is
There's a-
all of them.
Yeah, that's
That's
what
all
all
of
of
them.
But no, there's still like in 5 and in most of 6 up to the runway, there's still some plausibility with what they're
Well,
doing. Like even with the
I
safe
remember-
chase, you can
Yeah.
still just the way they shot it in the physics. It's like
typical
okay,
action movie like that, because that is the type of thing you get off.
What did you call it? You said action movie exaggeration. I think there's like a certain level of hyperbole I expect from an action
Well,
movie.
I can accept that with like a movie like Crank or shoot 'em up.
If this movie was called like Danger Action Man 12 or something like that, I'd be like, yeah, let's get more of that Danger Action Man 12. It's like I loved it. It was so super fun. It's just that you look at it and it's like it feels like they're poking fun at.
He
so, like,
said it
we're-
was Spaceballs.
I said it's almost like
Okay.
episode 9 with Spaceballs.
Too far for me. I don't think that.
But the thing is they try to get sentimental. They do like the whole backstory
Yes.
about Jacob and Dom, and all of a sudden because they had to do it because hey, guess what? After 9 movies, Dom has a brother. We didn't know that. This is all about family, but we didn't know.
I love-
but
how
I'm sorry,
husbands
but there's a
don't have,
part
like,
of me that
in the
goes,
frame and
I've
going,
watched enough TV and read enough superhero
Yeah.
comics. They pull
I get
that
it.
shit
I get it.
all the
Oh,
time.
I get it. I get it. I
All
totally
the
get it.
time.
I totally get it.
My thing was
Even
that
how they bring back Han, it's like you have to
was like highly suspect. I have some issues with production design too, but the editing, like,
Oh God.
the
The
moment
editing.
we revealed the brother, there were multiple moments where I'm like, what just happened? Like that was entirely exposition, and I'm still not sure what exactly.
Oh my God, I know exactly what you're talking about, Steven. We won't spoil it for because Ray or anybody
Like,
hasn't
the
seen
moment
it.
when they
So
had
fresh.
Dom realize it was his brother, it was this. They did. I was like, wait, so they show that shot, and then they cut to that, and then he sees, like,
There
that's
is
the
a
reveal?
there's a
That's
moment.
the-
Okay.
There's a moment later on in the film which you'll
Okay.
know, but I'm pretty sure they tried to do it tried to be its own Interstellar.
Oh wow.
Yeah, montage, dude. That montage.
Yes,
is
yes,
crazy.
that was ridiculous. Yes, I know what you're talking.
Trying to
No,
get
but
it shut up.
okay. Back to the reveal about John Cena. Okay, this is just me being a little stickler, but I was kind of going, okay. So when you actually see John Cena and it's revealed, and Dom sees his brother, so then both the cars. Letty gets into the car and they go. What does Letty say? That was Jacob back there. That was Jacob back there. I'm like, no,
And then it
he's
cuts
right,
back
right
to
there.
on
He's
his-
right there in that car.
tailgating him.
I'm like, not back there. He's right there.
He does that kind of thing all the time, though.
I'm like, that's a bad line that somebody should have removed. She's all, that was Jacob back there. I'm like, well, no, you're actually like racing him right
back
now.
there. That was Jacob.
There was no back there. He's literally, you're racing him right
They're
now.
pulling into their driveway at their house, and they're like, "That was Jacob back there, wasn't it?" And the
Did
camera
you
cuts
see the
back out,
Smiths?
and they're like, "It's like." Okay.
They're like literally like racing each other and trying to like fucking do something. I'm like, why did she just say back there? He's literally right there. I was like, it bothered the shit out of me. That like ruined.
Also,
Sorry.
they bend physics. They bend physics
Of
like
course, yeah.
I don't think they bend it. They might break
That's
it.
not how that works.
They break
Think about
physics.
everything
No,
having to do
Amanda,
with-
they break physics.
Oh yeah, and they also break
Newton
the fact
wept.
that he wears
Newton
like,
wept.
okay, so Dom wears like 2 white shirts in this movie,
and
and they don't get fucking
perfectly
dirty.
the whole time.
Yeah, they barely get dirty. They barely get dirty.
Okay, it's like we were talking about earlier. Like when you look at the
McClane's shirt got dirty.
but again, like when you look at the Planet Hollywood guys, right? Like the only one that took damage, like he was gonna die, was Willis. Like the other ones, like Sly would look tired. Sly would look tired, and some of his stuff would be like ripped or whatever. Okay,
Yeah,
Arnold
sometimes.
wouldn't even be tired.
Yeah.
Arnold's like,
Well,
I
see,
ripped.
That's why
my shirt.
Last Action Hero is such a great movie.
Yes, because
Yes.
it pokes fun and all that. But
Totally.
yeah, but at the same time, when you watch the backstory of how Die Hard was, came to be, I mean, it was not. I mean, the first 13 iterations of that movie was not what we were supposed to get. I mean, the book that it was based off, the fact that at one point it was supposed to be Commando 2. They wanted Eastwood, they wanted Stallone, they wanted all this stuff, and then all of a sudden they went with Bruce Willis, which at the time he got paid the most out of any actor, and they fucking bet a lot of money on Bruce Willis.
Because at the time all he had was what, moonlighting.
Moonlighting.
That was like the biggest
He
thing
was,
he had.
he was a comedic actor on a TV show.
Right.
But they took the chance of like, hey, we're not going to have the big, bulging, muscly dude that's going to save the day. We're going to have the kind of everyday man. Sure, he's going to be fit, but he's not going to have rippling abs and shit like that. Yeah, sure, he's going to be okay. He's going to look good in a wife beater, but we're going to beat the fucking shit out of this guy. And I mean, when you see the end, when he's literally just like limping up,
By the time that movie is over, he's been shot. He's got glass in his feet.
Yes.
And he's right. The wife beater, like he had to rip it off. The wife beater became the bandage.
Yeah.
After the glass scene, right?
Hey, take your fucking jacket and get out of here. That's all I have to say. There is at least one piece of clothing in this movie that gets sullied. Okay.
Okay.
One,
Okay.
Ray.
But
several for John. One here.
To be clear, in case I love the Die Hard franchise,
Oh,
except for the second one.
Yeah.
Except for the second one. The second one,
You're not allowed not to like it.
Well, the second one's decent, but the third
it is all
one's
subjective, Amanda.
great.
But no,
I do love the third one though.
No,
The third one.
the third one's
third
my
one is
favorite.
better than the second one.
Third
by
one is my
far.
favorite.
Yeah.
I will.
And I totally, and you know what? Anybody who says that, I'm okay with it because it is so good. I mean,
It's
the
so
fact
good.
there was like, what does this need? Oh, we need to have a buddy cop. Like, we need to have a partner. And
I-
Sam Jackson was just the perfect fuck. I mean, and it's so funny too when you rewatch that. I mean, they say some shit where you go, "Yeah, this would probably couldn't be even made nowadays." Because
half the dialogue between Sam Jackson and Bruce Willis,
Yes.
and that whole scene in Harlem. No, no, you can't do that,
God, dude.
Absolutely. I promised. It's crazy that this came up. I promised my dad I would tell this story.
Okay.
Because that year, that movie came out in '95, and he took me to see it.
Nice.
Because he knew because he had the first two on VHS. He knew I loved that franchise, and he loves all of those movies, right? So that summer, we went and visited my cousins in Atlanta, and we had dinner at Planet Hollywood. And no kidding, no joke, we sat next to the bomb prop in the schoolhouse.
What?
Yeah, literally, the binary liquid bomb in the refrigerator in the schoolhouse was right next to our booth.
Are Planet Hollywood's around
that summer.
anymore?
I think so, but I'm not 100% on that.
They go the way of hard rock? I don't know. R.I.P.
I don't know, but no, that would
Damn.
for anybody that's been to one, like they have like all that was Sly,
It's like props
Arnold,
everywhere. Yeah.
and there
I
was
love
this
it.
And that one, the one they opened in Atlanta, just happened. It was brand new. Like it had only been open for like maybe a month or so, and so they had new props. That's why that particular prop was there for a movie that had just come out. So literally, and my dad has this on video. It's like one of our favorite memories, like from vacation, is like having dinner next to the actual bomb prop from Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Yeah, Steven, I don't know what happened when you left. Your fucking camera was like, okay.
It's like I'm watching my TV from the 90s.
Yeah.
I need to adjust the dial. Get the
Is it?
Yeah, it's like a weird lighting,
lighting
thing.
thing. Yeah, is it a light? Yeah.
Yeah. There's Amanda working her magic. Well, I knew you were a witch, Amanda.
White balance.
You said it.
No, I mean, I can't.
Oh
I'm
no!
born this way. I didn't choose it.
No, but
I'm looking at those nails. I saw your manicure though.
Yeah,
so
your
I'm not so
nails.
sure.
One hand,
look at
because
that.
I realized that I can't type.
Oh, yes.
So I got work. I have to be able to type. So I did one hand, my non-dominant hand, and now I'm gonna chop them off. I just got bored, and
Wait,
my
are you
kids aren't here?
Wait, are you left-handed?
Yes, I am.
Nice.
Sweet.
Like all the best people in the world.
Are you left-handed too, Ray?
Yes, I am. I'm a southpaw.
We
I'm
talked
a
about
lefty.
this in Michigan.
Did we? Did that come up?
Yeah, because there were several of us. It was like a weird.
Yeah,
That's
Dave,
right.
We don't get to
Come on,
meet
yeah.
people, do we?
I know, apparently. And I live in California. What the hell? No, but like SnyderCon, hopefully everybody shows up. You know, that'll be the time.
We need a date.
We do.
Well, I think I was telling Audi earlier. I'm like,
Which
so I
I
just
Audi,
wanna- yeah, I was like, he apparently the last I heard from him was like a few weeks. He'll try to find a date, and that's about it.
All right.
Yeah.
Well,
So
let's hope. I have a bachelorette that will be happening in Vegas. So if that overlaps or coincides, I'm
not going to be able to make it, huh?
Oh, no. I'll be there.
Oh.
It'll just be really manic.
Oh, okay.
So not do that, Please, Zack Snyder, please don't schedule it on top of the bachelorette party I have to go to. Okay, thank you.
There you go. Okay. But so yeah. Anyway, going back to what we were talking about when it came to how franchises get progressively to the more ridiculousness. I see what you're saying. I think Ray, you said that, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that was Ray's point because he's trying to.
And I totally see that with the Die Hard franchise because man, even when it came to Die Hard 5, which is I could not.
And I listen.
Why do I hate Jai Courtney except for when he plays Captain Boomerang? I hate him in every other role that he's in. I just do. Sorry.
Well, because he's usually playing douchebags and
he always is. But
other...
Captain Boomerang, I was like, I like that douchebag. But
that's true. No, that's a valid point. But
everything else, God.
And believe me, you are not the only. There are plenty of people that only look at Die Hard as a trilogy. Plenty of people. I totally get after With a Vengeance, it's like, no, whatever, we've checked out. And I've been like the people what is it that there's that whole thing about how the good Die Hard movies are the ones that weren't originally Die Hard movies. Like they were based off of it because I think the first one was based off of another story, and I think
I forget what book it was called. That, right? Scott, do you know the book that it was based off?
I knew it was based off because actually every Die Hard movie is based on. Even Live Free or Die Hard is based off like an article from a magazine.
What?
Yeah.
Wait. Like a real life edit recount or a fiction article?
No. Like I think it's an article about the science of what he's trying to stop.
Right.
Now you're gonna make me look this up.
The whole digital frontier thing and all that, yeah. But you know what though, Dave? Like another example, another one of our favorite action franchises that escalates as well as Lethal Weapon.
Oh yeah,
Lethal Weapon totally escalates, and the first one is already kind of like okay, well, but the whole Vietnam drug thing and the commando, okay, cool, and like Riggs being completely out there and that like all the emotional weight of that, okay, cool, and then in the second movie it's like the whole with the doubloons and the whole diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
Did they Tarzan a car over?
See, that's the thing. Like the thing, the action gets crazier. The action gets crazier, but doesn't get that crazy. Where there's like literally, I remember there was like literally a shot of in Live Free or Die Hard where it's like there's like a car that is flipping in a tunnel that's going to land on Bruce Willis and Justin Long, but then 2 other cars prevent it from crushing them. I mean, it was like, that was Fast and Furious level. Like,
and that's before the F-22 Raptor tries to shoot him on the freeway. That's before the plane shows up.
Yeah. Okay. So, Farewell to Arms. That's what's based off of Live Free or Die Hard,
and not the Hemingway novel.
No. Written by Wired magazine.
Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
no. Apocalypse Now is Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad.
I know. I was like, hold up.
I will agree with
from high literature to this.
I will agree with Timothy Olyphant was a great villain in the movie.
Yes, I'll agree with that. Yes, I will agree with that.
He was a great villain. I will agree. But you know what? I can enjoy the movie. I just can't accept it as a Die Hard movie. I like Justin Long as his, little sidekick guy, awkward, nerdy dude. And the things that I can enjoy the movie. I just can't accept it as a Die Hard movie.
Can you please have a segment on this show where you say canon or cap or something like that, right. And now would be the time that you would put it, and you'd be like, canon.
Yeah, I know.
Justin Long is great, but that's not a Die Hard movie.
Well, and I feel you on that, because even when we saw it at the theater, like we were already balking at the PG-13 idea, and then as we were watching, when we were watching it in the theater, we were like spotting the cuts. So I'm like, okay. And when we left the theater, we're like, there's an R-rated version of this movie that we really want to see, which is why we were happy when the unrated cut came out that puts Yippee-Ki-Yay motherfucker back in as it should be, along with like 7 or 8 other fucks like in the movie. It's like, okay, yes, this feels more like Die Hard, like in terms of that, but I hear what you're saying in terms of like
that's what I couldn't understand about it. It's like, this is John McClane. He is a fucking potty mouth. I mean, we've seen 3 movies where I don't know. I mean, somebody needs to count the F-bombs that comes out of that character's mouth throughout that trilogy. I mean, I'm sure it's probably in the 100. Who knows? It's just like, how do you do that? And just, I don't know. It's just, he didn't feel like...
If someone can count how many times McClane should have died in the first movie, I'm sure somebody can count the number of F-bombs he says in any given Die Hard movie.
So I'm going to throw this at you, Dave, because this is something that I've thought of for years now. Whoa. Because there's the Die Hard movies, and then there's the other Die Hard movies. Like The Last Boy Scout is Die Hard Private Eye.
Ooh,
right.
Interesting.
Striking Distance, which isn't that great of a movie,
is
Die Hard on the Water.
Man, yeah. So pretty much.
Wait. I think what you've done with Die Hard, I do.
Well, and Speed is Die Hard on a Bus.
Yes.
Well, right, but I'm saying I'm sticking just
about other Willis movies.
Willis movies.
But you had Last Boy Scout that has Damon Wayans in it, right? Yeah.
Yes, totally. Yes. And I love that movie. It's a Tony Scott
movie. Striking Distance has Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yes, totally. Yeah. And The Fifth Element, which I love, is Die Hard in Space. It's Die Hard in Space. That's what it is.
Okay.
Tell me it's not Die Hard in Space.
Okay. I like where your head's at.
So
I like it.
With this expansion of the Die Hard universe, the Die Hard cinematic universe.
Is 6 Sense Die Hard dead? Die Hard? Die Hard?
So basically,
6 Sense is Die Hard.
Okay. See, again, I'm with Dice. I'm with Dice here too. It's like, just bring John McClane in. Let's have a crossover with Fast. That's how you make the remaining stuff. Come on.
You know what I did?
On was in the Die Hard movie.
One way this movie got more realistic is that when Dom and what's his name, Jacob, when Vin Diesel and John Cena like do their stare down. John Cena is 6'1" and Vin Diesel is 6 foot. Like that's totally fine for them to be at eye level.
I totally said something too.
But The Rock is 6'5", and Vin Diesel is 6 foot. And I think that's a generous 6 feet. I think
they totally did Lord of the Rings.
Have you looked at his shoe? He's always wearing boots.
He's always wearing
lifting like a motherfucker. Vin Diesel's like 5'8".
I bet he's 5'8", yeah. Or maybe let's be generous, 5'10". But the fact of the matter is,
hey, I'm 5'10".
He's not lying about being 6'5", right?
No.
At least according to their official heights, 5 inches of difference. Yet I know we've talked about this before, but there is I think it's from Fast 5, the picture where they're doing the stare down. It's the
Oh, yeah.
exact-
No, that's the sixth one. That's
Like
the sixth.
That's six.
I know which one you're talking about because they're standing at a weird angle, like
It's
not
so
at like they're
No,
off
no,
to
no.
the side of each other,
No, I'm
not
not
Yes.
talking
totally
about
looking
that one,
at
but
each other.
There's more than if there's worse than that, I will be surprised.
No, but that one is
Because
just
that one in
that one is
particular
that one
is-
is just a weird camera angle. I'm talking about
I don't buy that at all.
this.
What I said.
No,
to,
he's totally
What I said to Steven
standing on
was,
the box.
I saw them like doing the stare down, and I said, "How many books is he standing on right now?"
Yeah.
Probably. Up here.
Yeah, let's see. How many-
Probably this many.
There we
This
go.
many.
There
This
we
many.
go. There we go.
Yeah,
That is a
pretty-
lot of
pretty
doom.
much.
Because fear is the mind killer.
Uh,
By the way,
There you go. See,
yeah, that's 5.
Yeah, no.
That's 5.
Oh,
Is that
yes,
five?
he,
The
that's,
Rock
that's
is
that's
six-
at least 3
five.
yellow pages,
and he's
maybe a white pages.
That's at least
There's no way. Come on, seriously. Like
Oh
It's like-
man.
3 LAPD yellow pages.
Right.
LA yellow pages.
I mean, Groot is probably closer to The Rock's height than Vin Diesel is, more than likely. If you have, like that's just.
So wait, Dave, you're in the LA area. Did you hear about the police detonating fireworks in the middle of a residential neighborhood?
I did not.
That happened 2 days ago, and I'm
Wow.
dying. Like they put it in a bomb squad car and called the press, and they were like, "Come check it out. We're doing a free fireworks show." I'm not shitting you.
What the
And
hell?
then it
I did not
exploded,
hear
and
about
5 people
this.
were injured.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Well, that sounds about right.
LAPD.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
Tell you what, that city is just, I watched Escape from LA, which, it's a guilty pleasure. And I'm wondering, I'm like, that's gonna happen, maybe. It's just gonna break off. LA is gonna break off, and it's gonna be a cesspool of just,
That's why I keep telling you to get the hell away from
Oh,
California.
trust me,
Midwest.
it's gonna happen.
Listen, the only thing that's going to take out the Midwest is
Otisburg.
Yellowstone. Okay, but we will.
Well, that's scary.
That only happens once in a while.
Pour one out for Otisburg. Yeah, that was.
Or the what?
Scott said Otisburg.
Because we're talking about breaking off California.
Yeah.
Because that's the plot of Superman the movie.
Yeah. No, that's I was like that's probably the most scarily enough. That's probably the most plausible part of Escape from LA is the seismic aspect of what could potentially happen.
It's scary. I mean, we got that San Andreas Fault, which I think I'm on the wrong side of it. So, or I might have beachfront property. I'm not sure.
You know what?
I'm like,
Real
I'm like,
estate.
Bend over. Practice bending over so you can kiss your ass goodbye.
I have to, so Dave, being a resident out there, like when they do things like the plot of Superman 78 in movies, does that scare the shit out of you?
I can. I mean, even when they actually released a movie called San Andreas, it's like, whoa, shit,
Right.
yeah, fuck, that's right. Is The Rock gonna save me from that? Probably not.
Oh, I forgot that
Yeah.
movie existed.
You know what's funny though? My dad does what he actually does. He flies a helicopter to, if people are. But what's funny? I love it when movies
So you're
have
going
like
to be the only one that gets out when it happens.
right. See, I know. Luckily,
Opinion.
but he lives in Nevada. Shit. No, but like it's always funny because anytime there's a helicopter in like one of these movies, I always go like, "Hey, Dad," I always go like, "Give me your expertise." He goes, "Are you fucking kidding me?" He'll just be like, even with San Andreas, like in the beginning when they rescue that person, and they're like, "No, you can't do it." Oh God, he'll start picking it apart. I'm like,
Oh,
Yeah.
that's my
That's
dad.
good.
That's my dad with car movies.
yeah.
Yes. That's
Because
right.
my
Yes.
dad, like the best movie that I did see with my dad, the last time my dad and I saw a movie together was Ford versus Ferrari. Oh, and my dad was sitting there going like, "Yeah, no, you do this, and this. Oh, that's this, and then, oh, you hear the engine. That's a," and I'm like, "Fuck me, okay." It's like my dad's like listening, going, "Oh, that's this kind of an engine with this
So you're
much horsepower."
definitely taking him to see F9, right?
No. The next time I plan on seeing a movie with my dad is probably, depending on release dates changing, it's either going to be No Time to Die or Dune. but October will be a busy time going to the movies with my dad.
Oh my goodness.
My dad is a retired Detroit police officer. So even though he enjoys watching those types of movies, he'll tell you every 50,000 things they do wrong.
Oh, just like my wife and I. Well, it's like
all those
Heather and me
movies.
watching teacher movies.
But the bigger problem that we have is anytime a movie, almost any Hollywood movie, is set in Detroit. They get so many things.
That's all
I just
movies.
want
They
to say,
exaggerate
actually.
a little bit, and they, it escalates with each one just a little bit. Right?
I know, like my biggest thing to add to this is like, because I was a cable guy, when I watch Cable Guy, when he installs the cable, I go, fucking A. Like, I'm like, that's not, no. That's the only thing I have. That's the only dog I have in the fight. I'm like, when he installs the cable, I'm like, wait, what?
You don't have an unnatural obsession with medieval times, and like
yeah.
I used to work with cell phones, and
Hold
that
on,
movie.
pause. I have the perfect comparison. If Fast and Furious 1 through at least 7 is Rudy, F9 is Waterboy.
Okay, I like it. That's
right.
what I call high quality H2O. Yeah.
That's all right.
I like it.
Throw that into the ring. Okay,
I remember the Titan somewhere in the middle, though. I'm just
Yeah, that's
For
Fast
Friday Night Lights.
Furious.
this when I finally watch this movie, I have so many things to think about.
Oh man,
You're gonna agree as soon as it's over.
You're gonna have a great time, Ray, when you watch this, because after this conversation, you're gonna be like, oh, I see what they're saying now.
I'm gonna be like, I see this, I see this. I see that.
You're gonna have a whole different review than you thought you were gonna have.
I
Probably.
died laughing so hard, like the entire time. I just laughed.
When you did your watch, Scott, did you?
Was it not supposed to be?
I think it was. Did you watch chronologically or in release order?
chronologically. So I included Justin Lin's.
See, I didn't see that one.
Let's see. I watched Justin Lin's independent film that technically introduced Han, and then I slotted Tokyo Drift between 6 and 7.
Okay. So
That's
so
dedication.
that helps a little bit, but did you still get whiplash over the age of the characters from Tokyo Drift being like making no sense?
Actually, no, because I just roll with it.
Yeah,
Or how
they
about
fucking Lucas. What his name's
the fact that,
Lucas, right?
Busta Rhymes
Lucas
was,
Black, yes.
Yeah.
in 2013, according to Fast and
Oh my god. I know when you see the characters like in Tokyo,
The only thing I had a problem with in Tokyo Drift were the cell phones.
Yeah.
I think that was pointed out even when it happened. Everyone was just
Probably.
like, mm.
And that's the kiss of death, right? That's you can't. You don't know. You don't necessarily know back then like what cell phones are going to be, and then you get to this point, it's like, well, shit.
It's
Well, they were flip phones. They were using
screens.
flip phones.
Because that was flip phones were the thing then when they shot Tokyo Drift. They're not the thing now, and they're gone. Now. They're like abacuses now.
There are people watching this that are going, "What's a flip phone?"
I know, right?
It's
And they're like,
Flintstones.
"Is it like those old, the ones where
No,
you
no,
pick
'cause
it up
they
and
all
it's
watched-
a different earpiece?"
No,
and
they
hello.
all watched Breaking Bad.
Oh, okay, so they know what I'm saying.
Or Star Trek.
I swear it wasn't until a couple scenes after he was introduced that I didn't even recognize Lucas Black.
Yeah,
No, it wasn't. You literally go, they just introduced new characters and I have no idea why. And I was like, okay. And I just ignored it. And then like 60 minutes later, you go, oh, those aren't new characters.
No, yeah, it's interesting.
Not only,
oh
not only
wait,
do they all look, they're all like 15 years older, but
Yeah.
also none of them are like have character traits that were
exactly.
like they're just
That's
what
fair.
are you doing and
That's
why?
fair.
Like
But then again, it's like, okay, well, wait, all right, maybe, okay, so they're doing this now, and he acts like, yeah, like what they're strapping stuff. It was all supposed to just. Yeah, see, I don't want to talk about it because it's too spoilery. Oh man.
But however, as someone who did watch all the movies in 5 days,
Yeah, that's true.
I have an appreciation for a franchise that doesn't forget characters and bring like, hey, good on them for having a job that they get brought back.
No, I think that is like the family part of Fast and Furious. That's what they're talking about. They're not, I mean, yeah, they're talking about the characters, whatever, but they're genuinely talking about like the people involved in the project. Like once you're in.
Well,
we'll bring you back from the dead.
The actors. I think that's so weird about it is they're so like reverential about like the characters and these actors and bringing them back, but meanwhile like don't care about like, not that they have to match the tone. I get that it's going to grow, but and I'm not even one of those people that's like, I can't believe this started with them stealing Blu-ray player or DVD players. They should go back to stealing DVD players. Like I get the progression, and like I said, I loved the movie, or like had a ton of fun with it. At least it's just it's hard to square the like, this is the same. Because like you'll be like, hey, do you want to watch a Star Wars movie? Sure, like you could,
and you'll get
pick one out of a hat. And it's a Star
Doesn't
Wars
matter,
movie,
yeah.
Right? Whereas this,
not
like,
Fast and Furious.
It's like, well, what do you mean by that? Do you
Which
mean
flavor?
Do you mean do I want to watch the edgy street racing movie, or do I want to watch the movie where they drive?
See, but now here's the question though: is that the sign of a compelling franchise? Or
no, stop trying to twist this into like something.
No, but actually, I would argue.
I believe this can be spun. This 31 flavors. Baskin Robbins has 31 flavors.
Yeah, I would no. Hey, Steven, throw a knife at Steven. Throw a knife at Steven. Throw a knife at Steven.
Don't even
throw a knife at Steven.
What I noticed about the franchise was that there's actually 3 phases. There are 3 phases. Because you've got 1, 2, and even Tokyo Drift, if you go by release orders 3, that are your street racer movies. Okay.
Yeah. Well, but I would
4. No, Steven, throw a knife at Steven. I'm not done yet.
Throw a knife at Steven.
4 is a little bit more of a transition movie, and I think that's why I like 4 so much, is that it's the one that is stepping out of the street racing, but it's still kind of a heist movie, and I like it. Like they
bring everybody back.
They bring everybody back. So
and it still fits in the scope.
And then it steps into, they're not quite super spies yet, but they're kind of a crew for hire, and that gets you through 4, 5, and 6.
Yes.
There's still a racing element in there, like when they go through like the caves and shit.
Right, exactly.
And 5 is the heist movie.
And 5 is heist,
but before they become the team for hire.
Right, exactly. And 6 kind of then becomes the transition of, we go from the team for hire to now we're the fucking Avengers. Because by 7, they're the Avengers forward. And then you get to Hobbs and Shaw, and then you're like, what the hell? Yeah. And then, so, I mean, that's how, and I think that's why for me, 4, 5, and 6, for me personally, is that sweet spot.
Yeah.
I love 4, 5, and 6.
All I want is for, I want Dom to stop trying to fucking, run away from this life where he's trying to live off in the middle of nowhere and they find him. Oh my God. It's like, stop doing that, dude. It's not working for you. It's just, you're going to die like behind the wheel or doing something like this. Well, obviously not. You're superhuman. I mean, Jesus Christ. His head went through a wall. Okay. Anyways, yeah. I mean, like, it went through like, that.
I did that with him too.
You're literally telling me that Vin Diesel does something in this movie that is more ridiculous than the Rock, than what the Rock did in Hobbs and Shaw.
Oh yeah,
something.
Yes.
There's one thing, where he literally
does something in this movie that's more ridiculous than that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something that's like, wow. It's like, whoa.
Like I saw Hobbs and Shaw and I was like, wow, that was a bit excessive. But like, and then you've heard me ranting about this tonight. Like this puts Hobbs and Shaw, like makes Hobbs and Shaw look tame.
I don't know what they're doing with it. Okay, so wait. So the team, now we're the Avengers. Does this mean, Scott, what does this mean for 10? What does this mean for F10? What are they now? Are they actual gods? Did they do an Avengers reboot? What's going on?
I don't. That's the thing.
What's going on?
But Amanda, to your point, though, I think it's interesting because we have an end point. Like that's actually a part that intrigues me, that I've come in so so much at the literally at the end of this franchise,
Right.
that I appreciate the fact that because they've now kind of labeled this as the Fast Saga, like the movies will stop. Well, you know, like the story at least. Like they might do prequels and spin-offs and that kind of thing.
Oh, they
but
definitely
that's happening. Yes.
Yeah, but the forward progression of these characters as a team story is going to end. And I find that intriguing that yes, it's been going on for 20-something years, and there's going to be like 11 plus movies, but they're going to stop it.
But then at the same time, like my gripe, I mean, it's the fact that it's like, okay, Paul Walker or Brian, you know, the character Brian, their excuse of him not being in this movie, I was like, I was just like,
how do you get through? How many ever more movies? How many more movies are there?
2 more movies.
They're bringing him back with as his
they're gonna bring him back CGI. They have to, because they can't come up with it. The excuse that he's not in this one is ridiculous. And I went, and they had to,
and you know what? They had to give that excuse so they could bring back Jordana Brewster. Yeah, because what I thought was going to have to happen,
it's not worth it.
Oh no! But what I thought was going to happen though is that when they ended 7, I was like, oh, poor Jordana Brewster. She can't be in these movies anymore because she wasn't in 8. But you notice that every character gets at least 1 movie off in this franchise.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because they have life to do. They're shooting something else. They need to have a baby. They have to get married. Whatever.
No, but I mean, like, but the excuse, I'm like, that's just a lame excuse. And then just like the teasing, and I'm like, I can't. I think they should have just killed off the character, to be honest, because honestly, they should.
Okay, as a parent, someone who got to go see this movie exclusively because of childcare provided by my family, I will say that the very first fucking thing that I thought of when Michelle Rodriguez got on that bike was, well, now he can't go because there's no one to watch the fucking kid. I'm not fucking kidding.
No, Heather.
This is going to be weird because he's going to end up being at home, being like a remote Zoom in team member. I fucking literally thought that. And then the thing happens and he's like, I'm here, bitch. And I was like, where the fuck is the kid? And then
Heather said the same thing. We're like, who's taking care of the kid?
How Letty has to let the audience know because he's like, he's in safe hands. And she goes, he's with Brian.
All right, we just spoiled it for
sorry, Ray.
Sorry. That's the reason why. And it's ridiculous. It's dumb because it's like you really like this guy was like, he was in how many different, like 5, 6, and 7, and he's just gonna be like, "Don't worry, I got it, honey. You go risk your life."
And then Letty is just like,
it's
just in case the audience doesn't know what's going on.
No, it's the moment of like, I'm not gonna say it. Who's gonna say it? Except somebody went.
It's such a that's such a tricky thing because like whenever you have somebody like
minors, you have to have them supervised. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm saying yes, but I'm saying about the whole Paul Walker thing, like in terms of like how do you deal with it? Because there are plenty of people, like there will be a sentiment of people that will be pissed if he's killed off.
Yeah.
But I totally understand. You know, it's like it just depends on the situation, like how I've seen it handled both ways. And if you're going to keep making movies, then you have to decide on something that's logically final. Well, unless the majority of your fan base is just okay with whatever flimsy excuse they provide for him to not be there.
Because if they need,
if they're really invincible, he could come back through like the Force or something. He could be a Force ghost.
Because Brian is alive. They don't need to. Brian can just drive down the street and be there. The difference is that Paul Walker is not alive.
So are they gonna do? Are they gonna do a Mark Hamill before and after my face got fucked up? Because I think that's the most plausible. No, I'm not. I know his brother looks a lot like him. Bitch, do you know how many women know Paul Walker's face and body?
Oh, yeah,
back of their hand. They're not going to fool us. They're not.
Yeah, he's not. I mean, the brothers aren't as pretty.
They need to have an excuse as to why.
Yeah, but I mean, Lucas Black is 45 years old in this movie, and he's supposed to be 18.
I mean, they could go they could go the Tarkin route It's not like Universal doesn't have the money for that.
Oh,
They could totally go the Tarkin route if they wanted.
They might as well do it
Weekend
because
at Bernie's. They might as well weekend at Bernie's. They might as well go get his body and like weekend at Bernie's.
Okay, that's going a little far. That's going a little far.
He's talking about Brian. He's not talking about Paul. Stop.
Damn. Yikes!
Oh my God! Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's too. What a whoa!
Oh,
that was cool.
I'm
Sad to
sorry.
say I've seen
For
that
the
movie.
first one being so
Fuck all
good.
your Weekend at Bernie's.
My God.
Well,
Underrated.
because the first one was like, okay, I get this happening once. I don't get this continuing to happen. Like, after.
What are you talking about? He had a Jamaican curse thing that brought him back to life. Where
No, his body should look like Army of the Dead.
Yeah.
By the second film. Seriously.
Oh, man, that sequel was rough. I mean,
I've
all
been
the way.
watching a lot of Ask a Mortician, and Ray is correct.
Yeah. My God.
You know what's a good movie? Swiss Army Man.
God, that's so
I
good.
haven't seen that yet. I haven't seen that
yet. You're doing Daniel Radcliffe.
It's
Yeah.
it's like the F9 version of like if there were 8 more Weekend at Bernie's, Swiss Army Man would be the F9.
Do you have any idea how much you're building up the ridiculous? Listen, if F9 is any less ridiculous than what you built it up as,
he's going to be so disappointed.
Imagine if at one
I'll give you our
in
address,
Weekend at
Ray, so
Bernie's-
you can come kick his butt.
Imagine if at one point in Weekend at Bernie's they put his body in the water and they sit on it and they squeeze it so it farts and they ride it like a jet ski across the water. And you can just watch
I've seen the clips.
because that literally happens. That is literally the opening.
I don't know why I haven't watched this movie yet. I've seen the clips. It looks ridiculous. I want to watch it. Nah, man. Shit.
Who's the dead body in it?
I forgot. It's somebody known. What's his name?
It's Daniel Radcliffe.
It's Daniel Radcliffe.
Radcliffe's the dead body?
Yeah, but who's the guy? Is it the guy? It's what's his name who plays
Donald Gleason? No.
No. It's
Paul
what's
Dano.
his name? Who plays the Riddler and the Batman, right?
Paul Dano.
Paul Dano.
And Dano, right?
Paul Dano.
Yeah, it's him. Yeah, I just looked it up.
I totally was like drawing a blank on his name right now.
Steven wanted to Google the movie to figure out who was it. He Googled Swiss Army knife.
Wait, did it fill in for him? Is that what it was?
Yeah,
you
filled in for him.
You got the Swiss
That's
Army
okay.
knife.
We'll let that pass.
Okay.
I'm dead.
But did Steven? But I guess the computer drank Steven's milkshake.
I still haven't seen that.
Man,
You haven't seen that?
That's literally like
what?
and the crazy thing is I've seen like I want to say I think I've seen the majority of PTA's films. I've seen Magnolia. I've seen Punch Drunk Love. I've seen Hard 8. Like I've seen Hard 8, but I haven't seen
Let There Be Blood.
There Will Be Blood. No, I haven't.
There Will Be
seen
Blood.
that.
Oh
Yeah.
wow.
Did I tell
It's
you
on
that
Netflix, isn't it?
I'm gonna be doing a humorous interpretation of There Will Be Blood. One of the students I coach at camp this summer is going to be doing There Will Be Blood, but like a parody, but with the exact script. We can't change the script, so it's just milkshake, but really darkly funny.
Okay.
That'll be interesting.
That will be interesting.
In that.
Yeah. I mean, it has to be edited to be like PG-10. So.
Oh, yeah. By the way, Steven, do you notice how the open sign actually shows up now?
I did, yeah.
Right. Look at that.
I also
Anyway.
really like how the shirt is fluorescing, I believe is the word you would use.
Fluorescing. Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to tweak the lighting stuff, and but
the greeter at Walmart tonight actually liked my shirt. She recognized it.
Wait, let me see.
Nice. Keep calm.
Oh,
hold on. Keep calm and don't blink.
Oh, nice. Okay, yeah. If you get somebody like in this country to like recognize that shirt, yes, that's a win. That is totally a win. Absolutely, there's no question about it.
Granted, I got the Weeping Angel like right there on top, but when you're just walking by a greeter and all they have to do is read the phrase, and they're like, "Dude, I get your shirt. That was a great episode of Doctor Who," and I'm like,
"It's one of the best episodes of Doctor Who ever made."
It's always great. It's always great when you have like some kind of shirt like that that's not like in your face, and people go, "Hey, like your shirt," you know, and it's just like, there it is. There it is.
I quit wearing shirts that with words on them because I got sick of people coming up and being like, wait, let me read it. I don't get it. What's the joke? I'm like,
I know. And Steven was like, my eyes are up here. Come on. Jesus Christ.
There's like too many people would be like, wait, no, just stand still. I need to read it. And then they either make you explain the joke to them, and like I don't know.
I have a Justice League shirt where I got it from Walmart. It's literally like it's the DCEU Justice League, but it's like all the classic like comic versions of them like put together. Like I don't think that never happened in the comics, but it's a shirt that has all of them on it. I was at a Trader Joe's and a guy recognized it, was like, "That's awesome! I love it. Love the Justice." And he started talking to me about comics and was like recommending comics to me, and I didn't have the heart to tell him that Scott's already given me like years of homework with respect to comics that I need to read.
Oh, well, I was at a Hallmark, and my mom made me this shirt that has cinnamon rolls on it, but on the shirt it says synonyms, just like grammar used to make.
Oh.
And
oh my god, I want that shirt.
That's great.
Nice.
My kid says simimim, and I texted my sister and I said it's another edition because that was my sister and I's word we intentionally pronounce wrong as our like love language. Cinnamon, simonin is how.
Simonin.
Yeah, but my kid says simimim, which is so cute.
Yeah, my kids, I'd say we had mook for milk.
Oh.
We went to Old McDonald's for lunch.
We've gone to Old McDonald's for a while. Yeah.
If we want to go to the Dollar Tree, it's the Green Store.
Nice.
The Green Store. All right.
Yeah, but they will. I'm sure.
Oh, no, they say Dollar
Nice.
Store.
They say Dollar
That's
Store.
because Casey's is the sucker house.
Yeah, our
Sucker.
corner store gas station is the sucker house because what do you think they get there?
Yes.
Okay.
Ours is mainly just add store. Like there's the haircut store.
Yes, yes. The meat store, the toy
The haircut store.
Yes, the doctor store.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Okay.
The tooth doctor. Mine is the something doctor. Those are the best. The skin doctor, the tooth doctor, the
Skin
hair
doctor,
doctor.
the tooth doctor,
I
the
think
hair
I called the
doctor.
barber the hair doctor.
Yeah.
And then I explained that barbers actually used to be the ones to do surgery while my son was getting a haircut.
Oop.
I tend to tell a Sweeney Todd.
I know. I was about to say.
His skin was pale and his eye was odd.
You guys
He
are
shaved the faces of gentlemen who never thereafter were heard of again. His Sweeney. His Sweeney Todd. The
anybody
demon barber of Fleet Street.
any was that in the movie? No, it wasn't. But like
No, that's a part that really pisses me off about the Burton movie is all the chorus, all the ensemble songs are cut.
Okay.
You get because the ensemble is like this Greek chorus throughout the musical, and even God That's Good, the song where they're all eating the pies, like the chorus is supposed to be singing, while Mrs. Lovett's, doing absolutely dearie, and you're supposed to, the whole time, like the chorus is supposed to be going, God That's Good, and like the song feels so hollow because you don't have the chorus.
That's
singing.
weird because you would think Burton would do that. You'd think he'd have a creepy ass chorus
I
following
think
around.
All of Burton's movies have been a vehicle for weirdness exclusively at the cost of everything. And
one of my
I don't
favorite.
know.
Scott, you one of your props earlier is like it's my third. Yeah,
there were props.
There were props.
Yeah, there were props. Yeah, but one of them was my like third favorite movie of all time, which is the greatest ghost movie of all time. So subjectively speaking, which is Beetlejuice.
Yes.
I think that's the best. I personally think that's the best thing he's ever made, in my opinion.
You know what? I probably would.
True story.
Yeah.
He had not seen Beetlejuice.
What?
2 years ago?
No, I was like 5 years ago.
5 years ago? I don't know. But we were married, and I was like,
yeah, I
I'm
want a
sorry,
divorce.
When everybody else watches Hocus Pocus for Halloween, I watch Beetlejuice for Halloween.
That's a good choice.
I watched
The Hocus
Beetlejuice.
Pocus is-
One of the students that I coached at camp last year did Beetlejuice as their
I was like,
HI.
how is that not that it's like unknown by any stretch, but like how is that role for Keaton not like more legendary?
That's
a great question.
In the context
question.
of
That was a
Beetlejuice,
great
Keaton
question.
is
There are moments in that movie where I'm like, fuck Batman.
You know what it
Right.
might be?
Yeah.
Honestly, it might. But Batman might have happened too quick, and
Yes.
like took the
That's
luster
probably what
from
did it.
that. Like
Because it
if
was
he,
right at- yeah.
because like
what
it was
are the release dates on those?
it's a year later. Beetlejuice was 88.
Yeah,
Batman
it
was
like-
89.
it was back
if
to
he
back.
if he doesn't do Batman, Beetlejuice
look
is
at-
probably the thing he's known for.
Yeah,
Period.
like, look at how like Jim Carrey is
Beetlejuice ends
known-
up Birdman comes 20 years earlier if Beetlejuice is the thing that he's known for. Do you see what I'm saying? Like
Right.
the
Yeah.
development of him as an
Well, it's
actor.
like how Jim Carrey is known, like still known as the Mask, like that stuck. But when people
Right.
think of Keaton, I feel like they're not quick to be like that
It's-
Beetlejuice performance though.
It's funny because
Like-
for me, quintessential care, like when I think of Jim Carrey, the very first thing that I think of is the Truman Show.
That's funny because for me, it's Fire Marshal Bill.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, to
What's
me,
the
it's
first
Ace
one for
Ventura.
you, Dave?
Ace Ventura.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Ace
him.
Ventura.
And see,
yeah.
I would say I think of Ace Ventura, but the first thing I enjoyed was The Mask.
You know what's
Really?
funny about that? You know what's funny about the mask? I remember. Okay, so that during that time when Jim Carrey was like starting to like,
We need a counter. You need a drop for this when you
What?
talk about the mask.
yeah. I haven't
Oh, which one? I mean, there's so many choices. I mean,
No, I'm saying like a drop. Well, see,
Oh no!
oh no,
Wow, I didn't know he had that.
That's
Wow,
really
all right.
cool.
How-
When did you get that?
How is that?
Do it.
Dude, this was a drunken order on Instagram. Yeah,
The
it's
best.
very flimsy.
You
I
would
was
get-
like,
You're on
wow.
Instagram.
Okay.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
would get
very
Instagram
much an
ads today.
Instagram
Instagram is
purchase
like,
right
you know what
here.
Dave's gonna buy.
yeah, oh yeah. I saw this and I was like, gotta have it, and I ordered
You know
it.
what you
and
need
here
to
it is.
do? You need to go to a beauty supply store and get liquid latex and then glue that shit to your face. That's what you need.
Oh, and do the scene where he can't
Yeah.
get it.
Yeah.
Can't get it off.
Shit.
Yes.
And then you rip it off and you do a quick cut and it's casual Batman underneath.
Well, I was gonna say, you have that and you haven't done a casual mask.
A casual mask man.
That'd be great. Hey, that's a good idea.
That would be great. You
No,
could-
but what was funny about that is like when I was still living in Alabama, I remember I watched some kind of show when I was a kid. I don't know what it was, but they were showing the visual effects for The Mask before I even knew exactly who Jim Carrey was and whatever the hell. But they were showing like when he's at the club and he's his jaw drops. He's doing
Yeah.
like the werewolf whistle and shit like that. I saw like something about that before I even knew who Jim Carrey was. And then I moved to California. Ace Ventura comes out. I get obsessed with that movie because I thought it was great. And then I hear about Living Color. I'm like, I just got obsessed with Jim Carrey. And then all of a sudden The Mask came out. And I'm like, wait a minute. I remember seeing this when I was in Alabama. It was kind of weird how Jim Carrey's career blew up. It was like Ace Ventura. Yeah, that was like the one that blew him up. But like, immediately right after that, The Mask, it was like he went right into The
Well,
Mask.
and you know what's funny is that like when people, if you ask someone whose career did The Mask make, they're not going to say Jim Carrey.
Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz.
Introducing Cameron Diaz.
Cameron Diaz,
Introducing
yes.
Cameron Diaz.
Oh
Well,
my
and-
God. And did they
Queen of the
introduce her?
newborn.
Holy shit.
yeah.
Before
But,
the candle vagina incident.
But
Sorry,
it's,
that's Gwyneth Paltrow. My bad.
Yeah, that's about
Yeah.
yeah, that's not. Yeah, but no, and it's crazy. I almost wonder if there's like a cultural aspect with respect to where people got initiated to Jim Carrey because I saw In Living Color was just a thing we watched before Ace Ventura. So that was the thing was like, oh, he's leaving the show and doing movies. That was totally how we saw it because we Fire Marshal Bill and like anytime they would pair him with like Damon Wayans or
Oh my
anything
God,
else on that show.
those two made that. I mean, no disrespect to anybody else. I mean, like,
No, In
Damon
Living Color
and
was
Tommy
the
Davidson,
writing
all
was
those guys were
unreal.
great. But I mean, Damon and Jim Carrey or James Carrey, as we should say, like
It
anytime
was, yeah, like
when you saw the opening credits, it was James Carrey. I was
the
like,
first-
that's weird.
It was like the first
Imagine-
because
Yeah.
I don't think
his
he's
career where he's like, I want to be taken seriously.
Yeah, yeah.
right. Well, you know what? It's just like how it's like the reverse of that is like, Lawrence Fishburne was credited as Larry. Fishburne, in Pee-wee's Playhouse, and then he became
Same
Lawrence.
thing in
color coded.
Freddy 3. Freddy 3. He was in Nightmare on Elm Street
who
3,
does
right?
a million collabs with everyone, but also has a million endorsement deals, but really isn't a rapper.
Who?
Akon?
No, DJ Khaled.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah.
DJ Khaled has a brother who is an actor whose stage name is like Bob Smith.
Think about Steve Aoki.
I'm not talking about Steve
Is it
Aoki.
performing? Okay.
I'm talking about DJ Khaled has a brother. I listened to a whole podcast.
Okay.
Ugh. Can't stand DJ Khaled.
But he
Another
whitewashed
one.
his name because that was how he could get gigs back in the day. So Ray, what you're saying about Lawrence Fishburne being cast as Larry and Jim Carrey being cast as James, like that's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Not cast, credited, I should say.
Credit, yeah, because you can like see the switch. It was like clearly in Fishburne's case, he's like, I'm not Cowboy Curtis anymore. Stop that. I'm gonna go do King of New York and Deep Cover and
It's
like
fucking wild because Fishburne's career started with Apocalypse Now.
yeah, and
Right?
I know I know people. I know people who, because he was like 14 in that movie, and I know people who remember him from that. But to me, it's like, okay, when you say his name, like outside before the Matrix,
Right.
what was he known for? And it really wasn't Apocalypse Now. Honestly, it was Boys in the Hood. Yeah, Furious Styles. Give me the motherfucking gun, Trey. That's what he was known for.
Boys in the Hood was he was excellent. But he was also in the third Nightmare on Elm Street too.
And then, of course, for me, he was finally the first cinematically the first actual black man to play Othello in a movie.
Really? Oh.
Yes, because he was Othello and Kenneth Branagh was Iago.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
Yeah.
Love
To this day, I still wish he and Samuel L. Jackson would get paired together, and they've only acted together once for a scene in School Days, which is my favorite Spike Lee movie, which you probably still haven't seen yet, Scott.
It's still on my Netflix queue, though.
School Days is a fantastic fucking movie, but like my buddy Brian, we've always had this thought that like if they ever paired Lawrence Fishburne and Samuel L. Jackson together, there's only one title for that movie,
which is
Motherfucker.
Yes,
it's the only title for that movie because Samuel L. It's like his favorite curse word. And then there was an episode of Inside the Actor Studio years ago where Lipton asked Fishburne, "What's your favorite curse word?" That was
because he asked that question at every Inside the Actor Studio,
and that was his favorite curse word. And the way he said it, the whole audience like cheered when he said it.
Okay, so it has to be called Motherfucker. What's the plot? Is this a buddy cop film? Are they antagonist, protagonist? Like what's
I want to see. Well, you know what? Okay, see, I'm torn on that because initially I want to say buddy cop, but part of me also wants it to be like
gay life partners.
Part of me also, I don't think either of them would do that, but like part of me wants it to also be like Heat, where like one of them is
the bad guy,
right? One's the bad guy.
I think Fishburne would be a better bad guy. Yeah, to me, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think Fishburne would be like that dark, kind of creepy, like kind of bad guy that's all philosophical.
He could be very yes.
Yeah, and then Sam Jackson, just that fucking. I mean, he's played that cop how many times? I mean, I don't know. It's just for some reason I just see
Jackson is more grimy, gritty, I guess.
But he's played a cop before.
He is calculating.
And he's also played. Sam has also played like protagonists before. Fishburne, I mean Fishburne's played protagonist too, but he could be a very the thing is he can be a very menacing person on menacing presence on screen.
Yes.
Yeah, and so like I could just see like him being like the cold cat. I want a cafe scene like between the two of them where like
and Nero and Pacino.
Yes, and just totally have like just I don't. It doesn't have to be Michael Mann.
Who
but
has
something...
to write the dialogue? Chris Terrio.
Motherfucker.
Let's call Chris Motherfucker.
Jesus
motherfucker,
Christ.
It's like you guys remember Seth MacFarlane's cavalcade of comedy shorts on YouTube? Did you ever see those?
I don't see
He had
that.
one where Tom Waits
What?
meets Bob Dylan meets Popeye. Like, anyway.
Stop. Ignore him. Ignore him. I think I don't know who writes the dialogue, but it needs to be really good.
Well, it also needs to be. I mean, aside from that, I think even more important is you have to give the both of them the latitude to go where they're going to go, because when you have those both of the presence of both of those characters, you just got to let it roll. Like in terms of what they do.
Would Spike Lee allow for improvisation like that?
See, I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not sure if I don't know. I don't know if he would do that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, he's worked with. Well, technically, Spike has worked with Lawrence more than he's worked with Samuel L.
Yeah.
Because if you go back to his earlier movies, like School Days. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe. I'm not sure. Like, I don't know how much Spike allows.
Oh my God,
anyway.
we also need to get Giancarlo Esposito in that movie.
Especially if Spike is directing it, yes, because that's the funny part is when you hear that name, everybody's like, "Oh, Gus Fring," and I'm like, none of you have watched any of Spike's older movies, because Do the Right Thing, School Days, Mo Better Blues. I've known about Giancarlo Esposito since I was a kid.
Yeah. I know. Well, I mean, I'm right there though too. I didn't really know about him until Breaking Bad too, and then all of a sudden I went, "Oh wait, he was in. Holy shit!" I mean, it's almost the same thing with Harry Lennox. It's like, well, I remember when looking back at his career, I'm like, wait, he was in. Oh shit, he was in many things that but I just was like, oh yeah, I first introduced him when he was in the second and third Matrix. Like,
I feel like those movies, and then after that, probably The Blacklist. It's probably the biggest thing that he's known for. That a lot of people.
When I was talking about interviewing him at Justice Con, that's what I had to pull out to get people to know who I was talking about. I was like, do you watch Blacklist? Yeah, that guy.
Right.
That guy. Yeah, that guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
People are young, man.
That's what it is.
Or it's TV versus movies. I can get somebody who's watched a show that's been on for 8 years versus someone who is caught.
That's fair. Like a wider net. That's fair.
Well, and it's the same with Giancarlo, as because people are going to remember like what was it, 2 full seasons? Because he came in. Was it 3rd season? Gus came in. Yeah, it was 3rd season that Gus came in, if I'm not mistaken.
I just remember the shit that happened.
Oh, on Breaking Bad?
Yeah.
It was the 3rd season.
He came in
images of him.
He came in 3rd season and then went through to the end of the 4th season. So that's like 2 full seasons of a show.
Way to say that.
Then he's shown back up on Better Call Saul.
Yeah.
So good.
Okay.
God, I love that.
So I haven't seen any of that yet.
Better Call Saul is good.
I might like Better Call Saul.
I watched the first 4 episodes, and I don't know why I didn't.
I have seen people say that, Amanda. I've seen people start to say that they like Better Call Saul better, and I'm like, that's a really tall. That's a bold
very
statement.
tall order. They're not the same thing, though.
Yes,
that's
different
shows. It's about appealing to my taste versus appealing to someone else's taste, not about excellence. They're both at the same level of excellent. Like I think they both get 10 out of 10 for execution, like gymnastics, right? Well, you have different levels of difficulty, but then like execution is always out of 10.
Right.
So someone like, to me, Breaking Bad is like, I don't know, Simone Biles, and Better Call Saul is Michaela Maroney at the Olympics, the perfect 10 vault that she didn't get a perfect 10 on that she should have.
Okay.
Well, this doesn't make sense if you don't follow gymnastics, but the
exactly,
point
I get it. No, I get it.
I get it.
Why don't you make
Joey Moreno is following in chat with me.
Do an ice skating analogy next.
Okay, hold on. So Surya Bonali, what?
No, for me it was with Better Call Saul. Like Breaking Bad, people wanted to root for Walter, but like it was very clear that he wasn't necessarily worth rooting for from the beginning.
Yes.
And
There wasn't an ability for him to be redeemable.
Well, he was redeemable. There wasn't a
Well, he
binding.
kind of did at that last episode, yeah.
Oh yeah, the last episode, but he wasn't like from the very beginning. He was there was a lot of unlikable things about him, and he was very selfish, and he was whatever. Whereas Better Call Saul starts off, and like you're sold on the Jimmy character,
Yeah.
So you know where he's gonna go, and so there's this descent, there's a push pull of like I know he's gonna get shady, but like I kind of like this guy.
Yeah.
Where Breaking Bad starts off from, and within the first season, it's already crossed the line where you're like, okay, you're doing illegal things, but like I'm kind of rooting for you. And so Better Call Saul doesn't have that same like moral quandary, at least not earlier on. And so as a result, you're like way more invested in this character, yet you know that you're waiting for a shoe to drop the whole time, and you're like, okay, when do you?
Well, you're waiting for the point when Jimmy becomes Saul.
Yeah.
Like, when does that transformation
And you like
happen?
Jimmy a lot more than you thought you would.
Yes, that's
very
the thing.
much so.
It's Bob Odenkirk.
Yeah, no.
Like,
how do you not?
How do you not love Bob?
Well,
Odenkirk? How did Bob Odenkirk fit that hole of person you can't hate, even when they play someone?
Well, even when he was introduced in Breaking Bad, you're like, this guy's funny.
He's a Chicago guy. That's why.
Second City.
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. That
He born in Naperville. What the?
Oh, how did I not know?
He went to SIU.
That's hilarious. I think for me, probably the reason I haven't necessarily dug into Better Call Saul is it's probably lack of a Cranston effect. Because as awesome as Breaking Bad was to me, it was just the highlight. I love the idea that that is Bryan Cranston knows that is the best role he's ever going to have in his life, and it was a lightning in a bottle, once in a lifetime thing, and it was just so fucking good.
Same with Aaron Paul, probably too. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, those two. I mean, they're. I mean, even though
Amanda, you look like you're doing the
Bryan
PG dance.
Cranston's. I was pulling up my pants. So yeah. Bryan Cranston's best role was Ryan Cranston for Who's Sweet 16?
Oh, you're saying from the. I mean, I think
that was his best role.
He was Bryan Cranston.
I don't think he was Bryan Cranston. I think he was Ryan Cranston.
I was hoping you were going to say Cohaagen from the Total Recall reboot.
No, it was
Bryan Cranston. Super underrated. I'm just saying.
No.
Super Sweet 60 is Bryan Cranston's best role. So you're wrong, Ray. But it was nice knowing you.
It's all subjective.
Yeah, but no. Bryan Cranston's best role was the one episode mobster he played in the John Wesley Shipp Flash show from 1990.
No.
There's a deep
Bryan
pull.
Cranston's best role is the first trailer for Godzilla 2014.
That's literally his entire role. That's literally his entire role in the movie.
And you know what's funny too is like I've been wanting to be like, hey, what did you guys think about the Flash stuff that came out this week? There's a good segue right there.
Yeah.
Are you trying to wedge Flash?
Well, okay, I guess Dave. I guess the question is which. I'm going to be completely honest. I have been kind of unplugged this week because, like I said, when I finally got sassy, it was when my fuse finally was just like, I just took my phone and I just went, nope.
I have an opinion. I have an opinion.
But what was the stuff?
Well, Well, I mean, one of the things that happened this week when it came to even DC or Marvel was the fact that, we got a leaked promo that could be for either CinemaCon,
the video,
CinemaCon
or Fandom,
or DC Fandom, but it just seems like it's way too early for all that. I mean, CinemaCon is 2 months earlier than maybe Fandom, or a month and a half. I don't know the exact dates. So we have that, which showed a lot of concept art throughout the interviews with Ezra and Andy. And then, of course, when it came to the other side, it was toy leaks, the concept art for Spider-Man No Way. Even though that's different because it's like, well, then all of a sudden the pops are now, you can pre-order them. No big deal. Oh, hey, guess what? He's going to have a black and gold suit. That's kind of cool.
And he's going to use magic.
He has a Mandela. Doctor Strange one, too. It's all very interesting.
So the toy leaks? Do you think they were leaks?
Well, no,
I don't know. It's so weird.
Original material so the movie happens and they've got little tie-in merchandise, and the tie-in merchandise has marketing, and eventually you move from this like silo of Marvel lockdown and everything to like a marketing intern at the the
I see what you're
number
saying.
of the amount of material, you just can't hold it all
The
back.
cooks in the kitchen. You get too many cooks in the
Like, I
kitchen,
think
and then
Leak-
one of
Leak
them
is generous. So much as,
almost
like
like that's a plot point for F9. Dun
not so
dun
much as
dun.
Leak's like somebody posted it and they shouldn't have, so much as this stuff is just like available at some point because Toys R Us is going to have a sign for the
Toys R Us
for the Funko.
barely exists.
Yeah, I
but
know, but I'm saying like Target is going to have a sign for the Funko, and so
Is that
somebody
dancing on a grave?
somebody has to make that, and then no.
Yeah, no.
So-
So I get what you're saying. Like
Yeah.
basically the silo of
It's not
you,
like five people
you
made the
will get
movie.
fired if you talk about this is gone because now
Unless you're Alfred Molina.
fuck up.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah, I
Kevin
did see
Feige was
that.
a little.
No, he was. That was his sass, and
Yeah.
he normally doesn't do that.
Yeah,
He normally
Kevin
does not do
Feige
that.
showed a little sass to Alfred Molina. Yeah,
Yeah. It was.
But that's
it-
okay.
Oh, he's Alfred Molina. Fuck you.
I know that's the
Kevin
thing. It's
Feige.
like, what are you trying to do here?
You're not gonna
Kevin?
fire him. Like I don't know what the. Yeah. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I was like, it was like he played this character before you were ever a name, buddy. Sorry.
Right.
But I mean, going to the
Also,
Flash
not
stuff.
just that character. Like,
Yeah. Oh, he's been yeah,
Alfred Molina is not a
all the way back to the first Indiana Jones. I mean, come on.
Oh yeah.
Even
Oh,
probably
yeah.
before that.
When no one knew who he was.
Oh yeah, he was just a character in the beginning,
Right.
who saw the business end of some fucking spikes.
Oh my god. yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, when it came to the Flash stuff, I mean, what was intriguing about the Flash stuff was like, yeah, all of a sudden that came out, and then there was concept art, and now we're getting a little bit more into of like, okay, where is this actually going? Because obviously they're going to take heavily from the Flashpoint story, but it's going to be tweaked, which I can respect. It's like, okay, as much as I would love to see like a Jeffrey Dean, and that's who the Batman is, and blah blah blah. But no, they're going to do something different. It's going to be Michael Keaton's Batman. Fine, I'm all for that. But now we saw concept art of like the biggest one was it seems like they're going to do a Supergirl version of the Flashpoint Superman. She's held captive in like something where it's like Krypton or kryptonite wall in the walls that's keeping her sedated. And I'm like, that's intriguing to me. I don't know.
No, and also like in the Batcave concept art looks like Keaton's cave. So so like if we're talking multiverse, it's like, okay, so which Earth is
I think we're in the Burtonverse here.
I think we're in like we have a Supergirl
I think
from
Barry
Burton.
I think Barry somehow jumps to the Burtonverse.
Timeline.
So it's.
I mean, they could all be hypothetically from anywhere. Like she could be from another timeline also.
True.
That got pulled into the Burtonverse.
Yeah, well, because the thing is, are we saying that the Burtonverse shares the same House of L symbol as the DCEU proper? Because that's what she's wearing. So it's like, is that
Similar,
yeah. So it's interesting. This is
okay. Interesting though, but what you said also, that could be the answer to that question. Is if she is also hopped universes. Interesting.
That's what I think, truthfully. But it's interesting, Dave. This isn't the angle I thought you were going to go with this. I thought you were going to go with the other angle with it, but this is a good angle. I like this angle.
Okay, good.
But no, I was just going to. My thoughts primarily had to do with the discussion surrounding aspects of the video itself.
All I really care about is who Zendaya is dating, and
we don't care. Oh yeah, let's talk.
Apparently, like
I'm like, okay, who saw that coming?
It's happened with every Spider-Man. It happened with Maguire and Dunst. It happened with with Andrew and Emma Stone. Like it happened.
It's a thing. So cool, awesome. Like
no, but
are they gonna pull a Gaga Cooper and be like, "We wanted you to see the romance"? Are they gonna do that?
Man, I still remember that. What was it? I think it was the Academy Awards. Didn't they both sing on there? Cooper.
I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right.
Yeah, that was like, I was like, okay, if they have significant others, they're shitting themselves.
Yes, they are.
You look like they're in fucking.
Yeah, no, that was totally the sentiment after that for
divorced.
sure. Yeah,
He got divorced like a month later.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, there was definitely something that happened there. That
I don't. It's not my place, but we'll talk offline. I have other theories.
but yeah, Dave, as far as the Flash stuff goes, okay, so like that clip comes out and it's like, all right, cool. Let's see what this is. And I don't know. I guess was there speculation that it's internal only, like it was for like Warner Media people to like watch? And I don't know why you're making a clip for that when you're well over a quarter of the way into filming. Like I don't know what the purpose of that is.
It doesn't make sense.
That was part of consumer something that got leaked.
Yeah, you know what?
That was
It probably was for retailers or for like marketers or something.
And look at the quality of the video that leaked. It was not good quality.
Well,
So
and then also look at when you see Ezra Miller, his hair is longer than when we saw the set pictures that came out like 2 weeks ago. So, but it's the same length when we saw somebody who took a selfie with him like a week prior. So it's like, I'm always like wanting to look at hair. Just look at hair. You can always judge something by just hair. Like that's one of the things that when I'm watching movies, I always look at people's hair and I'd be like, continuity's off. Look at the fucking hair. I mean,
wow! Don't watch Inside by Bo Burnham then. No.
Yeah. Oh no, I have, and that's great. No, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying though. Yeah, sometimes it jumps, but
it totally jumps.
Oh yeah, but it still flows well.
It jumps with.
He clings to, it'll fuck with his mind because it
jumps with it jumps with Heath Ledger in The Dark Knight.
It does. Yeah, there's. I mean, you can always. Yeah, hair is always like an issue when it comes to continuity. That's for sure. Like, but anyways, that's besides the point. The quality of the video, and then the fact that they're showing just concept art. They're not showing any footage. No. We see Batmobile, and then there's like a mystery character that has
spoiler
over him, and then
are there two mystery characters, or is that just one but two different shots?
That's the thing. It's like, is it the same character that's in the Batmobile shot that's also in this other shot? I don't know, because there's this character's wearing a jacket when you see the other shot, and I'm going, who's that? Why are they wearing a jacket? People are speculating. I was like, maybe it's Captain Cold. I don't know. He teamed up, blah, blah, blah. But in the Batmobile, I don't know if that's the same person. I don't think it is, to be honest.
So that's where the Nightmare Batman speculation came from.
Yeah, that's why people were thinking that Batfleck Nightmare. Right. And I'm like,
no. Well, because there's also the, after the set photos a week or so ago, there's the whole contingent of, is Affleck even in this movie? Because no one has seen any set photos of him.
I saw today somebody posted a picture of him from the Paps like yesterday or something. Then they were like, he's in Batman prep shape. And I go, he's dating Jennifer Lopez, and she notoriously works out like a fiend. Like literally.
He's where
they came out with their relationship.
He was like carrying bags, and you could see like the veins and shit.
But I mean, we've all been on the internet. The past 5 years have been, he's in Batman shape. What's going on?
How many times? I know he's not like those paparazzi pictures.
By the way,
came out
Jennifer,
like 2 years ago.
if you're watching, I wish you all the best, and I hope that the paparazzi leave you alone this time, so your love can blossom without the observation.
Oh, jeez, no. There's no love that's blossoming there. It's a rebound. It's a reunion rebound. We've all been there. But he's looking very vascular, like he's like the veins in his arms were like bulging out and shit like that.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, cool. But I mean, it's not the same as like those other paparazzi pics that came out like 2 years ago where he was like, I think they were actually set up, because he's literally just walking down like a street, and he's just like tight shirt, and he's just like shoulders are like boom, and he's just like, what's up?
It was similar to that. I remember the pictures that emerged because when he was up here at Michigan State filming, and I think there was he went and visited the football team one year. I hate Michigan State, but whatever. They shot in their library for the Lex party. The Lex party scene in BVS, and like that was another shot I remember where like he was wearing the tight shirt and it was completely a setup, because it's like, let's show you all the orange roughy he's been eating for like the last however many months, and how buff, like how much he's bulked for that. Yeah, it was a similar type deal like to that one. But yeah, I don't know. That's one of those cases where until they say he's not in the movie,
he's in the movie. He's in the movie, but he's not flying over to UK to film the scenes. They're going to film him here. That's what's going to happen.
Right.
And he's not going to be in the movie as much. I mean,
You can't be away from Jennifer that long.
oh, Jesus Christ, I know. She's going to find some other like 27-year-old to dancer to fucking.
It's one of those things where like people like forget how movies work or something like that. Like the second, like
That was wrong.
they're first of all they're
True.
not only capable of keeping this stuff secret, like if they want to, but also like
Amber Heard had a baby in April, by the way.
I know. What the fuck? That was so random. Holy shit. Sorry. Go ahead, Steven. Go ahead.
Kylie
well,
Jenner.
no, you've got like there's been what 2 scenes, and I think it's basically the same scene because they're like in the same location.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone
Mhm.
and so I didn't see that, so I didn't know people were acting that way. But for people to be like, is Ben Affleck even in this?
He
Because
is.
he's not in any of the set photos from one location.
Which, by the way, were the first set photos we got. Period.
Exactly.
From that movie.
Yeah.
Like we have nothing else from it. We've been waiting, and that's part of the problem, Stephen. Is we've been a bunch of us have been waiting for set photos from
Are
it.
we talking about the set photos? Are we talking about set photos that had been leaked? Or are we talking about the set photos that like directors literally posted today? And
No, these were leaked.
on Twitter?
These were leaked.
These were like the courthouse thing. We
Okay,
saw
okay.
Iris and Supergirl was floating.
In
Right,
the
she
air,
was on
yes,
the
yes,
wires.
I'm
Yeah,
following
totally.
now.
Right. And that's
I thought it was pretty evident that like he was not going to have nearly as big of a role as Keaton.
No.
no, certainly not. Yeah, but that's the other. You know, when people were chirping about it, I was just like, guys, did we just forget? Like it. There are people that still don't buy that this movie is going to exist until they're sitting in a theater, literally watching the opening credits. They're
with all the
Can you blame
delays.
them?
exactly. No. That's my point. I can't blame. My whole thing was I wanted set pictures with actors, and Ezra Miller, which
You're like
we
a
finally
parent
got that.
with a kid who said that the other kid's parents would be home. Send me a picture. Send me a picture with their mom and dad in the newspaper. Like that's
Right.
what you are right now.
Well, it's just when you go through 4 directors and however many release dates over the last 3 or 4 years, it's like
How many CEOs?
only 2, unfortunately. But
Only 2.
yeah, but
Only
like
2 in 4 years.
but no, it's just Dave. The discourse around the video itself.
Yeah.
You saw that.
Yes, of course. There's
Yeah.
always gonna be. There's always gonna be, anytime that there's going to be anything new, there's going to be
So because there's all of the whatever intern put the video together, and just picked whatever scenes of DCEU Flash they could find. Oh my God, they picked one from Justice League. Clearly, that's what the movie is coming from. And I'm like, okay, all right.
No. I saw a meme.
Wait.
Somebody said a meme and was like, "You're like, yeah." Somebody asked, like, "Is this coming from Zack Snyder's Justice League or Justice?" And then it was like, the meme was like, "Yes." That's it. It was like, yeah, okay, so it's both.
I mean, okay, I guess technically speaking, yes, the answer is yes. But the thing that I pointed to in the video was long-haired Ezra talking about the character again.
Yeah. Absolutely
Absolutely nothing he says comes from Justice League. You can't even headcanon any of what he's saying about the Flash. And DJ's video that you were talking about earlier, where he's explaining the power, tell me where any of that is explained in Justice League.
No. Well, he explains everything like as and they show shots, nothing but from Zack Snyder's Justice League. I mean,
right.
That's one of the things where I'm like, hey, I mean, regardless, hey, if you're not hyped about it, sure, that's perfectly fine. These two. No, that's fine. But at the same time, I'm going, okay, the fact that DJ, Brian Hirota, these guys weren't going, they were like kind of going, all right, it's time to steer away from the superhero movies, after the whole thing with Justice League. And then all of a sudden going, oh, we actually want to be a part of this now. That's what I always go.
That's what you cling to. It's like,
these are Zach's guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I kind of go like, man, something brought them in. The Muschiettis somehow was like, look what we actually want to do here.
And something that we were just talking about, the idea that a lot of the concept art, we're thinking maybe like the idea of the movie is that Barry jumps into the Burtonverse.
Yeah.
I mean, part of me wants to go, well, you can't screw with continuity of your cinematic universe if you spend your movie in another universe.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to talk about the idea of making these little standalone movies that don't affect each other, stick it in an alternate universe.
Yeah, exactly.
And you don't have that problem.
But
you get the Keaton thing, but eventually Ezra's gonna have to come back to his own universe.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting how they play that. And then yeah, like you said, that is a good point right there. Stick them in another universe. You know, just I mean it's Flashpoint, but it's not going like, you know, where he altered the timeline. Now he's altered a multiverse thing where now he's got to get back and he's gonna go. I mean, intriguing. And then there's a Supergirl present, and then there's another person that's present.
Right, because the idea of Flashpoint is that he goes back in time, screws up the timeline, and he basically pulls it Back to the Future Part 2.
Yeah,
where he wakes up in an alternate version.
Flash is actually Back to the Future superheroes.
Yes, but maybe what they do with this one is instead of he goes back to change time and he screws up the timeline on his Earth, maybe he puddle jumps
the timeline that Cyborg saw
and jumps into another universe instead of screwing up the timeline of his Earth. Maybe they change Flashpoint to where he discovers the ability to go to different to travel the multiverse.
Yeah, you know what? And that's the other funny thing. I encountered people on Twitter that apparently didn't know he had that ability. And
he's the one who introduced. That's how multiverse got introduced in DC Comics. Flash of Two Worlds.
Yes. Well, not only that, Scott. He did it in the show. The show he did
in the current show, like in the show.
In the current
season 2.
Season 2.
Season 2. They were like, "Let's do it." They said, "Fuck it." Yeah.
What's the issue, though? I'm not sure what issue we're even reacting to.
I'm not even reacting to an issue. I'm just
I think the issue
this Flash can exist without offending or nullifying Snyder's multiverse.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's all about the Snyder. Like, does it still keep the Snyderverse? And you know what? I'm sorry, but when you have the VFX supervisor talking about all like what they did and the details of how Flash's powers work, going back to that video, and now he's working on the Flash solo film. It's not like it's not going to be Flash pushing a fucking truck with Russians in it and saying, whatever the hell.
Any VFX artist, any random VFX artist can do the VFX for the Flash if they're going back to Justice League. Yeah. You got the guy who literally. The whole thing he was talking
both.
Right. When he was talking about like how many frames per second he moves, like on camera, like all the physics and everything into it.
Damn.
Right. It's like, okay,
that was beautiful.
You don't.
That actually explained to me how they filmed Dua Lipa's Love Again music video, weirdly.
Right. Well, because that's totally a thing. But like, you don't get you don't if you're bringing that guy in, you're not just bringing him in to do Dostoevsky. You're bringing him in because you're building.
Understand?
Right. You're building off of, and this is also another. I have the same thing comes up with people who argue about what Harley Quinn we're going to get in the Suicide Squad, and my whole point with that is Margot Robbie. This is her third role as Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that James Gunn neuralized David Ayer's work and Kathy Ann's work out of her brain, and she's going to be a completely different Harley? No, fuck that. That's not going to happen. That's not how these actors work.
Yes, exactly. Even in the interviews that she's done about this film, she said like this Harley is not in that place in her life anymore, but that doesn't nullify that
It's
Yeah.
it's
Other
character
versions
growth.
She kind of
of
says
Harley.
it's like it's connected but not connected. And blah, blah, blah. It's
Right.
like, all right, that's fine, guys. I mean,
Yeah.
to me, I was like, so it's not really connected. It's not going to have direct connection. It's just like the character is now in this place, and I went,
Right.
Which
That's it.
is an
That's it,
interesting
guys.
exploration of the character, which is why Margot Robbie, as
But at the same
as an
time, that
actress,
happens in the
drawn to
comic
it.
books too. You can literally be reading a story about so and so, and then this is
And the
The
next
Suicide
issue
Squad.
is in a totally different universe, a
Yeah.
totally different timeline.
And so the same logic applies to any Snyder or in any cast character that's still in these movies. They're going to build up on their previous work, and Ezra's definitely not building on the reshoot work from 2017. He's building on what he did in 2016 in that original 111 days of principal photography. That's what he's building on. That's why that clip where he's talking about the character, I'm like, okay, no, he's still invested. You know, the guy palled off with Grant Morrison to get Francis Daly and Goldstein out of the picture. It's totally how that went down because Warner Brothers sided with him over it. So this is a guy that's building off of his previous work
Also,
from Zack
how-
Snyder's Justice League.
Here's my thing. I know that there is, I don't know if this is segueing or not, but I know that there's this like bullshit controversy within the Zack Snyder's Justice League fandom that is like, let's all go shit on the Flash. And I just have to say that if you put yourself in Ezra Miller's shoes, you might think differently about shitting on the Flash. And I don't mean that because
Well, I've been
like it's
saying
his
that for
paycheck.
fucking weeks.
I mean, Ezra Miller, not the Flash, Ezra Miller is friends with Ray Fisher.
Louder, fucking louder for people in the back. Louder.
Very good
And Zack
friends
Snyder
with Ray Fisher. And Ray Fisher is very good friends with Ezra Miller.
Louder, please.
And so for you to try to create division where there is not is unholy and wrong. And you should stop doing that. That's all I have to say. Like I feel for Ezra Miller. I'm super excited to see the Flash.
yeah.
Not the movie. I'm just excited to see the character again. I want to see the character
Well,
again.
when it comes to
Ezra
that
be the
discourse, it's like, you know, everybody says, you know, there's some people that say like that you can't stand with Ray Fisher and support the Flash at the same time. No, that's crap.
That's
Because
true, then Ray Fisher and Ezra Miller don't speak anymore.
well, and then Kersey
I
Clemens,
understand
didn't
that's
Kersey
not the
Clemens also say that she stood with Ray Fisher? She's in the fucking movie.
Clemens, yeah.
Yeah, she put the hashtag out there, and I'm like, that blows.
You mean the actress who wasn't in Justice League but was in Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Oh,
And
right.
is in the Flash.
Listen, this is.
Like you can not be excited about the. We're not saying you have to be excited for the Flash.
No,
movie.
no,
I don't know. I don't know where. Honestly,
Right.
as far as my excitement goes, I don't know where I stand.
It's
with
not
the
my most
Flash
Just
movie.
happy for Ezra. That's all.
If we're talking about, if you want to have the most anticipated discussion, no. But for me, it's not. If we're talking DCEU, I'm probably more anticipating Black Adam than I am the Flash. As far as DCEU is concerned.
Fair.
Well,
fair.
I'm more of the Batman,
Fair.
of course.
Well, no, I'm saying DCEU. If we're talking DC period, if we're talking DC period, I'm right there with you. March 4th, hell yes. But at any rate,
Are we
We're
the-
all seeing it
Zack
together.
Snyder's Justice League because we're not excited for it unless it's linked to that?
That's
Or-
a fair question.
because like even if it is, Zach is not like if Zach, like hypothetically, if Zach gets to do Justice League 2 and 3, he's not tying it back into a universe like this. Even if it follows in form, it's not going to be canon to that. Like
it's not going to be canon with the storyline, but it's still going to be Snyderverse in terms of the universe.
Well, and it doesn't matter though. Is my point. Like if the character fits, it fits, but it's not like Zach is going to come back and like treat it as like amend the story of Justice League 2 in order to incorporate this in. I'm more concerned with like the discussion is interesting to me as far as like, are they going to match the tone of like what Whedon did versus what Snyder did,
Oh, interesting.
or
Okay.
or like the filmmaking technique, not even the tone. Like the tone can be flexible, but like in terms of like the Dice and I literally recorded
the level of cinematicness versus moviness.
the Snyder Minute
Is it a
Patreon.
film or is it a
The
movie?
Snyder Minute Patreon podcast that I put up earlier today, I think, is titled "Fuck Canon."
Right, but then it went away. By the way, before I could listen to it,
What?
it's not available now. Like it removed itself.
or it might not have uploaded all the way. I'll see if I can fix that. But it's just weird to have to argue for arguments to be about like what, like I'm interested in what it's in line with, just because I like Snyder's like filmmaking approach and like that version of the character. But like Zach has said that these aren't canon, and WB has said the Snyderverse isn't
Actually, Junior
canon, and this isn't going to be part of the whiteboards that Zach has set up, and that's, I feel like, kind of like a done deal. It doesn't mean it's not going to be good. That doesn't mean like I don't see why anyone has to do like backflips in order to like determine like if it's going to have connective tissue with one or the other or not, as opposed to like.
Speaking of connective tissue, can I have a real knife? Can I have the real knife back?
Are you going to point it at me again?
No, I'm going to cut a line.
Yeah, sure.
Throw a knife at Steven.
I guess my thing is that why are we still arguing? I mean,
I don't know.
Why are we still arguing?
I don't know. I don't know.
I know why. I know why we're still arguing. Finish your question. Why are we still arguing about what?
Because Adam was not there to stop Eve from eating that fucking fruit. That's why.
It's just if you're against the movie for your own reasons, okay.
Yes.
If you're for the movie for your own reasons, okay.
Yes.
But when I see the same stupid arguing day after, it's the repetitive nature. It's the Sisyphus effect. The fact it's like again.
Sisyphus effect. What a good way to say it.
Do you remember? You remember last year when after it was announced that Zack Snyder's Justice League was going to happen? Do you remember the slippery slope articles and posts that came out like, "Oh my goodness, you've given in to terrorists"? That bullshit, right? Like, remember all that came out?
Yeah,
all right, so that comes out, and my immediate response was, you have no idea how these fucking people work, because the bottom line is the terrorists, as you horrific, that's the most tone deaf fucking thing to call these people, but like those toxic individuals are never, the movie was never going to be happy. It was never going to make them happy. What makes them happy is arguing and being miserable and dragging everybody else down with them and playing and playing exactly and playing like standing on their soapbox and being sanctimonious and calling me a fucking bigot because I support the movie and apparently I hate Ray Fisher, right? Whatever, like that. I
met Ray, the flight cast Ray, not Ray Fisher, and I can attest that I've never seen him act in a bigoted fashion toward anyone.
Thank you. And
not just IRL, but also like on Twitter. Like I know.
You know what? He just has a hate to the Giants. That's all I know. I know. I mean,
not Sandoval, not the Giants. Sandoval.
He made that
Sandoval. No, I hate Sandoval. Damn it!
Because he made the
2012 World Series.
He made that final catch, and it was like,
oh god, no, it was the fucking home runs too. God,
oh, that's I forgot. He's a good hitter. Sorry,
go
ahead, Ray.
Yeah. but it's just that's all it is. It's just misery loves company. That's the only reason that these people are still, chirping, and that's why Zack Snyder's Justice League was never going to make them happy, because the only thing that makes them happy is finding something else to bitch about, and that's why you see the repetitiveness every day with this. They have to find something to bitch about.
I'm bored.
But here we all are playing their game on a podcast or a stream that none of them are on.
I don't even know who the fuck we're talking about. Sorry. If you're one of those people who likes to be miserable and try to make other people miserable, I don't know who the fuck you are, and I don't watch your shit. I'm sorry about it. If you would like me to watch your shit, or like more people to watch your shit, you should probably try not being so negative all the time. People aren't.
No, I think no.
Psychologically, people might be on the short term, but long term, you get far more bees with honey. Just letting you know.
That's,
I don't know.
That makes sense. No, it does. No, but like, no, I think it's just because when it comes to the DC fandom, it's fragmented, I guess you could say. Like, there's so many different like little sanctions. It's like you got Snyder verse kind of people, which we're in as well.
There's the whole Spider-Man clusterfuck of Prism The Spider-Man prism of perspectives.
Maybe that I guess you could say, yeah, because it's like you got certain people who like, yeah, who I mean, and then I mean, I understand with what everything that happened with Warner Brothers and this movie, especially with Ray Fisher, I can totally understand. But at the same time, you also got to listen to what Ray has said too, when it comes to, you know, him supporting actually the people involved in this movie, and we know. And I've even said this, I've been saying this for a long time, is like the Muschiettis wanted Ray in the movie. Okay. They wanted. And he's even said that he's had pleasant conversations. Huh?
Is there a tweet or a quote from Ray that we could like put on the screen?
There is a quote. I would have to dig it up.
I don't know if it's from an article or if it's a tweet, but I remember him.
No, I think there's a quote from like an interview or something like that where he talks about like, yeah, there actually is. I remember seeing it on my timeline.
Even still sober enough to Google, so he's doing them.
Okay,
he's doing it.
Hopefully, yeah. But I mean, at the same time, it's like, but you know, I get it. The Warner Brothers, you know, they suck with everything that's happened with it and everything that happened with Justice League. We get that. But then I really like Andy Muschietti as a filmmaker. You know, I really do. I've enjoyed his work. I enjoyed like the fact his enthusiasm in interviews, the way that he called up Sasha Kaye to fucking tell her that she got cast as Supergirl was fantastic. And the fact that she is Supergirl, it's like, what? You know what's funny? My mom went when she was like, I know her from Young and the Restless. I went, there you go.
Oh,
I've
capturing a whole audience, bro. That is capturing a market.
She fucking went. She straight out when I was like, it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. My mom straight up was like, "Oh, she's in Young and the Restless," and I was like, "That's how you know her." I just know her because I don't know. I heard she's kind of hot. She's in Supergirl. Man,
and like
my favorite. Love you, Janice. Scott, tell Mama we love her. We love you, Mom.
I love you, Mom.
But like after she was cast, like, you know, you go through the credits of, okay, what was she in? And yeah, that's literally the biggest
thing.
None
of us really knew. No, but my mom was like flat out, oh yeah, Young and the Restless.
Right. And sorry, and I brought that point up. It's like, you know, the whole thing about, you know, what Amanda was saying about Ezra, like being in his position. Well, being in her position as well. Like, as far as this is literally her break. This is it. Like, this is her this is her shot. This is her chance. Oh, that's cool.
We love you too.
She's still watching.
But yeah, so it's like, you know, this could literally like catapult her, and that's been my whole, you know, I've said this on Twitter, you've probably seen, I support the creatives. I don't support the executives. I can separate the two. I can be happy. I can root for Ezra and Kiersey and Andy Muschietti and everybody involved there, and still flip off every single one of their bosses.
Trust me. Yeah. And as it's been pointed out, how much money am I shelling out and will continue to shell out to buy however many versions of Zack Snyder's Justice League? Which, by the way, where's all that money going to? Warner Brothers.
Right.
So at the same time, I am fully aware that I am giving them my money. At the same time, saying, "Suck it, Warner Brothers." Yeah. As I hand you my money that you want.
People are like,
because they don't want money from Zack Snyder's Justice League. Scott got a shout out.
But I think people are even overlooking like just the basics of like what we know about how the company works. Like, if the Flash bombs, who do you think they're gonna blame for that? They're not gonna be like, "Oh, Toby Emmerich, you're done."
No,
no, it's
right.
Andy Muschietti is gonna take the fall, and
gonna roll downhill.
Gonna take the fall, and they're gonna say, "You know what? Ezra was just never the right." Like, that's gonna be the narrative. It's like, "Oh, they
in advance." Like, I'd like to bank a good big old "fuck you, Warner Brothers" in advance, because I know I'm gonna need it later. So,
no, but Steven's right. It will. That's the other thing that they don't understand. It rolls downhill. It rolls downhill and that's why this is such a more complicated situation than.
I have a question. Does anybody know any executives in Hollywood that were creatives first?
That's very true. That's a good question. That's a really good question.
I would tend.
I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. That's a genuine question.
No. That's a good question because some of these guys that make these decisions, were they creatives at one point?
You see, the
It's
problem
like-
is, like, not studio executives, like executives of production companies tend to be directors like Snyder, like J.J. Abrams. Like, they create their own production companies so they can continue to make their own stuff. But that's because they don't become executives of studios because they're creatives who are trying to go off and actually create things.
And on top of that, they can't necessarily. I mean, they'll sign a contract, but they don't want to necessarily, unless they get a really good deal, they don't want to close themselves or like lock themselves in with just one studio. They want to be able to shop around if necessary to get the best deal.
And the roles are different too, though. Like the executive at a production company is almost a creative role, right? Whereas like the executive at a studio is a financial role.
Right.
The business role.
The business role. Exactly.
Business completely.
And so you do have guys like Greg Silverman was like notorious for the number of scripts that he would read.
So-
like on a daily basis, he would read a stack of scripts as an executive.
I
But
have
that's
a
not what they
business
all do.
question. I have a business question with the business of Hollywood. And this is something that I've brought up. There's a parallel in the alcohol industry because there's like 3 distributing companies that are allowed to distribute alcohol in the US. So if you're an independent brewer, you have to like make a contract deal with one of those distributors to get distributed across the country or even in like one region, right? So I look at studios very similarly to how I look at liquor distributors, that they're absolutely a middleman that is literally just there to like make arrangements on paper for products that were made by someone else to be shipped to an end seller, and then that's it. That's like why they exist. So can the film industry exist without that layer?
If they self-finance, like that's the whole reason.
Yes, self-financing.
is because everyone needs their money to make their movie.
All right, well, it helps. Louis B. Mayer was a fucking rapist, so let's all stop supporting all studios and exclusively fund. Can we write checks exclusively to Stone Quarry? Can you ask Zach? Somebody ask Zach. If we can write checks.
You know what though? But that's another layer of the argument. All the people that want to get sanctimonious about like Warner Brothers, and it's like the whole fucking industry. There's
It's not
nothing.
just Warner Brothers,
Right?
It's the
Warner
way that
Brothers.
it's built.
Warner Brothers got caught. That's literally all it is. Warner. And today that there was that thing that came out about
20th Century Fox and Will Smith with Independence Day.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was even that Ice Cube thing too, where like
the Ice
Friday.
Cube. Yeah, exactly.
like 2 black. I was sitting there going like, did we not have Bad Boys? And I was like,
No, but the whole international audiences don't want to see black actors. Is like that's been a thing for like
yeah. I mean, that's kind of almost, that's almost
Maybe like the
hey,
last 200 years, maybe or so. I don't know. Somebody call up
Sadly.
Sidney Poitier in his grave and ask him.
Yeah, it's wait, did he pass?
we always.
I don't know.
Sorry, Sidney Poitier. For those who don't know,
they're not sure if he
passed.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he did.
No, he's alive.
Are you
I
serious?
was gonna say he's.
94 fucking years old.
I was gonna
I thought
say
he
no.
died at
I hadn't heard
93.
about that. Yeah, that was.
No, he's
Oh
still
my
around.
God, you know what?
He's 94, but he's
Wherever
around.
You are. I hope to God you live till 155. Wow.
Yeah, because I was.
For those
That
who
was like
don't
a
know, Sidney
Mandela
Poitier
effect.
was the
Didn't he
first
play
black man to win an Oscar, and the
Yes.
highest paid actor the year that he did, the highest paid actor in Hollywood the year that he did.
Yes.
3 blockbusters that year.
Yeah. So yeah, it's look. They had,
So fucking
and just briefly with that, because I had some people, send me some DMs that were like, okay, they're grasping at straws with this. This is kind of a witch hunt. And I was like, okay, look, here's the deal. Because there was the Ice Cube thing, there was the Will Smith Independence Day thing, and then there was also the fact that Lovecraft Country isn't getting a second season. Okay.
Oh, not okay with that, folks.
Okay, so here's the deal. Here's the deal. When I sit there and look at each of these decisions as a black man, yeah, the Will Smith Independence Day thing is like, okay, that's fucking Hollywood politics. It's fucking
What
ridiculous.
year
It
was
doesn't
that
matter.
also?
96.
Yeah,
it's like-
I
it's like-
expect that in 1996.
Yeah.
To be
Well,
fair.
that's when it came
The-
out.
I'm
right?
not
But it
saying
would've
that's
been
okay.
even earlier.
the Ice Cube thing, people have pointed out to me that Ride Along made 19 million overseas. It's like, okay, so the fuck what? It made 154 million in this domestically. Whatever. Okay.
Just
So
shows we're awesome.
Yeah. The Lovecraft Country thing, I never thought that was getting a second season. It seemed to me like
See, I haven't
were-
watched it, but I heard like the
It's on
story
first
kind
season.
of.
it's. I always
That's
thought
more of a, that's a story thing. That's a story
It's
issue.
also
Yeah.
it's an HBO
Right.
show, right? It's not an HBO Max show. It's an HBO show.
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
So that's another thing that people aren't like. That's
I
kind
Yeah,
of
thought-
we can't chalk it up
The
to.
only
but-
way that I could see Lovecraft Country getting a second or more season, which I hoped would happen, is the like American Horror Story route.
right.
If it
So-
was Netflix, it might have, but HBO is like, no, that's a complete story. Let's tell a different complete.
Because
Right.
it's based on a book that had a beginning and an end.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right.
here's my thing with all of that. If I look at each of those scenarios as a black man, do I think that race was involved in all of them? No, I don't think race was involved in all of them. However, Warner Brothers has created a perception where you can't ignore the question.
Yeah.
Sorry,
The
you
question
can't ignore
has
the
to, the question is asked.
You can't ignore the question. If you hadn't done all this other tone deaf bullshit just
Yeah.
in the last 6 months, we wouldn't be asking this question. But you have, and we've seen evidence of it.
It
Thank you,
belies
Zack
the
Snyder's
pattern.
Justice
Well,
League.
I mean, this, that whole thing about, like what Ice Cube said, it just reminded me of the fact that when Ray Fisher talked about like how the execs, Jeff Johns and all them are like, well, we can't have an angry black man in the center of the, it's like they're trying to be so like, oh, we don't want to
Of
be.
course, Jeff
perceived-
Johns would
Yeah,
would
we don't
confuse
want
trauma
to be
with
perceived.
anger.
We don't want to be perceived
him.
as racist so much. We gotta get rid of this. We can't
Right.
do this and blah 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 because it's it's not gonna play well when it comes. But it's because they're trying to not be so racist as possible that they end up being. I've said this so many times. They end up just like fucking full circle and just turning around and just like jerking the wheel into a goddamn telephone pole. Where it's like, you sound racist as shit. When you
Right.
do this stuff. I mean, it's just so fucking
Right. So I had some people today. They were like, I'm just tired of seeing Warner Brothers getting picked on, and I'm like, first of all, studios can't get fucking picked on. It's number one.
Oh no! What are you talking
Thank
about? We
you.
could bully a studio into releasing.
Right.
a
No,
version
we
of-
can't. No,
Right.
we cannot.
What?
Yeah.
I thought we could. What the fuck? I thought that's
Yeah.
what we did. Shit! Damn it!
We
Right.
don't have
Exactly.
we don't have Anne's address anymore, so we can't send her anymore through
So-
past.
Handle the plan.
So that was the first thing, and then like the second thing is just, I'm sorry, like when it comes to like it, if the Ray Fisher stuff doesn't happen, if the Nadria Tucker thing doesn't happen, or if at the very least it's quiet or handled in a different way, maybe you had issues with Nadria Tucker, but you didn't blow her off and decide not to compensate her. Maybe you settled something to where she's not angry on Twitter. Right,
Yep.
like
Yep.
you figure that out, and maybe
There
you
are
did
a lot of other options.
and maybe you did the same thing with Ray Fisher. Maybe Walter Hamada never calls him and says, lay off at Jeff Johns. Maybe that never happens. If none of that happens, we're not having a discussion today about whether or not racism is the reason there's no second season of Lovecraft Country, or why, the Ice Cube thing is happening with Right Along. Like, we just look at the Ice Cube thing and go, oh, well, gee, that's shitty if true, but we don't know, right?
Yeah.
We'd have to, there'd be more of ambiguity with it. But unfortunately, they have a paper trail of bullshit that leads us to go, well, we can't totally rule that out.
Yeah.
And that's
Do you
nobody's fault but
think
the
that
studio.
The paper trail. Here's what I guess I would say. Do you think that we would be able to find a paper trail if that didn't really exist?
If what didn't really exist.
The racism that is being called to question right now. Do
Well,
you
see
think that
that-
there would be a paper trail
Well,
that
see that.
implies that if that didn't really exist.
Well, see, the thing is, there
Like,
are
does
paper.
the smoke mean there's fire? That's what I mean.
Oh well, no, the fire's been burning for decades with all these studios. The fire's there, and I've said that from the beginning is
We
like
didn't start the fire.
No.
It was always burning. since the
Right.
wheels
Oh,
been
geez.
turning.
right. No, but like it where's the lie? But like at any rate, so it's not like it's like I've said with Ray Fisher. It's like there are hundreds, maybe even thousands of Ray Fishers. Like there are, like just in the industry, like that's real. That's a thing. Okay, whether you believe him or not, there are tons of others that have been squeezed in that particular by any of these studios. It doesn't have to be just Warner Brothers. It's just that the other ones haven't gone public with, like we haven't seen Disney make a really stupid fucking decision like this yet. Like they don't have a Justice League yet with an abusive situation, and Universal doesn't have that yet, and
also,
Paramount doesn't have that yet.
Many of the people who have been in Ray Fisher's shoes or have had opportunities like Ray Fisher has had have decided not to pursue them because they're choosing between putting food on their table.
Well, even Harry Lennox, when Harry Lennox was asked to comment on it, he was
saying
He was
something.
kind of like very like defensive and
hedged his bets.
He was very much like, well, you know, these things kind of happen, and raise it
Because he wants to stay on the blacklist.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like that's and that's the thing. I can't. That's why. And Fisher knows this. Fisher's the first one to understand this. I can't blame somebody that says I'm going to shut up now because I want to have my career. I can't blame somebody for saying that.
Reason why he never shared specifics, especially those that involved other people.
Right.
Because he was like, that's their issue. That's not my issue to take to bat for them.
Also, not to diminish the racial events, but this is also just kind of the way they operate with everyone, with women.
We see you, WB.
With women, with minorities, but also like white men even too, obviously to a lesser extent and in different ways. But like the point is that they
Hollywood is a mafia
to varying different degrees, and so people are just being exposed to this. But it's not like, you know, Ezra was mistreated also, Ben was mistreated also, like
Zack Snyder was mistreated.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah.
Right. So
it's like at Warner Brothers.
I don't even understand pretending that you have a professional relationship with someone when you don't even bother to fucking call them.
that's what they all do. I mean, the whole industry has always done that.
It's so fucking
They're all best
bullshit.
friends.
and that's the thing is like that's why when the stuff today came out, when the Ice Cube thing came out, and when the Will Smith thing came out, I looked at it and went, okay, that tracks, because unfortunately it does track.
Well,
with the industry itself.
Well, Independence Day was Fox, though. That's
right. But I'm saying as far as Hollywood
industry,
the whole industry,
the industry
not
as a whole. Okay.
Right. Yes. Because that's the other part of it, Dave. Is as much as we hate the Warner Brothers executives,
the thing is like this happens with.
It does.
All of it. That's another thing. Going back to
it's
like
unfortunately
not supporting
just Warner Brothers.
Yeah, back to not supporting. It's like, well,
it's a hard
wasn't
conversation
Fox
to
the
have.
one who was having that discussion with Will Smith?
Yeah.
It was a Fox movie.
That wasn't. Yeah, Ride Along was Warner. They passed.
That was Warner Brothers. Yeah. And that's a legal thing because Ice Cube wants to make a sequel, and he's it's not Ride Along, but Friday.
Yeah.
That
shit too. What's up with that?
Warner Brothers.
It's the
this
whole.
Is another. There are two stories around Ice Cube and Warner Brothers today.
Yes.
One is that they wouldn't make Fat Friday 2, and then the other.
Friday 2.
I'm saying
Warner Brothers.
Friday. The other one is that he pitched Ride Along to them, and they were like,
"Nah,
this doesn't sell."
Two black guys. What are you talking about? That's
he's not exactly.
Excuse me. Have you seen his wife's ass?
Well, yeah, but he's not exactly
good for you,
like
Ice
Hollywood
Cube.
Gold like Will Smith is. Like,
No,
Will Smith says that, then that's like definitive. But like Ice Cube being like, they don't want to pay for my movie. Be like, a lot of people don't want to pay for your
Don't
movies.
sip tequila. This is a life choice.
I mean, that doesn't excuse Warner Brothers' behavior, but it's like.
But and I think that's the hard thing also, because even like it's people often
wow.
confuse.
Yeah, you're explaining. You're not excusing. There's a difference.
Yeah,
right.
People need to know.
Like the whole industry does that as like a statement, is not to normalize it so much as to say, if your threshold for like whatever it is, burning it to the ground is this, then burn the whole thing to the ground. Stop consuming video games.
Right.
You know, stop playing video games. Stop watching movies. Stop.
Give up your iPhone.
Stop consuming stuff because there is abuses of varying degrees to humans across all layers. And now that doesn't mean to say like that means that you should just accept that this is happening, but recognize there are different ways in which to voice
combat
that
it
than necessarily to just say burn the whole thing to a ground. At the same time, if whenever the executives are going to make their money either way. Like when you're boycotting it, you're not taking it away from
to be able to pay her bills.
You're not taking it out of their pocket. You're taking it out of the pocket of the people at the bottom of the chain.
Right.
People who get the Zack Snyders who get the $1 for every 19 that we give Warner Brothers.
That's not to shame people either to say like you're required or obligated to support this stuff in order to support the little man. Like I get it. Like if people can spend their money how they want. I'm just saying that don't be under the illusion that you are a big enough block to influence like what dollar amount are we talking about
here?
No,
a new club. You're not a big enough block
I've had arguments for years with fans about like how much of the box office we comprise. I'm like, guys, we're lucky if it's 10%.
Yeah, it's
a fraction of a percent.
It's less than that. And if I'm wrong, then like I'm wrong. But your job as the person organizing the initiative or the boycott or whatever you're going to call it is to demonstrate that. Like, where's the numbers? So like you're going to say like everyone that signed the Snyder Cut petition in the first place, like way back when, I think it's the biggest.
Oh, jeez.
Or even say like, you can't say that like everyone who tweeted #release the Snyder Cut on November 17th.
Watched it on March 18th, or has even watched it now.
Well, no, but you can't say that all of those people would boycott then.
Right.
Tweeted it. Like, so like what number are you working with, and how do you know that they will boycott? Because like Aquaman made over $1 billion. If like for example, if everyone that signed that petition, 180,000 people had boycotted it, it still would have made over $1 billion. So if I'm wrong, then people need to demonstrate the numbers to Warner Brothers to say, hey, this is the financial risk you're carrying. But instead, people are just saying, stop supporting it, and then the whole thing will fall over. It's like, well, so show that. Where's your petition?
Yeah. Show the math. Show your work.
If I learned anything from Ludacris today, it's that you can always trust math.
Can you?
Yeah,
in a Pontiac Fiero.
Yes, and that's right, and that's exactly right, and that's why when it comes to when people are like, okay, well then what are we just supposed to do? Nothing. It's like, no, what you're supposed to do is when the bullshit happens, when the bullshit surfaces, make it visible. That's what really gets the wheels turning. It's just I don't know if I mentioned this before, but it's like the Me Too movement. Mm-hmm. Did all of Harvey Weinstein's accusers decide, hey, let's boycott all of his movies and that'll get him fired? No, they came forward and like got everybody to hear their stories. They made it public. That's what got him fucking ousted. And it's the same thing that's happening with Brett Ratner. And when that went public,
you, Ray, for redeeming my entire day.
The pressure
God bless the vodka stream.
The pressure got Affleck and Kevin Smith to say like, "Hey, we're not taking royalties from these anymore," or like whatever royalties we even were getting, like
right,
give them to Rain or whatever.
Exactly.
And that's an example of because of the noise. That wasn't reaction to financial pressure from anyone, because like I'm sure I doubt that their residuals from Miramax stuff is even that massive compared to their other stuff, but it got headlines and it created pressure, and now he's in prison, like
right,
because of that explicitly. But I mean, the groundswell of this is not okay. It was stuff people knew about for years. How many times did people talk about it as an open secret? It was not new information. It was just that people were talking about it for the first time.
People were talking about it, and the general audience caught wind of it, and that's where the public pressure came from. So that's really what you need.
That's
you need
the pressure that we need to apply.
Right. You need to get it to a point where the general audience knows about the Ray Fisher situation and goes, "Fuck that," and then it becomes louder.
I will say I did my part last year. One of the students that I coached explicitly laid out the entire like issue with Ray Fisher in like a 60-second introduction of their speech. The context of why they were doing the speech was because of the Ray Fisher situation.
Wow.
Like, so I'm doing my part, Ray. But yes, you're right. Like it's people call it cancel culture. It's not cancel culture.
It's consequence culture.
It's accountability. It's just
Right.
accountability. Like you don't get to make money. You don't get to take my money from my pocket while you rape women. That's just not what you don't do that.
The people that are actually canceled are not the ones that make a bad tweet or two, you know, here and there. They're the ones that are actual horrible people, and that shit gets brought to the surface because of whatever public thing that happened.
If you aren't willing for the things that you do to be exposed to the light, then you shouldn't be doing them.
There you have it.
There it is.
Amen.
On that note, hi Janice, we still love you.
She's still up. She's still up.
I'm
no,
shocked.
but no. All great stuff said. No,
It's
but,
like midnight 17, Janice. You should go to bed. You
Yeah.
need your beauty rest. Hate to deal with that.
she's retired. What are you talking about? She's got all the time.
That's right. Congrats. I
She's
forgot.
retired. She's retired. What are you talking about?
Yay! Shots for Janice's retirement.
She straight up did a Salt Lick. Man, she was flat out, man. Look at that. And the lime. Look at that. Like it. Steven, you go next.
Steven just muted his mic. Yep.
I will say, Scott, and I'll make this a plug and do a drink. I fixed the Patreon exclusive.
Oh no, I already was playing it. It works. Okay. I'm confirming on air live. You fixed it, Steven.
See what happens? See, this is what happens too, you know? Multitasking is also happening while discussion is happening. No, but then going to the Marvel side, you know, hey, Spider-Man, I like the black and gold suit. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of intrigued by it. To me, I'm kind of going, is that Wakandan technology? But then people, I didn't mention in my video, but then I saw people say like, well, they're taken from the video game. I guess the game had like that suit similar.
Well,
to
the one of the suits, the one that kind of looks like the Iron Spider suit, but the spider is silver.
No.
That's the PlayStation.
Yeah, that's the
Spider-Man suit.
Did they ever confirm or deny that the nanotech that Stark had in Infinity War was from the Wakandans or not?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Because when that happened in that movie, I'm like, okay, no, clearly that because I think in the timeline it's 2 years in between like Black Panther and like Infinity War. So,
As someone who has seen Black Panther but not Infinity War, I thought that was a given.
No, I think there's a source book that says that it's tech that he developed.
That he did? Okay.
Yeah.
The Wakandan thing is like a property of vibranium, I believe, right? Whereas he actually has like nanites. They're actually
the nanite. Yeah, because that would track with. This is where some of my problems with Iron Man 3 and source material kind of gets into, because the whole idea of Extremis was that Tony develops a suit that he doesn't actually have to carry around, that he actually injects himself with little nanite dispensers. So the nanite suit we see in Infinity War is actually a type of suit that Stark has had in canon. The idea is that the suit is just always with him.
Right. But it's a PG-13 movie, so instead of injecting, it's a necklace that he wears like on his
but in Iron Man 3 didn't he do like he had like
he had it in his wrists because it was how he called he
called the suit. And in the
suit.
comics, instead of calling the suit, that would have been where the nanites
would have come out of his skin. And
yes.
Okay, I got you. Yeah. So okay, so
like the Beatles in Mummy.
Yes.
Okay.
Wow, that's good. That's a deep hole. Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
I'm intrigued. I mean, Ray and I have had this conversation. I've checked out the MCU. I said after Far From Home, I was out. The Infinity Saga was over. Scott was done. I came back for WandaVision. It kind of disappointed me in the finale. And
What?
I just
You didn't
went,
like Ralph Boner? How dare you?
I did not like Ralph Boner. I didn't like this really cool sitcom concept being reduced to I mean, I wanted to see more of Vision versus Vision had more of my attention.
That was probably the best part of the episode. I like that.
That was the best part of the episode. So I'm done. The Spider-Man movie is
Loki's good though. I will say, sorry.
Okay, and and it's just I
also really liked Falcon and Winter Soldier. I really liked it.
So I'm just not there. I'm just not there right now. One day when I've detoxed after, it's like I've given myself some time. It's like a relationship. It's like we're on a break. And
we were on a break.
Yeah. We were on a break. But I'm looking at some aspects of like the Spider-Man toys, and like I'm looking at the Spider-Man using magic, and I'm like, okay, I like Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange was a movie I really enjoyed. I like Cumberbatch.
Shit, huh?
I mean, it's just
Scott Derrickson really did a great job.
He did a great job with that movie, and yes, the villain was weak. There was a complete waste of Mads Mikkelsen. I will be the first person to admit that.
Yeah, well, that's normal with the MCU. They always
the villains
shit the bed with a villain. Fuck. Yeah.
But I like Cumberbatch. I liked Strange. The movie was cool. What are they doing with him in a Spider-Man movie? I don't like the idea of Peter immediately getting another mentor. It's not something that I'm excited about.
Please don't have Strange take over for Tony.
Yeah, that's what
exactly.
I'm
so I have concerns that unfortunately after 23 movies, they've made me apprehensive where anything that makes me go, "Ooh, that looks cool," I can immediately turn around and go, "But not that," "But what if they go this way with it?" It's like it's the whole, fool me once, shame on, it's the fool me once, fool me twice, and now I'm just like, I'm done.
What I keep saying is like lean into the Spideyverse. I mean, and it seems like they are. We know that Toby for sure is going to be in the movie. Andrew, he's been like, hey. It's probably going to happen. Lean into the Spideyverse. I think Sony went the right direction when it came to Into the Spideyverse. They're like, hey, this is like the most popular. I mean, Spider-Man's fucking bigger than Coca-Cola.
My 5-year-old. Yeah. That was the first movie he ever saw in theaters.
I'm sorry, Declan. Declan when he was 3, and now that he's 5, guess who his favorite Spider-Man is?
Spider-Man.
It's Miles.
Good.
Yeah.
It should be.
He everything he's like he draws Miles. He wants a Miles, like he gets a little Miles leg. Like he looks at it and he goes.
Shep asked if there were Supermans with the dark skin.
I've heard. Well, technically there have been.
There have been 2 of them actually.
There have been. There will not be, and neither one of them will have a movie anytime soon. Neither, I'm on record with that. Neither one of them will have a movie.
Well, not with Warner Brothers owning the IP.
No. Well, even just throwing that out there. It's funny though, Scott. I've had people tell me in like the last few weeks that I've had more than one person tell me that Tom Holland's Spider-Man is essentially a white Miles. I've had people him described that way to me, and I'm not that well versed in the Spider-Man lore, so I don't know. Like,
I think some people were starting to do that when he got like a suit that started. The colors of the suit were darkened to almost look.
But look at Miles in Into the Spider-Verse. I mean, that's
all I have. That's literally.
Well, you know what? Good. I mean, that's what you.
Okay.
That's what you need. That's why Into the Spider-Verse was such an amazing movie because you got Peter, you got 2 versions of Peter, both of them appropriate for different points in Peter's career.
Yeah.
You had Spider-Man Noir, who is an actual, like all of those are actual Spider-Man.
I think that perception probably comes from the fact that because Tom Holland is still like in high school, cinematically people haven't had an example of Peter Parker other than
staying in high school.
Yeah. And so really I can appreciate why for people who have like only seen, and I've barely read any Spider-Man comics, but like from my understanding of the character, I can appreciate why someone who has like only seen the movies and then seen Spider-Verse would say that Tom Holland has more in common with Miles Morales than he does with Peter Parker, because in both Spider-Man movie franchises where we've had Peter Parker, he is out of high school almost right away, and he is like navigating real life adult issues, trying to manage having a job and having a relationship and etc. Whereas the MCU Spider-Man, in his solo movies at least, is like very much like high school hijinks, and doesn't quite have those same issues,
Also,
which is more in line with
most
Miles
of the
and
animated Spider-Man stuff that I'm
Tobey
aware
or
of.
Andrew.
I don't know all, but like most of the Spider-Man animated stuff that I'm aware of is much more like high school hijinks flavor.
No, it is. Sensational, Spectacular Spider-Man. Is my. I'm sorry. I grew up on the '90s Spider-Man, but my favorite Spider-Man cartoon is Spectacular, and
the one you told me I would like.
I don't know. I don't remember which one.
That's it's something that Ray would connect with. The showrunner in Spectacular, Greg Weisman, who's also responsible for Gargoyles and Young Justice. So I mean. And the first season of Rebels. So, you know, like...
Oh, all right. I did not know. I did not know he was involved in the first season of Rebels.
So, I mean, Greg Weisman is one of those guys when it comes to animation that, like, if his name's on something... Scott's like, give it to me.
Gargoyles is still on my list, but you know I've seen Young Justice.
Yes.
So, definitely. But, no, okay, like, I mean, when you talk about, like, popularity of characters... Literally, like in the comic book pantheon, if we're talking about a big two between both of the big two, it's Batman and Superman on the same level.
Yeah.
Or not Superman, Spider-Man. Batman and Spider-Man on the same level in terms of like popularity. Right. So it's, you know.
Which, what happens when you're at that level too is that the familiarity with the character is much less. Like, for example, you look at what people know about Harley Quinn versus what people know about like Batman, and you don't have anyone being like, "That's not my Harley Quinn. That's not the."
You absolutely have people saying that's not my Harley Quinn.
Well, I know, but it's a different thing. Where it's like every day on Twitter, there's an argument over whether or not Batman should kill.
Yeah,
and it's because the zeitgeist has an understanding of Batman rooted in a handful of movies that they've seen.
Yes,
that happen to focus around this singular rule. Whereas like Batman comics aren't nearly so, not that like there's not a focus on the idea of him killing and whatnot, but that it's not such a, because it's more sprawling, you don't have this like core theme like the movies do. And so as a result, you don't like, whereas people that are familiar with like, or like Guardians of the Galaxy or whatever, something that was more obscure
the
before
core
they came
theme
to
of Spider-Man is with great power comes great responsibility. You're welcome. That's every Spider-Man.
To be fair though, Stephen, that core theme is really just in the Dark Knight trilogy because Keaton has a kill count. Well, I mean, technically Bale has a kill count too, but Keaton Keaton did not have a one rule. He most certainly did not.
Well, right, but it is a especially the Nolan ones, which are the most like that was and like the most that's the Batman solo that happened the most recently and performed the biggest impact on the cultural discussion and understanding of the character.
Current culture.
Yeah.
And so like when 99.9% of people talk about what Batman is or who Batman is, it's not informed by reading comics, it's informed by watching movies and
get horny. I don't even have thoughts.
And
you too?
Yes.
Yeah.
The problem.
But yeah,
we gotta go.
Okay.
I thought she was serious there for a second.
I know.
Like, oh, all right.
I was like, all right.
All right.
Where were you going with that statement?
I don't even know.
Yeah.
It's informed by a much smaller pool of stories that are way more focused on because they're always drawing from the same, like Long Halloween, Year One, Dark Knight Returns, Killing Joke. Like that is all. Like every movie draws from those in some way. They're not going to like, Nightfall. They're not going to the Whatever Happened to the Cape Crusader or the like even Batman R.I.P. is like popular, but it's new enough that it hasn't really infiltrated like the movies as much. Or you're not even going back to like what Grant Morrison did with like the Black Case book or any of that is not like influencing the movies, it's like there's such a narrow slice of comics history, or you look at like, and I'm jumping all over the place here, but like there's no Court of Owls at all in any of the movies. That's such a big part of like the Batman mythos now. Like most people, if you're a Batman fan, they'd be like, "Oh, I love Batman. I've got my whole bedroom is decorated with Batman." Like, cool. What do you think, Court of Owls? They'll be like, "I don't."
Unless they've seen a few episodes of Gotham, no.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, the only time it was like brought to live action was Gotham.
Yeah.
But
no, that's a good point.
And so it's the same with Spider-Man. People know like the 90s
Somewhere
cartoon.
Fatma woke up from a dead sleep and is like, I know Court of Owls. Somewhere.
Yeah. But,
yeah, but you look at the same with Spider-Man, and like Green Goblin is like the Spider-Man villain everybody knows. They're not
right.
Like
because of
It's funny
2002
because I don't even
and
think of Green Goblin as my main Spider-Man villain, as like someone who hasn't read any Spider-Man comics really, but like has really only experienced it from TV and film.
Same here.
Mine is like Doc Ock. That's but maybe that's just because I love Alfred.
That was. I mean, if we're talking about like villains that he's had on screen, yes, I would
like,
say
that's the iconic.
Doc Ock would. I don't know
Spider-Man
where it
villain
stands
to
as far
me.
as the comics go, but like if you're talking about like in the, especially like before the movies came along, if you were to see Spider-Man like in the 90s, Doc Ock, because he was a big figure in that animated show back then, so a lot of merchandise and posters and shirts and stuff.
That's actually why I think I remember it, or why it resonates with me, is that like I remember Doc Ock being the villain when I was a kid before I followed it, and then when I saw Alfred Molina, like when I saw that version, I was like, oh, I can recognize this.
I can speak from the comics. Your two big ones from the comics is Green Goblin and Doc Ock.
Right.
I mean, like
said his big one is Green Goblin, and I was like, that's funny because mine is
because Green Goblin, as far as the comics is concerned, he's the Joker. I mean, he kills Gwen Stacy. He dies fighting him. Like that. Green Goblin represents in Spider-Man comics. Norman Osborn is the arch nemesis.
Yeah, everybody has that. It's the Lex Luthor, it's the Joker, it's
right. Totally. Yeah.
And then of course in the 90s, Venom became really popular. And so I'm a 90s kid, so I love Venom. Which guys, I gotta bounce out because
you know what? I think we should probably wrap it up right now. We're going 4.5 hours. So let's wrap it up.
I joined late.
Yeah, no, well, only thing I was gonna say, Dave, is I'm not as checked out on the MCU as Scott. Actually, I'm not checked. I'm not checked out.
You're not checked out.
No, I'm still gonna watch. But I, as far as the Spider-Man thing goes, it's just I understand and accept what the MCU is decided to do with the character.
How much did it hurt to accept it?
I mean, they're gonna do what they're gonna do, and it's not gonna hurt until they do something with X-Men that I don't like, because I really like the Fox X-Men franchise, and the second they do something with the X-Men, that's where the pain may happen for me. Like where
it's at for me, right?
When they start doing X-Men. That's where my my magnifying glass is coming out. Like, okay, let's see where they go, and that's where. And I will try to keep an open mind. I will, but I will.
I've got to imagine they're going to adhere pretty strictly to that 90s show.
They need to get rid of the current past. They need to reboot.
Hey, bring back that,
Can they use the costumes from the end of Apocalypse that didn't get carried over into Dark Phoenix?
Yeah, I'm
can
all
you do
about
that, please?
I know.
Seriously.
That looked like the 90s costumes, the Jim
I
Lee
know.
designs.
I was like, and then they just like threw those away, and I'm like,
why?
That was the best thing.
Yeah, exactly. So
it was frustrating.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, this has been another great Vodka stream as always. And thank you to Audi Rodrigues for showing up. It was great, fantastic talking to her about cosplay and what she's doing.
Yeah.
Please subscribe to her channel. Subscribe to her TikTok. Like I said, cosplayers are like blowing up on TikTok. They are just going crazy. Her and Liz are just like.
I was gonna say her and Liz's like combo videos are how I actually learned about Audi. So follow.
Crazy. All right,
Dave, can I go first?
I was about to say. I was like, Scott, I know you need to get out of here, so you go first.
Plus, you have to say bye to Mom. Bye, Mom.
Yeah.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Film Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. You can find the entire network of shows on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, and the website, squadcastmedia.com. You can find me on Saturdays with this guy talking Batman the Animated Series with the Fanimated stream, which tomorrow will be a little bit early as we talk about Two-Face Part 2. Ooh. And then Meg and I will be returning soon on Wonder Meg's channel to talk Dune chapter by chapter. And guys, it's been a blast, and I'm going to go ahead and bounce. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you.
Happy 4th.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Happy 4th, Scott.
See ya. All right, Ray.
Now that Scott's gone, let's talk about him.
No, not at all. But at the Flightcast on Twitter. I have a Facebook page. I have Instagram. Theflightcast.com is my website where you can find my show, The Flightcast, and also wherever podcasts can be found as well. I'm also part of Squadcast Media. I do Fans Without Borders bi-weekly with Brent. At some point, I will bring back DC TV Squadcast when I finally get caught up on like all the DC TV that there is to watch on the CW. I just haven't gotten to that. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. But yeah, that is where I can be found.
There you go. All right, the Colberts. We got Aquaman and Mira right here. I'm just saying, you guys are really representing the cinematic. I mean, we got Amanda who's got green on with kind of reddish hair, and then you got the beard going on, Steven, with the fucking. I'm just saying,
but your pecs need some work.
I mean, do some push-ups,
Hi, you can find me taking it too far on League of Mayhem and also on Twitter at Pie Sugar Pie, but instead of E, it's the number 3. And if you can't find that, then you're not supposed to.
That's a good one. All right, Steven.
All right. So
I love how he pulled them.
No.
You should have skipped me out of the picture.
Yeah.
That would have been better.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Colbert. You can find me on Twitter at smcolbert, and you can find my writing at screenrant.com. You can also find me and my co-host Andrew Dice on the Snyder Minute podcast. We are really back in a big way after taking a little bit of a hiatus on some of them and focusing on some of the newer ones. We've got Army of the Dead by the Minute is underway. Justice League by the Minute is has some episodes banked, and BVS by the Minute fans who have been missing episodes should not have much longer to wait for us to get back into that. So Snyder Minute,
like a little shoulder shimmy for the teas. Do it.
Yeah. SnyderMinute.com for all of that. And check out our Fuck Canon episode by joining our Patreon if you want to hear us talk more about the canon stuff we were talking about tonight.
And bye, Janice. We love you. We think you're great. Thanks so much for procreating and making days.
Oh, man, there it is. Y'all have a good... There she is. She's still awake. She's a trooper. All right, well, yeah, you guys know what to do. Hit that like, thumbs up. Before you leave, hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. If you want to join Film Junkee, hit that join button. Patreon's there, too, if you want to join that. And then, of course, merchandise like this shirt right here, this Back to the Future Flashpoint shirt that I was like, let's put that in there. Anyways, guys, it's been a blast, and thank you to Audi, and thank you to Scott. Thank you to the Colberts. Thank you, Ray. You guys are awesome, and, yeah, we will definitely talk to you later.